All right, we should be good and live. Welcome to
Hello.
this. I'm a little starstruck. You guys, I've been waiting for this stream for a very long time, and so we finally made it happen. We got Teching here on stream. I joke around. Well, not joke. This is one of the first things I said to him. I said that he's basically like the Cloboterman of One Piece, the spirit
Aw.
of it. So, Teching, welcome to my channel, the voice of all things. And you are one of the most important, valuable, exciting voices in the community.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to say hi, let everybody.
It's exciting to be here. Thanks for asking me. I'm happy to be part of your vision, the ParVision, as it were. Barry handles my scheduling, so just reached out to him, and just like he reached out to me, and that's really you have to do it.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for inviting me, and I saw a lot of your stuff. Watched one of the videos you recommended last night, so this is going to be fun to have some discussions here. We're going to see what's going on.
Yeah, and so I kind of told some of the viewers, I think, on a past stream what my plans were for this stream. Usually what we do for the voice of all things is essentially to listen to the voice of all things. Whether we don't normally make it chapter related because we already talk about the chapter so much, in the days coming after the chapter, and this is a break week too, so people are going to be talking about 1076 for a lot of reasons for a very long time during this break. And while we'll still talk, we'll touch on it here and there. Usually what we do is kind of get to know the person on the stream, but the thing is, if you don't know Teching at this point, like, I don't know how you like traverse the One Piece community, because Teching's I'm probably the newest person to the community. I didn't know the community existed when I started my channel. The way I started on TikTok. I just saw someone make a One Piece video, and then I was just like, you know what, I want to make a One Piece video. And to this day, it's one of my favorite videos, and I hope it ends up becoming true. But very soon after, people are like, you should start a YouTube channel. I was like, what? People do this on YouTube? And then like I type in One Piece YouTube.
Weird.
Yeah, and then I see Teching. I think the first thing I saw was the tree video, maybe.
Of course, the tree video is a good entry point. I would rather pick that over some other ones.
Yeah. It was either the tree one, or maybe it was there was another
ice cream one. The ice cream video.
Yeah, was it the bakery stream? It might have been the bakery.
Might have been one of the bakery streams.
Yeah.
I don't know, man, but thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah.
So so we could probably skip past, getting to know Teching, and hopefully we'll get more streams like that. And I'm sure Teching has shared his story numerous amount of times.
I have a jacket and a brick that brings you up to speed, pretty much where you need to be. Yeah.
Exactly. So this one we're gonna do a little bit different, and what I'm planning on doing, and a lot of my viewers know, there's a lot of videos of mine that just have crazy titles, and I want to test.
I've noticed.
I want to test Tekking's vision of what like these are. I just want to see if I hit him with the title or the catchphrase of it, how he receives it. Because I know that the community, when I hit them with it, they're like, what? How does that even work? But given that he's the Cloboterman, the spirit of One Piece, maybe he has a different sense. Maybe his vision is beyond my vision and he hits me with more. And so I'm gonna go through them very quickly, and we could talk about them here and there. And if you have questions, Teching, feel free to ask me to elaborate, or I kind of want to see where you go with the titles, that kind of thing. And so I see a lot of the super chats. I'm gonna read them before we start, and I see a lot of gifted memberships too. So
yeah,
I appreciate
I've seen
that.
a lot of those. So yeah.
So we'll address those, and then after we do like kind of this video segment of like, running through the titles, I'll hit some of the super chats, then we'll talk about the recent video that I asked Teching to watch, and then we'll hit some of the super chats again. I think Teching has graciously given me 2 hours of his time, so I don't want to go over.
You're good.
And so we'll, regardless of however the stream ends, we'll go through all the super chats by the end of it for sure. So with that, let me get into some of the super chats. I think the first one, You know what? One of the super chats came in before like the stream even started.
Yeah.
So I think Lord Vegeta, I saw that he might not be here, but I got to shout you out. He said $2 super chat said Tekking 101 is the king, the only Yonko I'll recognize.
Aww.
Hey, that's fair. That's fair.
Thank you.
I mean in terms, if you know what, in terms of, we gotta do like a streamer tier list, like, but their backgrounds, and I think that Tekking takes the cake for that, right?
Oh
like
my god.
S tier background.
I don't even stream that much, honestly. I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh right now, but aside from that, you know.
You say you don't stream, but then like whenever you do stream, it's like instant 1,000 viewers. You could be building a boat, you could be doing Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I could be building a boat. I could just be, you know, just talking about random stuff for an hour and a half.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like amongst streamers, you're the most streamer where you're just you can do
everyone
anything.
Tells me to do chapter reactions, like when it first comes out. I did one of those once for One Piece, and it was really popular. So maybe I'll do more. I don't know, but we'll see.
Hey, I have a reputation of showing up to those streams. So I mean, I showed up to your Yu-Gi-Oh streams.
Yeah, you're telling me earlier you were at the Yu-Gi-Oh one. So yeah. It's like, yeah.
Man, not to take it, Yu-Gi-Oh is one of my favorite games. Like I only played like 2 of them, but then you're playing the ones I didn't play, and I'm like, wow, I missed a lot. These are great.
Duelist of the Roses, Forbidden Memories is probably my personal favorite from just a nostalgia perspective, but this one's weird because it's like a chess Yu-Gi-Oh. But
yeah, cool. Yeah, very, very cool, exciting. So you know, I don't need to tell you guys, but Tekking's a very exciting personality, regardless of what he's talking about. I mean, the man talked about trees, so trees. Like. I'm sure Yu-Gi-Oh is a little bit more interesting off the rip than maybe One Piece trees. Though you know that might circle back. There was a certain
I made the video for a reason. There's a lot of important trees in One Piece. Like, that is a relevant thing.
100%. I made a few. So this is actual. Like, I made a few videos. Adjacent, like talking about trees, and they're like, you should really watch Tekking's tree video. And like there's a specific theory, and then they're like, oh my god, you need to collab with Tekking on this. He might be able to help you tie up the connection. I'm like, yo, one day
it'll
happen.
Back down to trees, man. Everything comes down to trees at the root.
1000%. So I think in between that first super chat, Lord Vegeta then gifted 10 gifted memberships to the channel. Appreciate you, especially given what you did last stream, giving 60. That was absolutely absurd. You didn't need to do all that, but hey, shout outs to the Tekking hype.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Tekking hype.
So then thereafter we had Turboost. So that's Mr. Turbo, or Mr. Boost, sorry. $20 super chat said, let's go, I'm so ready for this. Hey, I think everyone's pretty excited for this one. This one's gonna be one for the history books. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, let's run through these. JP Legend with the €2 says, OMG, William of the Devil Lux Pirates.
Yeah, that's from that's a One Piece D&D that Rustage runs that I'm part of, and I'm the captain of the crew. I actually have like one of the pictures back here. It's this one right here.
Gotcha.
That's my character, William, right there. And I'm the captain of the crew, and we're done like 66 episodes now. It's like a really crazy thing on Twitch.
That's a really nice picture.
Oh yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, that's Keiru. That's one of Rustage's friends that draws all those. So yeah, go and check out Rustage's Twitch every other Thursday. Not this week, but next week. And,
I have actually tuned in to a few that I know nothing about D&D. I participated in a campaign One Piece related, so that was a great introduction, but also really fun.
It's a fun. We're kind of entering the last saga of this, and we're fighting like Zoro right now. So we'll see what happens.
Good luck to William then.
Oh, we're gonna die. Oh, we're just gonna die.
Yeah, that's a tough person to campaign against. So Mr. Bushido with €2 says Par has made it to the big leagues now. Hey, I'm clashing with the Yonko at the moment. This is true. We're raiding Onigashima.
Oh my god.
Lord Vegeta again with the $2 says, ahoy Captain William. Hey, wow, maybe you should just start.
Ahoy there, mateys. That's not William's voice, but that's like more of my Roger voice, if anything. Ahoy there, me hearties.
Hey, wait, do you have like a Captain William voice?
Nah, I just voice him like myself. He's
Fair
just
enough.
me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Matt DeCaro, that's a new name. Welcome to the stream. $5 super chat says, will Kid be able to use his magnet powers to take away Griffin from Shanks?
I feel like Shanks's iron grip is just gonna be like conquers, kind of overrides everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Although Kid has that too. So
true.
But it's Shanks.
Yeah, see, not to burst anyone's bubbles, guys. This is one of my gripes about Kid. If that were the case, why didn't he do that on Onigashima when everyone was using swords? He could have just dropped everyone's weapons, guns,
I think it was,
or not.
I think it was like spelled out the most obvious when Law they were fighting against Big Mom and Kaido, and I think it was just Kid that's just like, hey, Trafalgar, why don't you just send Big Mom into the ocean or something? And then he's like, I can't. They're too strong.
Yeah.
I can't move them. Okay?
Yeah.
And
Well, I'm talking about like
yeah.
the beast pirates, like the pleasures,
right.
the weight.
The pleasures.
Like
okay.
they had weapons, guns, swords, and Kid could have just disarmed all of them, and he didn't. So I don't think he could do that to Shanks.
Yeah, I don't think he could do that to Shanks. I don't think there's going to be any easy, like, oh, I could just, yeet your sword into my hands like that. Like, it was that easy the whole time. Like, I don't think so.
It would have been great. It would have been great if I saw that, but we didn't. So, we're just going to have to accept that he is not Magneto. Mr. Bushido with the €2 said, Par versus Tekken, King of Tangents. This stream is set up for exactly that. So
we're gonna have a lot of those.
Yeah, for sure. That is one of the main comparisons people said. I think a lot of people say that you could talk about One Piece or anything like infinitely, and that was the same thing about me. Like when I first started streaming, I would always be like, "Oh, we're gonna end in like 15 minutes," and then 2 hours later, and we're still somehow talking about One Piece.
That's why every one of my videos is no less than like 25 minutes long.
I try to do like a teching style video on my channel where and I was just like, I can't note cut like any of this. Like this is so difficult to do.
Now, here's what you do. You just make a video about One Piece, and if you feel like going off on a tangent about something that happened to you personally 6 years ago, go ahead, and then do animal facts at the end, and then there you go. That's the whole video.
Yeah, that was we ended up doing an animal facts stream. It was one of the times where TCP was late on a release, and we were just like talking, and then we ended up talking about moose. Like Mises, I guess.
Mises, the plural of moose.
and so like everyone's like, is this a teching stream? How are we just talking? How do you know so much about animals? I was like, listen, meese are not to be messed with. Like you
don't mess with moose.
Yeah,
they'll thrash you.
Yeah, I saw a TikTok recently actually about like in Canada, like they're just menaces, and so like there's this lady who was just walking on the sidewalk, and there's a bunch of snow, and the moose just sneaks up on her, like a big moose sneaks up on her and just slaps her in the face. Like it's all on video. It's an actual slap.
They don't care. They own that country. All right. It's wild. I saw a video. See, here we go. There's the
tangent. Yeah.
But I saw a video on Facebook or TikTok or something, and it's just a big giant truck going down a highway in Canada. Moose walks out. This truck slams into this moose. It goes flying into the air, hits the ground, and gets right back up and then runs away.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy crap, these things are tough.
And I've seen a similar video where the truck is totaled afterwards.
Oh God, yeah, the truck was probably more damaged than the moose.
The moose gets up like, hey buddy.
Hey, whatever. I dislocated one hoof. It's like, whatever.
Should I call the ambulance for you?
For me.
Do you need AAA? Like, I don't know.
You can't kill them. They're invincible.
Yeah, they're tanks that like can move faster than tanks. They can go like 40, 50 miles per hour and like 3 to 4 tons. It's the absolute craziest thing. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
All right then. So there you go. There's the moose fact for today. Yeah.
Mooses are, and then that spawned. It's like, hey, are we gonna see a moose devil fruit? And I wish Chopper was a moose, not a reindeer.
I think we just pretty much clarified what Eames devil fruit ability is.
Wait, no, this is crazy. Wait,
Eames a moose.
Anybody who was from that original stream knows how that stream ended. It ended with people saying that Eam was a moose, but we ended up transitioning to Australia because Australia lost a war against emus. And so people were saying like, oh, emu is just an emu, and Australia
just an emu.
And we were talking about
how he just has the Australia fruit. He just turns into anything in Australia.
Nah, this is crazy, guys. This is actually crazy. Because, no, we were saying how Australia is basically a One Piece island. Like it
100%.
It's scarier than a One Piece island. Like, you compare that to like Little Garden sometimes, and it's like, oh.
vast deserts, kangaroos, koalas. You got spiders that'll kill you. You got giant ants. You got, I mean, so many things.
Yeah, no, it rains spiders. There are spider
Yes.
seasons, and it's like
Yeah,
that.
when
That's scarier than Little Garden. I don't. And like I don't know if someone in my chat, Ace, he's from Australia. He tells me that he has to cut his hair differently because there's swooping season where these little magpie birds just start swooping on people because they have their motherly instincts kick in, but they have like a 100-yard range. So like even if you're like within 100 yards, they just think you're a threat and they swoop on you. So he has to cut his hair so that they don't grab his hair.
I'm not sure that continent was ever supposed to be inhabited by human beings. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
We're fighting a losing battle here. That's all I'm saying.
That was literally it. It was like there are a plethora of One Piece islands I'd rather choose to land on than Australia.
Oh yeah, plenty of them.
Yeah, like my wife has always wanted to go to Australia. She wants to go to a lot of places.
I want to go to Australia too, honestly. I have a lot of fans there.
And I told her, like, listen, like, you're not getting me to go there. And then I'm like, and then she has to watch One Piece and then understand, and then she'll understand. I'll be like, compare Australia to these islands, and then you know why I don't want to go. So, you know, it's maybe one day. If you guys give me a good reason to go to Australia, I'll go.
New Zealand. Go to New Zealand.
Oh yeah. I've been okay. Yeah, she has family in New Zealand, so you know that's where I want to go. But they're always like, "Oh, let's go to Australia." I'm like, never. If you drag me to Australia, I'm leaving. I'm quitting.
I would go, but I have there's a spider that'll like, I think the funnel web that like if it bites you, you're dead in like 10 minutes. I'm just gonna carry the anti-venom around with me at all times, and that's the one stipulation I have to have before I go there.
Yeah, it's my god, there are spiders there that are bigger than me. Like
like the huntsmans and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, oh god, the Goliaths.
Yeah, during the pandemic versions of those are wild.
Yeah. All right.
So enough with that tangent.
Yeah, there you go. That's how it is.
Back to the super chats real quick. 3-day $5 super chat says, "Congrats on the 30K subs, ParVision. Thank you. I honestly was too busy to ever like soak it in, so I'm gonna soak it in right now. Appreciate all of you guys, and thank you, Tekking, for being here on the 30K sub stream.
I'm glad that I'm on the 30K subscriber special stream. That
Exactly.
is a great honor. Yes.
Oh wow, I should probably just like put that in the thumbnail.
I'll tell you what, 30K, that's when my channel hit 30K, that was right when I started to like speed up really fast. So there you go. I went from like 35 to 100K within a year. So
wow.
There you go. Yeah, yeah.
Hey, right now I think a lot of people are like, how is he making so many more things now that he's a dad? And it's like, I don't know. Let me just tell you, I've been saying this all around. It's like when Shaka said, like, I don't know what the dynamic power source that the Ancient Kingdom had. I'm pretty sure it's being a dad, like being a parent, the amount of energy you get from a child, like, it's crazy.
I sleep less, but I have more energy for some reason.
It's the most dynamic power source I've ever experienced. It's like, there are so many things that I will never like even have the energy to do for myself. But the moment the baby doesn't even say anything, he can't even speak. I just like, it's like it needs like a bunch of paperwork done. Oh, it's already done. Like, you don't even need to tell me twice. It's already over. And then driving wherever it needs to go. I barely will take myself to the grocery store. But if it needs to go to an appointment 2 hours away,
coal
done.
Power, electric power, solar, nuclear, dad energy.
Exactly.
Dad power. There you go.
100,000%. It's right there. I wouldn't be surprised if that's where Oda's going with it, and that's why there's, we have the meme about Shanks being the deadbeat dads, right? Like,
yeah, there's a lot of those in anime.
Yeah, maybe if those dads harness the power of fatherhood, the One Piece story.
Yeah, Sop could he be the strongest character ever, and he already is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, hey, that might be why the two pieces of thing. Luffy comes in and Luffy ends up going Gear 6. Who knows?
The only problem with that theory is Odin was a dad, and look what happened to him. So,
yeah, that's true. But he in his lifetime he did some crazy feats.
He did
for his children. For the future. Yeah. Standing in an hour of boiling oil is I mean, we still don't know how that happened. It wasn't hockey right now.
You think his feet would just be like
shriveled up
after that. Yeah, you know what I mean? And it's insane. Yeah.
So Shout outs to being a dad. Lil Autism in the $20 super chat. Also, thank you for joining as a Patreon. I noticed that my wife still is just like you can't like she's like, why is that his name? 30K, let's go par. Appreciate it. Thank you. Young Usopp $2 super chat says, ready for a legendary stream with some great takes. Oh, great takes, wild takes. We'll accept all the takes because
all the takes.
Yeah, all the takes. Aim PDX says, yo, congrats for the 30K part. Tekking's the GOAT. Couldn't have said it. I would have donated the same thing. Mr. Bushido, €2 says, Kid aligns with Loki and Barto to beat Shanks.
Oh, so he's saying that Kid's going to ally with some of the giants to fight against Shanks. I mean, I doubt that, but I don't know if because Kid has no allies on the island.
So
Shanks is the one with all the allies.
You know what? Let's just hit with the 1076 thing real quick. Let me just check the next one. Okay, yeah. The next two segue us perfectly into the main subject of the channel. So this episode 1076 though, on that Mosh DMC, the guy who actually got me into the community and told me about you and everybody else. He came up with a really great idea, though it doesn't change the ending. I haven't watched his second video on this, but essentially the way I see it is Kid is going to lose and Shanks is going to win. There's like no way other than that. Like Shanks is not losing, especially not after Film Red. Like no. Chapter 1 character, there's no losing for him. And there's also like on that note, there's no winning for Kid. But the in between there is a lot of in between that is possible. It's like, how badly is Kid gonna lose? What is Kid gonna lose in his loss? And so what he said to me was like, it might be that the reason, the way we saw Kid fought Shanks right into the time skip, lost his arm, not to Shanks. We don't know who it is, but Ben Beckman either did it or ordered it, one way or the other. And I've always joked around in my Godfather Shanks video that it could be that Kid just lost it to the monkey, and I didn't know Film Red made the monkey crazy, and I was like, all right, I lose my arm to this monkey too.
Monster is a monster. It's a monkey that travels with it. It's been with the crew since the beginning, so it's like that monkey is powerful. Like it just is. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I just realized I need to include that in a future video. You know what? Good aside. But so, and so after Kid lost his arm, he decides to make an alliance with Hawkins, Apu, and he obviously has Killer on his crew, and him, and so he realized Shanks is way too powerful. I need an alliance. So why would it make sense that now he's like, if I lose, that implies that he's sort of confident that he's not going to lose. Why would he feel confident if he's going to Shanks alone and he sees Shanks' entire fleet? And he was like, wait, couldn't it be that Kid has the alliance back? Like the reason being that off of Wano, we don't know about Drake. Drake somehow disappeared. Apu, all the wrongs that Apu did, we saw him at the very end with Kid. It's like, it's very interesting that Kid would just let him go. What if, like, to atone for that, he made Apu join his alliance, like rejoin? So Drake, Apu, and then this is where his the theory stretches in a place where people might get lost. Is that he was saying that maybe Hawkins didn't die. Like he was saying, because when I first read that panel, I didn't think Hawkins died, and then the chat had like, wait, Hawkins died.
I don't think Hawkins died. I don't think he was the first and only supernova to straight up die so far. You know what I mean? That's kind of a little bit. That's also going against Oda's MO with this sort of stuff.
And so he reread the Hawkins dialogue to me, and Hawkins was very respectful of Kid. He was just like, I didn't want to disrespect Kid by joining Kaido, even though he would understand, and then join back up now. And like the 1% man and all that stuff, like when you think about it, he kind of bet himself on Kid and everyone succeeding in his own way. And so it might be that after the fact, if Hawkins survived, then Hawkins, Drake, Apu, Kid, and Killer, the 5 supernovas, they all might be running up on Shanks now. And I asked him, I was like, how do you see them rejoining? Because we didn't see them leave Wano. And he's like, maybe they went through the normal port. Like, that's like, Kid
Yeah.
jumped off the
Yeah.
thing, but why would they do that? They might have just went the normal way. And they might be
We're gonna
trailing
take
behind.
the elevator, you know.
Yeah,
We're just gonna
exactly.
go down that way. Yeah.
And then the what was the interesting part was like, who would Dory and Brogy even fight in the context of like 5 supernova? Because like, are Dory and Brogy supernova level, or do they have Conqueror's Hockey or those kinds of things? Like, do you think that they're like?
Well, so I just rewatched the Little Garden arc because of obviously what happened, and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, wow, these two giants from Elbaf brawling on this island for 100 years, they gotta have hockey. It's just that, you know, it was early in the story. And the closest thing to it is when they use that Elbaf spear technique to destroy the goldfish.
Yeah.
There's a scene in the anime where it's really elaborate, where they take their weapons and like aura is coming off their weapons and they use it. And I'm thinking, I mean, if you want to retcon that into being hockey, I think it makes sense.
Oh no, I don't even think that's retcon because
definitely.
he put the aura in there.
It's there. I haven't checked in the manga, but in the anime, it's definitely
Yeah, yeah.
So I was thinking that, and like, look, I could see Hawkins joining, Drake as well. Drake is kind of like at a point right now where I don't know. He's just probably trying to not to do something that like would result in his death. I don't think Kid would accept Apu's help, especially since after last time it was like a, hey, you betrayed me. I'm not gonna ally with you again. That just seems like I'm not gonna do that. The only thing about it is Killer seemed really apprehensive about this, and Killer was like, you know, are you sure you want to do this, Kid? Though they took your arm last time and you didn't get to see Shanks. They're gonna kill you this time, straight up. And then Kid's just basically like, if I lose, I die. If I win, I win. And so if I live and whatever, let's just do it. So I think he's running on a huge ego boost right now, because I think, yeah, it was him and Law that took down Big Mom, but I think after a couple of days and weeks of sailing, he's like hyping himself up like, I took down an emperor. Actually, I helped take down Kaido too. I got Shanks. I could do this, you know? And so I don't think it's going to result in him dying. I think it's going to result in something's going to interrupt it. Loki, Thor, Odin, something's going to happen. It's going to interrupt this battle. And then Shanks is going to have to go do something else.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, an interruption would play well. It's just like, how do you interrupt Shanks, right? Like, whatever Shanks wants, he gets, kind of thing, right?
Well, Shanks is very allied with Elbaf, so if there's something on the island that happened, like really bad shit happened, Shanks, you need to come and help with that. And Shanks is like, okay, this is more important than you, Kid. I gotta go.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. There, you know, I wouldn't be. I think what it is I think a lot of people are also seeing the parallel of Blackbeard and Law, Shanks and Kid, and we're kind of expecting the Blackbeard and Law situation to play out and their fight to resolve in Law's loss, most likely. And so that to parallel with Kid's situation, it's just like, what benefit would that do for like Kid or I mean, Shanks gets the poneglyph rubbings, right? But like, it's just so weird to do to Kid.
It would be rough. I just thought about, what if it's just like Law and Kid both lose, and then it's just like, oh wow, and then that's just like setting up for like, you know, how important it is that like Luffy succeeds.
Yeah.
But if Law and Kid lose, then like, if Law lost to Blackbeard, Blackbeard's not just gonna be like, I'm just gonna let you go now. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So then the rest of the series, they're like in jail or dead, and it's like, no, that's not good. In the case with Law, Blackbeard might steal his fruit, and it's like, so Law's just not in the series anymore? Like, we can't do that.
Yeah, that's why it's so weird, because I looked at Law's situation, like the way I see Law now, he's kind of like Luffy's brother kind of figure at this point, and like Luffy's last brother versus Blackbeard ended up in Impel Down, which is weird because, you know, obviously in the A situation there was an ulterior motive to everything regarding that, but with Law, like you said, it's like the fruit is the most important thing. But like when what's it called, with Boa, he was just like, the fruit is important, but with Law he never said that or did that, and it's like, wait, you would want Law's fruit had a 5 billion berry bounty on it.
Yeah, you would absolutely want it, plus the whole, you know, eternal youth kind of thing. That's like the main goal,
which I'm curious to know how widespread that knowledge is, like of that thing, because maybe Blackbeard doesn't know it, and that's how like it wouldn't be very, because only Doflamingo seemed to really understand that.
Yeah and no. Like, in the story, we've only heard Doflamingo, but I believe Doflamingo had a line that said, the people in the world that call the op fruit the ultimate devil fruit are not few. Like there's a few people. I'm trying to paraphrase. It wasn't exactly that, but it was something
No,
along
I
those
think
lines. Like a lot of people considered that the ultimate fruit, and it probably is for that reason.
That might have been
Yeah.
that might have been. It was either before Law they talked about that moment, or before the Daz not barrels
Diaz barrels.
Diaz barrels. Yeah,
Might have been during the flashback too.
Yeah, one way or another. I do recall something like that. You're right. But yeah, this Elbaf situation's, it's gonna be.
I'll tell you what though, and this is coming up for a video I'm gonna be making. Luffy really lucked out with those drawing lots and ending up at Egghead, whereas Kid ended up at well, okay, if Luffy ended up, that's what I'm gonna make the video about. Like, what happens if Luffy ended up at Elbaf, Kid ended up at Egghead, and like mix them up and see what happened. You know?
Yeah. No, I did. That was another thing where it's just like, when they drew the lots, it was like Kid and Luffy had the same luck, but like then they ended up choosing their relative routes, and it's like, who was actually lucky, right? If Kid ended up in Luffy's situation, he would have just, I'm pretty sure he would have just lost, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. And otherwise, you might say like Luffy got really good luck, and he did. But like, if Luffy ended up in Elbaf, then he would have got to meet Shanks.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Dang, it's crazy how luck is like all perspective.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's clear out these next two. If I keep, oh no, we'll get to these. Very, yeah, we can cut through these. So Zach Omar with $5 super chat says, "Don't let Par fool you, teching. This is a Moose channel that occasionally brings up One Piece, not vice versa."
Yeah, I sifted through your videos, and if you just go 2 months deep, it's all Moose videos.
Yeah,
It's strange. It's just
I used to be a Moose content creator. That is
Moose content, rather niche content, but you know what? Yeah.
I mean, hey, the One Piece is also kind of niche in the grand scheme of things. But now we're now One Piece is getting the notoriety. Now, it should have always had it.
There.
Yeah, it should have always had it, but
I'll tell you what, like, regardless, and I think that the live action's going to be fine from everything I know about it.
Yeah.
But like, regardless, it's going to get a lot of people into the story.
Oh yeah,
like,
it's gonna blow. It's
gonna be a floodgate when it comes out.
Yeah. So many people that otherwise never would have touched anime are going to touch it very, very soon in a consensual. Alexander, $10 super chat says, "Hey guys, how's it going, Par? I wrote a theory in Discord. Kid's fruit is the power source. Too long, don't read. His magnet fruit is essentially Tesla's theory for free energy. Saul will save him when he sees this power." Interesting. I would imagine Kid's fruit is probably in the encyclopedia that Vegapunk has.
Yeah, I would assume so.
So it would be interesting if it were the case, because then Vegapunk himself would just rain down terror on Kid. I would be terrified if Vegapunk was after my fruit. Like,
oh yeah, you'd just be having a giant robot army trying to like take it from
yeah,
you,
like
you know
Kaido, what I mean? Big Mom, sure, they'll threaten my family, whatever. They'll make my first mate eat a smile fruit, but Vegapunk, the levels to his craziness, I don't even want to touch that.
It's the weirdest thing, because Vegapunk clearly is like supposed to be this altruistic, like, I'm a scientist for peace, but if you look at like just beyond that surface level, there's some stuff going on there, like in the flashback with Mads and everything. We're scientists for peace, we all have guns, we're ready to go, and just like, okay. And then he built that gunpowder flower stuff, and he kind of has that weird expression on his face, like,
not just a weird expression. That was one of the scariest faces.
That was scary.
It was like a borderline a jump scare. I was not expecting it. When I scrolled down in the live reaction, I was like, "Hey, yo, I need to cleanse my brain before I go to sleep tonight."
For peace.
Like, that is honestly, like, when people are saying, the traitor thing might not be that deep, I'm like, yo, even in the cover stories, Oda's, we went from like his face being creepy to him just standing with the Gorosei all dripped out. It's like, I don't know what kind of
where this is going, man. Honestly, at this point, yeah,
it's definitely very, very interesting. Shout outs Dax Sake in the stream, by the way, another content creator
there you go.
that was in the Reverie. Says the Giants won't want Kid to die because he beat Big Mom. Oh, that's a good.
Oh, you know what? I didn't think of that angle, and that's actually really... Now, it's funny, I brought this up. Dory and Broggy would have no information on what happened in the last 100 years, so they would have to get brought up to speed on all of that.
True.
But Oimo and Kashi would know, and all the other Giants would know, so that actually might be Kid's saving grace.
Yeah, that's actually solid because then the Dory and Brogy are starting to fight, but then other giants like no, stop, Shanks, big boss, kid killed Big Mom, please, and then
I dropped her into a volcano. Yeah.
Exactly, and then they all, oh my god, if they pour sake out for Kid, that'll be the craziest thing.
That actually, I like that. I like that idea.
You know what?
Cool.
Fair enough. Shanks doesn't lose and Kid, isn't winning, but like he's saved. He's saved.
Yeah, it's just that well, it was in the newspaper, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we don't know what the newspaper article said, if it directly said Trafalgar Law and Eustace Kid killed Big Mom, but like, people would know. Like, it's out there in the world. Their bounties went through the roof, so yeah.
Here's a question though. Not this is kind of discriminatory, but does Big News Morgans make newspapers for giants? The little newspapers.
You know what? Okay. You know what? I thought about that. I didn't mention it, but I said, like, yeah, Dory and Broggy would have no idea what's going on the last 100 years. Are they reading the newspaper? There was a cover story of the Where Are We Now? When, like, after the time skip.
Yeah.
So you see Dory and Broggy on Little Garden, like, brawling, and the newspaper just floating through the air. And I'm like, well, maybe they did read the newspaper, but it would be so tiny for them. It would be like this. It'd be like, what am I? Huh? Oh, Luffy's, I guess, doing good. All right. Whatever.
Yeah, they just see pictures.
Just like.
Yeah, like Morgan seems too stingy to print for the giants.
I don't think he would. You imagine how much paper you'd go through an entire forest just for one issue. Like.
Yeah, like can the birds even carry that? Like the news crews are
actually no. I guess they could. Yeah. So the giants actually have to have their own like news organization, probably.
Like we just see a yoked news coup. It's like like a pterodactyl news coup.
Yeah, it's the pterodactyl. Yeah, actually, oh, dude, how familiar are you with the legends of like Norse mythology and everything?
I know names.
Okay, do you know what's at the top of Yggdrasil?
Yeah, the giant like eagle hawk thing.
Giant eagle.
Yeah,
there you go. That delivers their mail. There you go. Or the Jormungandr serpent brings them the mail.
The funny, at the Reverie, I think we all discussed this, how like in Elbaf, because they're recluse, they might have different names for the ancient weapons, and so a lot of people thought Uranus could be a bird, but to the Elbaf citizens, it's I forget the name, but the eagle.
It starts with an H. I don't know the name.
Yeah, and then their ancient weapon is just their news delivery. That's all it is.
That's just all it is. Yeah.
But to everybody else, it's just a monstrous bird that just drops giant newspapers and just deletes your nation. Like if a giant newspaper fell onto your country, that would be a problem.
Somebody brought up Elbaf also has human inhabitants, though, right? And I'm like, well, actually, it does, because, like, I don't think every human just can go there, but, like, they were okay with Mother Caramel living there, so they probably would be okay with certain humans living there. Like, they probably wouldn't just let anybody build a house there, but it's feasible.
Yeah. I mean, not to draw more connections, but the way they treat Mother Caramel is very similar to the way they treat Godfather Shanks, I'm going to say.
Yes. By the way, I feel like this has already been it hasn't been stated in the story, but it's very obvious. Do you think Elbaf is allied with the world government?
Are they allied?
Giants, there's giants that work for the Marines, but like, do they actually participate in the heavenly tribute to Henry Vito and everything? Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, this is the way I see it. The giants in the Navy seem to be indoctrinated against Elbaf.
Yeah, that's the idea. And there's giants in other parts of the world. They don't all come from, that might be their ancestral homeland, but that's not like Saul was not from there.
Yeah, so, and Saul was just insulting Elbaf when he and I was like, where did this come from? Like, this almost sounds like they just raised
propaganda.
Exactly,
man.
propaganda. Yep. Oh,
and then he went to Elbaf after O'Hara, so there it is.
Right. Yeah. So like, hey, oh man, then there's the whole Saul angle. Saul might be the one. Maybe he developed, because he's been in the Marines, so he has had to have to deal with the discriminatory practices of the newspapers.
Oh, definitely.
So he might be the news source. Oh, and the little books on O'Hara. How is he reading those?
Yeah, the little books.
You can't have a librarian that can't. No, Saul is.
There's gotta be somebody transcribing these things on Elbaf. There's gotta be somebody.
This is just so funny.
This is a good super chat. Teching predictions on the next OP movie.
Ooh,
One Piece film Blue, and it will be about Buggy.
That's the
best idea. Yeah.
All right, I'm in love. I love that. And you know what? That's a good
Red and blue.
segue.
Yep.
That's a good segue into so we got through some of the super chats. I know that there's a few more, and I will get to all of them, but I don't want to miss out on a lot of the main things I had planned out. And so the One Piece film Blue is probably, that's a great one. There's
a lot of stuff about Buggy we don't know, man.
And
like,
that is
yep.
I made so many videos about Buggy. Okay.
They're fun. Yeah.
Okay, so the first video, you know how like I don't particularly subscribe to the idea that, or I don't shoehorn myself into the four gods theory, right? Like that there's earth god, sun god, forest god, rain god.
Oh yeah.
But
I mean, it would be cool, but like
it doesn't have to be, right?
Yeah.
But if there were, you know how like Luffy is sun god Nika, like that's the epithet of Nika, whatever it is. But like when you think about it, like why did he get the epithet sun god? And you look at his powers, you look at what he does. It's kind of like a derivative of what the sun would do, right? If Joy Boy brings smiles, if Nika brings smiles, the sun brings smiles and energy and all that stuff. And I had this whole thing in the first review that was in the shadows theory, where I was basically saying that Luffy's powers might be it might be related to the sun, in that rather than him being like a pure rubber body, what we're seeing now is that he can rubberize anything, even other people. And we actually saw that in Thriller Bark, where Moria was able to do the same thing through shadow manipulation. And so the thing is, when you think about the ruler of shadows, the creator of shadows is actually the sun, because without the sun you wouldn't have shadows.
Exactly.
So what I was saying in that video was that Luffy might have shadow manipulation powers, which is why Thriller Bark, the ending of it, they called him the Warrior of Hope, which is essentially this Warrior of Liberation. I think of like the prototype name of it. They even call him in the chapter, the kanji actually uses the Hoshi, like star, instead of
star,
instead of actual Warrior of Hope. They call him the Star of Hope. Or Hope Star, whichever way. And then right afterwards, you saw all the people saying, I'm liberated, I can now live my life freely, all that stuff. And I see the very direct parallel. So the way I saw it was like, okay, if Luffy's the sun god and that epithet gate was derivative off of his powers, it's not like he's just a nuclear powerhouse. It's just like
it's way more of an allegory, not like he doesn't actually have, like he does have fire powers, but that's not the focus.
Yeah. And those powers, if it's based off of imagination, it's like he's imagining the will of Ace, or he's imagining his will in a fiery form, passion, whatever it is. Like we see Sanji conjuring flames. So it's like, it's not like he's a sun god either right now. So the way I saw it was like, okay, well, the sun, if we look at the four god system, then Buggy might be the rain god. And the reason why is because the Bara Bara no Mi, this is what put me on to the idea, and there's a few other things, was the Bara Bara. Bara Bara is the onomatopoeia for raindrops.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild.
And we know that a lot of the fruits, they play off of onomatopoeia.
Oh yeah, they play off of the onomatopoeia from the sound effects.
Then bara bara, when you put it together, it means dismemberment. That's how like it colloquially means. But then you look at the onomatopoeia, it is raindrops. And the other part of it was there was a few things that I can't particularly recall, but this is my favorite part that nobody to this day has been able to debunk it. And I want to know if this is an interesting thing. So,
okay.
Like Buggy's fruit and Law's fruit, very similar in how they like present themselves, right? Like it's almost like they're the similar fruit, except Buggy just does it to himself. And the thing Law said at one point, and I don't remember if this is an anime only scene, but I'm pretty sure he said this in the manga too at one point. He said that like if it were raining, if only it were raining right now, I would be essentially unstoppable. And he said that on the way to Onigashima, but I'm pretty sure he also said that to Doflamingo at one point. Something about him being really, really powerful in the rain. The point being that if it's rain, then he could just swap out himself for rain, or swap out people for raindrops. He doesn't have to like rely on throwing a rock like he did on Onigashima.
That would make sense, because it just has to be, it's not straight up teleportation. He has to switch with something.
Yeah.
So I mean, if it was rain, I guess he could just use that. Yeah.
Right. And so because like Law's fruit is very adjacent to Buggy's fruit, I was thinking like, what if Buggy just has like a level to his fruit that he just hasn't acquired yet, and it would demonstrate itself very similar to Law. If Law is really broken in the rain, imagine Buggy in the rain. And this is the part I was thinking, like, you know, when we go to Logtown, it was like the storm just ended up happening, and then boom, the rain, and people are like, oh, like, are you saying he sabotaged himself? I was like, maybe he just doesn't know to control his power. And the main one that no one has debunked yet is in chapter 0. In chapter 0,
Strong world. Okay.
in that, you know, in the Ed War, Roger versus Shiki, it, you know, it was one ship of Rogers versus the entire fleet of Shikis. They had the war, whether Roger was winning, Shiki was winning, regardless. What is actually said was that the storm created an accident. The war ended up in an accident, or Shiki had an accident. And the accident was the steering wheel in his head.
Getting against his head, yeah.
And the thing about that, it was like, you know, if that was a spoil of war, like, not a spoil of war, if that was a result of the fight, the war, you wouldn't say that that's an accident. Anything that happens during a fight, like, that's what happens. We've seen goofier things happen in One Piece as a result of fight.
Like if Roger picked up a steering wheel and threw it into Shiki's head, you wouldn't call that an accident. You'd be like, that's just, he fought him and he did that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So then it's like the accident word really perturbed me, because then on top of it, like you said, like, if someone just threw it at him, we've never seen a point where, like, someone throws an object and it goes into their head to the point where it doesn't affect them at all, and it's perfectly
I mean, it's
implanted.
One Piece, so, like, if that was to happen, you'd be like, all right.
Yeah,
maybe,
but the only time we have seen that is with Law. Law has done that several times on Punk Hazard. There's several people that, even Monet is a creation of Law. Like, he ended up making her a harpy essentially through his powers. So
all the centaurs, yeah.
But the thing is, Law's power was not present in chapter 0.
But Buggy's was.
And the thing about it was, the thing that did happen was it started raining. And Shanks talks about Buggy in a very interesting way at the beginning, like he's undefeated, or not, he's very hard to kill or whatever like that. And then it starts raining, and then that's when the accident happens. And I'm thinking, like, well, if it was an accident and Buggy was in danger and he might have, like, accidentally used his power, that would be the only real explanation I see for how that steering wheel got into Shiki's head.
I think a general idea with Buggy's power is that he's way stronger if he was more competent.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that fruit has, I mean, obviously every devil fruit, even the lame ones, if you train with it, you could get powerful with it. But, like, Buggy's had his fruit for a very, very long time. And it's like, he's just, I think, complacent being that big fish in the East Blue, and he doesn't really try as much. But, like, dude, it would be a completely different story if Buggy had the ambition of Shanks and trained and got stronger with his fruit. You can totally see that power, that awakening of the Barabara having some kind of level with that.
Yeah.
It's just he can't control it, so to speak, because he doesn't have that level of, like, ambition or confidence that, like, Shanks does.
Right,
you know?
right. And so, like, with that idea, it was basically like, until someone could come up with an explanation of how that steering wheel got into Shiki's head using it's not like Roger had the Opi Opi no Mi. No one, like, if the Opi Opi no Mi was there, then Oda would have told us already. It doesn't make sense to go back and say, like, oh, by the way, like, someone on Roger School had the Opi Opi no Mi. Like,
Crocus had it the whole time. Doesn't make any sense, but there it is.
Exactly. So the fact that...
Oh, no, go ahead. I thought of something, but that's another topic. We'll go ahead.
No, I mean, the last thing I would say, the fact that Buggy's power is there and it's adjacent to Law's, and we don't know the levels to it, and especially now that Buggy's Yonko level, we're going to see more of Buggy. It doesn't make sense that his powers stay the same, and they will continue to stay the same. There's going to be growth for him. Whether it becomes a joke, a meme, I think that's relative to the character, not the power, right?
I think it's going to be important that just, like, Oda's not just making him a warlord and now an emperor just for the yucks of it, just for, like, jokes. Like, I think there is going to be a payoff to this. Like, there is. Like, you know, Buggy had some sleeping power in him the whole time that he was not completely aware of. I just want to bring up a tiny little thing, because last chapter, and I think earlier, it was stated that the area around Elbaf itself, like, Elbaf's the name of the island, but the area is called the Warland.
Yeah.
So Ed Warland, maybe it could have been around the general area, you know?
Oh.
I don't know. It was just something I thought of, you know?
Yeah, because
it's always referred to as the battle in the Ed War, not the Ed War.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, that was a location.
Yeah,
so,
like a prominent location that we're supposed to know. But you're right. I when I made that video, I was like, I'm just gonna let you guys know it's a separate location. I don't know what it means, but that's a fun fact. And then you're right, Warland. And then we know, like, an Ed E or an Ed, like, is just like a
An Eddie, yeah,
Yeah,
or Ed,
like a
Ed and Eddie
current.
from the hit Cartoon Network show.
Yeah, it could just be Ed, Ed, and
Yeah,
Eddie on
it just
Warling.
could be Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Yeah.
Their territory of the One Piece world. Honestly, when we're talking about Toon Powers, a lot of people refer to Rolf from Ed, Ed, and Eddie. So
Yes, Rolf and and then like Shaggy, who is Ultra Instinct.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So hey, I mean, Oda, we do know Oda references a lot of these American things, so wouldn't be surprised if he was watching those things. So that was, the buggy one. That one was, I'm interested to see, because like I said, I'm not too sure about the rain god, sun god, earth god, if that comes back in the story the way it's going to be, because all of those gods were referring to Kashigami, who was the oak god. And so like that was just their version of religion. But every One Piece, religion, it has parts that are true, but not, I don't think all of them are all true. You know what I mean?
And with the Shandians, you got to remember, they all originally came from the moon, and then some settled on the sky, and then the Shandorians settled in the Blue Sea. And I think after settling, then, because by the time Nolan showed up, their Gold City was already kind of in decline. Like, they were not at their peak at that point.
Yeah.
So it's like they probably developed a whole other religion since the time they arrived from the moon that involved that giant snake and its family, and then like that's Kashigami and everything. So I don't think it has nothing necessarily to do to connect back to all that other stuff.
Yeah. So on the buggy note, so actually, hold on, let me see, did I put down I wasn't even planning on telling you the buggy rain god thing, because I thought it was like we're not even gonna get there. So the other one, okay, so this one is a recent one.
Okay.
I think I heard you talk about it recently, actually, was that Buggy's nose is his real nose.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've just come to the conclusion of that, because it's like he had it when he was a kid. He never takes it off. It's his nose.
So
and even when the other notice, like really quick, when he was a kid, he didn't really have the clown aesthetic going on yet.
Yeah.
He didn't really have the face paint or anything, but his nose was still red. It's his actual nose.
Yeah. And so with that nose, do you think it's biological, right? This is also a character, in my opinion, that is just as important as Shanks, because Shanks is the chapter one, Buggy's his best friend, Buggy's a childhood friend. Like, Buggy was planned, and also Buggy represents Oda's best friend in real life too, apparently, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So
I think so.
So this nose existing, right? And we know like Oda has a bunch of interesting races and things like that.
Noses.
Yes. Do you think that like, and at this point in the series, like from Big Mom, we get a grasp that there aren't like too many future races that we're gonna know of. It feels like we're at the end part of learning more races. A lot of people say like clown race. Like where do you think about Buggy's nose? Do you think that relates to anything like that?
Man, I think there are a lot of like Moria, for example. Like, don't even know what's up with that dude.
Ooh.
I think all of the humans that are like Whitebeard, obviously not as big as a giant, but still like, really
sizable.
tall. Yeah, that's because they have giant lineage or ancient giant lineage way back in their bloodline, and it's recessive. It's like Big Mom's parents were humans, but maybe farther back her lineage ties back to giants, which could also, why, the giants hate her and she actually does have giant blood in her, or ancient giant blood, something like that. Kaido's the same way. I wouldn't say Buggy, like, he ties back to a separate race, because that would be like saying like, like Usopp's nose is going to connect back to something like that, or, I think it's just, it is going to be relevant, but I don't think it was like that direction with it though.
Okay. So let me hit you with it.
Go ahead.
So this one is loose, but there's one that follows it. So then this one might not get you to say yes or no, but the way I saw it was like, of the current races, the only one that really kind of makes sense for Buggy. And the thing about Buggy is that like in Marineford War, even the Wikipedia notes this, is like Buggy's actually really strong. Like he was able to lift Jinbei and Luffy no problem.
Yeah.
He was able to survive his own Muggy Ball, which took out an awakened Zoan in Impel Down. And like Mihawk threw it back at him, he got blasted, and then all he needed was some makeup and he looked perfectly fine. And then thereafter he lifted Jinbei.
Also, the fact that he was on Roger's crew as a kid and did not die. If he was weak, he would have died at some point. He was fighting against other emperors and like Whitebeard's crew and everything,
Yeah. So he has innate strength. It's very interesting. But there was something else that was noted. I think it's in chapter 19 when they did the flashback. I think the title of it was Devil Fruit. And Shanks says to Buggy, like when he after he eats the devil fruit, he's in the water, right? Shanks says like, wait, Buggy, you're a really good swimmer. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Oda has very rarely ever like highlighted that. The only other time he, besides Rayleigh, you know, we get an understanding of why he like conquers hockey, this and that. He's able to swim through a combo. The term being a good swimmer was only ever used again for Chimney. Chimney, who ended up saving Luffy in Enies Lobby in all the currents, and Oda in the SBS said that was only possible because she has fishman lineage or mermaid lineage in her. You can't see it, but she's mermaid.
Yeah,
And so I was like, Buggy, could there be a world where he's a fishman? And the explanation was like, I was like, all right, let me Google fishes. Let me Google fish or animals.
There's a fish that has a red nose.
It's literally the epithet of the fish is the red nose.
Okay, hold on. Let me look that
It's
up.
called the rummy tetra.
Okay.
And it's called the red nose.
Obviously not full fishman. I mean, not even half fishman like Derringer, but yeah, all right, there it is.
It even
like
has the clown stripes at the very end of it too, the tail.
And dude, I'll tell you what, like, if Jack can be a full-blooded fishman, and Jack pretty much looks exactly like just like a big human, really. He doesn't really seem like a fishman compared to the other ones we've seen. But Jack is. He's a full-blooded fishman. So you know what? If Buggy has like 1/8 fishman or mermaid blood in him or something, I could see that. I could see that. And I like that.
Also in chapter 19, something Oda did was very interesting. We know that when you're submerged in water, you lose your energy, right? Like you shouldn't be able to resurface, right? Even Jack couldn't do that. Right?
No, he can't. He could breathe, but he couldn't move.
Right. Yeah. And so in chapter 19, what we see is Buggy is submerged, and then he's thinking like, why do I feel like this? And then he resurfaces. He gets back to the surface, and then Shanks jumps in afterwards. So that's how it goes. And he falls into the water. The panel is completely submerged. And I even compared it to chapter 1 because people said like Luffy was like that. It's like in the manga they don't show that, and in the anime they show Luffy on the surface the entire time. But with Buggy, he goes below the surface. He's like, why do I feel like this? And then he goes back up, and he's like, gulp, and then he sinks back down.
The only thing with that is, I will say, since that was early on, there are a few instances where Oda does mess that up. The most famous one is when Mr. 3 was like floating on the water at Alabasta, and Oda has like, oh yeah, he was floating on. I love that because he said, oh yeah, he was floating on an extra piece of floaty wood, and he makes that canon because that was the wood that the Sunny uses to resurface after Fishman Island.
Right.
It's like he made a mistake canon. I love that. But yeah, I would say not that so much, but like I like the idea of the nose tying back to the fishman. Yeah.
See, and the thing is, the reason why it was like, you know, the Buggy one versus the Mr. 3 stands out to me is Mr. 3 in all regards isn't like an important character to like a Buggy extent.
ParVision, no.
like you know, the first chapters, especially the first few chapters, like Oda's putting extra, you know, attention to those, and with the Shanks and Buggy scenes, I feel like maybe he's looking at that. So I was thinking like Buggy being a fishman is really interesting. Where do you stand right now on the Buggy fish idea?
You're warming up to me with it. I honestly I am a fan of it. Buggy definitely, because that actually, I was rewatching the scenes in the flashback when Roger's crew and Whitebeard's crew fought each other in Odin's flashback. And I'm sitting there and I'm just thinking, Buggy is running around screaming his head off, fighting against some of the strongest pirates that have literally ever lived. I'm like, how did he ever survive through all of this?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And first off, Roger's a horrible parent figure. He's just like, all right, Shanks, Buggy, you're two like 8-year-old kids. All right, let's go fight. You know, like, but I'm thinking like there has to be more to Buggy. Like there's gotta be.
100%.
You know what I mean? 100%. And also the scene that always caused a lot of this was probably my first introduction to theories and arguments and stuff was when Mihawk cut Buggy at Marineford and he survived, and everyone's like, oh yeah, because he has the Barabaranum. He's like, yeah, but Mihawk uses hockey, and it's like, what if he separates before the blade comes in contact? That means Buggy can never be hurt by a blade, even if it has hockey. And I'm like,
right,
like I don't know, man. Yeah.
So the Buggy, okay, so all right, you're warming up to it, and yeah, Buggy's definitely has. So there's actually another thing that related to Buggy, but we'll get to that later. So
okay,
the other idea that similar. This video actually came before the buggy one. I used this video to prepare people for the buggy idea.
Yeah, it's like, hey guys, I got this idea. You're gonna need a video to introduce you.
And this video is arguably crazier than the buggy one, because a lot of people were like, you know what, I like this buggy one. And I was like, wait, you accepted this one but not the other one? But so the idea was that so I have this whole like Amatsuki Kozuki theory video where essentially I made this in Wano, and I was thinking about how it was weird that, you know, the poneglyphs were always touted to be Kozuki specific, Kozuki text, Kozuki clan.
They're the stonemasons that built them, yeah.
And the scripture, the poneglyph text is Kozuki specific. Their clan is the only one that knows it. And the thing is, we know the Kozuki existed from the Void Century, but it's weird to me that the Amatsuki clan also existed in the Void Century. But why would you make a text that they couldn't, like, we haven't heard of them being able to read? From all regards, like, Toki didn't interact with any of the poneglyphs.
I don't think Toki knew how to read them, no.
So, like, why when you think about it like that, and you think about, like, even in our world, whenever you develop a special, scripture that you're, like, people of your own land can't read, it's so that because you're on opposite sides of something. And I was thinking, like, what if the Amatsuki and Kozuki had a civil war, essentially? A civil war not unlike the long legs versus long arm, like, you know, fishmen versus people, like, very...
I'm just going to say, maybe this is where you're going with it. What if it was a war to decide if Wano was going to be isolated or opened? And then the Kozukis won, and so they were for isolation, kind of like Tokugawa and like the well, you know, the Tokugawa thing and during Edo, you know, and how that they won and they isolated everything, at the end of Warring States. Yeah, exactly.
So I was gonna make a feudal Japan specific video later, but the Amatsuki Kozuki thing, it's curious because, you know, a lot of people were based, you know how like Oda, every single island is specifically made based off of like a culture or a country, like Water Seven's like Florence. And so I pointed out that there's a lot of places in One Piece that are specifically has Japanese architecture, and it's very interesting. And people are like, well, it's a Japanese manga, of course it'd be. Like, no, he designs like this place to look like Italy, he designs this place to look like China, he designs this place to look like Russia. Why are these places specifically Japanese? And the specific ones, or the main one, was Marineford. Marineford is a crescent, and it's a crescent moon.
Oh, wow.
The shape of the
the island. Oh my god.
It's a crescent moon, and it's a metal crescent moon that they just made. And then the castle essentially looks like Odin's castle in Curry. It like basically is the same structure, just, you know, a little bit more modern looking. And so I was thinking, and I told you off call a little bit, but I'll bring it in, was that when we're thinking about like crazy structures to build, the world government has a bunch of them and you don't know why. And Impel Down is one of the craziest ones, where it's in the Calm Belt, it's like has sea stone incorporated in it. Sea stones ties it back to Wano, but then the architecture itself is so absurd, and we know that the Kozuki, or at least Wano, is the best like stone masonry people in the entire verse. So wouldn't it make sense if we're tying them to Marineford, maybe they're also Impel Down?
See, I don't know if they built stone, if they had sea stone built into the structure. I know they incorporated sea stone quite a bit because of the, you know, the shackles and the nets and everything. So I don't know if there's sea stone built in it. But yeah, we were talking about that, how you brought up the Kozukis, and something I said in a video a long time ago, which I believe the way that went, and I explained this to you, but I explained it to the chat, was that when I made my first Impel Down video ever, probably like 2017, I said that I had no idea how Impel Down was built. Like, how do you even build a place like that on the bottom of the ocean in the Calm Belt where all the Sea Kings nest? And I think a lot of people in the chat were like, oh, it was probably the fishmen and merfolk slaves that the government used to build them. And I'm like, that makes sense. And then I just started saying that as facts because it made the most sense to me.
Right.
Yeah.
And honestly, but the thing is, like, that could very well still be true, because I have a future video about how like Fishman Island and Wano, they're probably more connected than not, especially at the time. Impel Down, we don't even know how old it is. Like, it existed in full capacity when Morley, the giant...
Yes, I was just going to bring up Morley.
Yeah, it was in full capacity. They were imprisoned there 100 years ago. So it's like, I'm sure Impel Down wasn't built 100 years ago. It's probably built more than 100 years ago.
It might tie back, if we're talking about really long long and big construction projects, it might be concurrently to Tequila Wolf, which was around 700 years ago, because that's a giant bridge, and then that's a huge production, and then the prison. And so if you want to say that, yeah.
Yeah, and so here's another thing. So this is what this video is actually about. Did you know, and you might have seen this, on level 3, Starvation Hell of Impel Down, there is a very curious object there. And, you know, in the video, I accepted the possibility that it wasn't this, but I looked at it multiple angles, even in the colored version, the official colored version, they use the same colors.
I'm trying to think about level 3 here. Okay.
There's a panel, the very big introduction. We see like the cross. I'm trying to
we see a bunch of people that are like skulls, like that have been tied up to.
Yeah, and then there's like a cross like Yasue was on, and then on the right, if you're remembering the panel, there's a poneglyph just like inset into the thing.
Wow.
Yeah, and it has like the same scribbles. It's the same coloration as in the official colorations as all the other poneglyphs. And I'm just sitting there like, why is there this poneglyph there? And it was at a time where like they wouldn't have, you know, Luffy was looking for Ace. He's not gonna stop by like, oh look, Robin would have loved this, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. He's probably Luffy's not even gonna recognize it. He's probably not even. Well, he would recognize it, but he's not even gonna like care about that at that point. You know. He doesn't care.
Yeah. For someone asking the chapter, I believe it's 430 and might be around there. I'm pretty sure that's at least where Bon Clay
okay. And you know what's honestly weird? Because Impel Down is my favorite arc of all time. That is right around when I started reading One Piece Weekly. It was the chapter where Mr. 2 and Luffy defeat Minotauros. That was when I started reading.
530, not 430.
530. Okay.
Yeah.
So it all ties back. Okay, let me look here.
Yep. Oh, it was 530 exactly, right there.
530 exactly, from one hell to another. Okay,
yep.
That makes sense.
About midway into the chapter.
Oh, no shit. Yeah, no, it's right there. It's right there. It's like on a second tier.
Yeah.
It's above a jail cell.
And
like
it's
a little
inset, like in Shandora, they had like an inset poneglyph. It's very similar to that.
Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's a poneglyph, because there was that similar writing in around Shandora that was just like the scripture that was just etched into the wall. It wasn't like made a poneglyph, but still, that is weird that would be there. And this is 500 chapters into the story. Oda probably knows what that signifies by putting that there.
Yeah.
It's not like, you know, I just put it there because I thought it looked cool. I'm like, no, you're 500 chapters into your manga at this point. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, and like, you know, when the person in my Discord brought this to me, I forget the name, but I reference it in the video. So if you guys want to know who it is, go check out the video. But I looked at this, I looked at the anime, I looked at the coloration, and I'm like, all right, you can't just color it the same way too. Like that's kind of different. Yeah. It's that's way weird. Different once you like. I was looking at like, yeah, this text, like we don't even know if it's, but then they like the walls are like yellow, and then in the subset it's gray, and I'm like, wait, and then you color match it, and it's like basically the same color. I'm like,
I wonder how in the anime how they handle the coloring of certain things. Like if they actually ask Oda, like, what is this?
The anime I didn't even reference that because but the Shueisha official coloration, that's what I used when I color matched it.
Right. Yeah, the digitally colored.
Yeah. Okay. And so I was looking at this, and you know, people afterwards were like, hey, isn't that the same way Yasue was executed, like the cross, the way...
yeah, the dude that's up in the cross. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. It's a different kind of design. When Yasue was more of a traditional kind of crucifixion kind of situation.
And we don't know why Impel Down was made, but like something that way after, but in the video I kind of alluded to, was like it might have been that like Impel Down wasn't necessarily this nefarious thing, or maybe it was, or maybe it was made specifically for specific people. Like the samurais, they were starved, right? Like that's essentially how it was. So would it be crazy if the world government put various races on in these various hells, and this one was where the Kozukis were?
You can also kind of look at it like, yeah, it's a perfect place for a prison because there's like needles and beasts and stuff. But you can also kind of look at it like a trial, like a test.
Yes.
Going from level to like kind of like Dante's Inferno. It's a pilgrimage through hell and to achieve, you know, the peace of mind of heaven. You know, that's the whole point of that. And I love Dante's Inferno. And there's references to that, references to the Buddhist Naraka hell as well. But that's why I love Impel Down. It's like my favorite arc ever.
Yeah, there's still so many things, which is why I like want Impel Down 2.0. But the other one that actually the two things is this poneglyph, and then this other fact that like two people came to me separately and they were like, I don't know what to do with it, here you go. And I was just like, they're like, when you make something with it, just let me know. And then I was like, it was literally that day, I figured out, two people sent me the two things and they connect. It was the fact that that Magellan and like Magellan and Shiryu, their outfits, it's the same one as King's. King's wears the same.
Yeah. You know, every time that happens in One Piece, I always just say to myself, oh, Oda's just recycling the design. I don't sit down and think like, wait, no. Why do they have the same outfit? That there has to be a reason for that, you know?
Yeah. And the way I was connecting, it was like, well, when Queen talked about it, it's like the Lunarians survived all the hells. I was like, damn, then doesn't it make sense that like they were in Impel Down, like the Lunarians were put here?
Yeah, because they got thrown off of the Red Line, so maybe they built that place to, because the Lunarians are really strong.
Yeah.
So maybe the government's like, we'll build this place to throw all the Lunarians in, and just like, because, you know, we'll contain them there.
Yeah, and the Lunarians survived all of these hells, and that's how they became, you know, like known for this notoriety.
Good Lord, yeah.
Yeah, so, and so, again, the poneglyph existing here is why I was like, the larger theory being that the Amatsuki, so this is a huge tangent off of the buggy being a fish one, by the way.
Yeah, no, really, that's what One Piece really is.
Yeah,
though. It's just tangent upon tangent. Yeah.
So the idea was that we still don't know the Shodai Kitetsu, right? A lot of people say that the Philip or the Samurai Gandhi guy.
Gandhi, as it is, yes.
Right, and so what I was saying was that it could be, and this was before Hitetsu revealed himself to be Sukiyaki. I was saying that the Hitetsu Kotetsu lines could be pseudonyms for the lineage. And so what was interesting was Sukiyaki said that he was Hitetsu, who was a descendant of Kotetsu. But that's not connected to Kitetsu, the school of Kitetsu. And so for him saying that he's lineage-wise connected to Kotetsu, but not Kitetsu, I was saying, like, wouldn't that make sense that, like, Kitetsu was a different family, and the only family left that would make sense would be the Amatsuki. So what I was saying is that guy, the samurai guy, is an Amatsuki guy. And what I'm saying is that because the Amatsuki, when you look at their name, Amatsuki, Ama means or the kanji heavenly. And the thing is, we say celestial dragons, but it's actually heavenly dragon folk. It uses the same kanji, the ten kanji. Yeah. So what I was saying was that the Amatsuki might have been the defectors of Wano. They were one of the people that joined the celestial dragons. That guy is from Wano. That is the Shodai Kitetsu, which is an accepted theory at this point. But that would explain why Marineford has Wano structure. That would explain why Impel Down has Wano structure. That would explain why there's so many places the world government connects to that has Japanese structure if one of the people was from Wano.
The only thing about that is that if they are like defectors of Wano and they left, I think that wasn't there an Amatsuki that was a daimyo during the time of when Orochi's grandpa did all of that stuff. And now the Amatsuki, oddly enough, it's the Shimosukis control Hakumai and Ringo, and the Amatsuki clan disappeared. So I think that was one of the ones that died. And so the Shimosuke clan just took over those two regions. Yeah.
So I had a stream about how that happened and why it would make sense that there was an Amatsuki person there and they left. But like, and you think about like the Kurozumi, right? What I essentially say in that video was that what the Kurozumi experience now is probably a parallel of what someone experienced in the Void Century, and it's just history repeating itself.
It's all cyclical, yeah.
Yeah, and it could be that the Kozuki unintentionally were the ones that were in the Kurozumi situation, and they unironically did it again to the Kurozumi. And that lends itself to the idea that, like, when we talk about the clans, it's not like, you know, they hunted them, right? It wasn't that they were all deleted. There were some people that still stayed, and then we have Higurashi who just left, right? Like
Higurashi left. I'm assuming Seimaru also left with her Otama, her parents. Yeah. And I think people looked at those tombstones, and I think it's pretty clear that it's Otama is a Kurozumi.
And so this was the interesting thing was damn, I'm forgetting which sword it was. So you remember. So you bring up the perfect panel, the Amatsuki Daimyo panel. We got the silhouettes of the Daimyo, right?
Yes.
And we met all the other Daimyo, but we didn't meet the Amatsuki guy at all. which is very interesting that we didn't meet him, but we met all of the other ones. Even in the flashback, we saw the daimyo, but I don't think we even saw the Amatsuki one.
Oh, like, are you referring to the ones that were in the cave with Yamato? Because this would have been like 50 years before that. Like the ones that were the daimyos during the time of Orochi's grandfather.
Oh, yeah, true. So,
yeah, because there's different levels to this.
Yeah,
because Orochi's grandfather, that happened like 80,
a long
70
time ago.
years ago. Yeah, that happened.
So in the video, I'm hazy on this part, but I think the silhouette of the Amatsuki daimyo actually connects to the you remember how Oda personified Zoro's swords?
Yeah.
And the
I'm
Wado
I'm looking at the silhouette right now.
Okay, so the Wado Ichimonji was Kozuburo, right? Because he made the Wado, right? And then the Shusui was also made or personified, which at the time I didn't have the answer, but then someone made me realize, was like, wait, that looks exactly like Magai from the Whitebeard Pirates. The silhouette of Shusui looks like Magai. So I was like, that's interesting, because now we know that the Kozuburo made Wado, so that's why he looks like that. That's why when Oda personified it, it looks like that. But at the same time, Sukiyaki made the Sandai Kitetsu, right? He made the Sandai Kozuburo.
No. Sukiyaki made the Sandai Kitetsu.
Yes, Sandai Kitetsu, but he made it in the image of the original Kitetsu, I believe is what it was said. Whereas the Nidai Kitetsu was separate, right? Because it was made by someone else, apparently an ancestor. But the Sandai was made after the image of the Shodai. When you look at the silhouette of the Sandai, it actually, if you just I think it's the top knot is still there. It looks very similar to the Amatsuki daimyo person.
Let me pull that up, because I'm seeing the Amatsuki daimyo, the silhouette. I'm just on the wiki right now.
Yeah.
Like, it's like Sandai Kitetsu.
So for the viewers, when you go to the video, I put them side by side so you could see.
Oh my god, yeah, it is. It's there. The ears are a little bit more pointed on the Amatsuki daimyo, but other than that, it kind of lines up. The face structure, the top knot, it's kind of there.
So basically, the Kitetsu line might just be the Amatsuki. That guy, the Gorosei guy, might be an Amatsuki member, and then that would explain also why Toki was transported and she didn't know what Wano looked like. Her parents told her about Wano, but she just was like, I need to go to Wano, but she was transported off the island, and we know how she was
not from Wano originally. I mean, what her family was.
Yeah.
So how would that line up with like Samurai Gandhi's name? Because it's probably a planet. Because the naming theme. So
now that we have this guy, it
all connects. We finally reached it.
Now that we have this name, I'm like, I think the planet ones where it's like Saturn, and then I think a lot of people say that person would be Mars because of
a lot of people wanted Samurai Gandhi to be Mars.
Yeah, so like, the way I'm seeing it right now is, yes, all the names have Latin connections, but maybe not all of them do. And it's interesting there because Oda also might do a musical thing for a different aspect. So
yeah, I saw that too, the Jay Garcia thing. Also, you just got to look from and you brought this up in your video, and it's pretty obvious. He didn't use Neptune, he used Poseidon, and that's he used Neptune for something else. Uranus is Cassius, and like different Yeah, so like it'll be interesting to see, where are we at? Oh god, we're at 320. We're pretty deep into this. Yeah, we're trucking along here.
Yeah, so let me just sift through a few of these and see if okay, so then here's what we'll do. We'll talk about the video that I just made, that you just saw, and then we'll come back to a few other ones that we could just like go through quickly so I can hit you with them. Oh, actually,
go for it,
actually, I didn't even finish the Buggies of Fish ones.
I was gonna say, man, it's just like that's what happens when I'm on streams. It splits off. You can have an agenda. It could just split off into a million different.
Yeah. So real quick to connect the Amatsuki to the Amatsuki idea, what I was essentially highlighting in that video more than anything was that in the Void Century, there was a bunch of civil wars. Every nation essentially had a civil war one way or the other. We don't even know if the Giants had a civil war of some regard,
including America.
Yeah, like
it's just everybody.
Yeah, exactly. In our world, and Oda reflects it, right? So like the Giants.
Yeah, that's how he does it. Yeah,
Giants could have had
from our world. Yeah,
the Giants could have had a war against the ancient Giants, or a war against the Yeti Cool Brother Giants. giants, because we don't know what kind of giants.
The Yetis, who there's just Yetis, and that's never really been explained on where they come from.
Exactly. Yeah. And there's a few other that, you know, I point out in terms of Civil War, but the craziest one is that Oda clarified there was a 1,000-year war between the long leg and the long arm that predated the Void Century. So like there were a lot of those. And something with Fishman Island was very interesting to me, because we have Fishman and Mermaid living together, but they're not exactly the same. They can procreate together, but they are different in the sense like mermaids have like a voice of all things built into them, but fishmen don't, and that was said separately. And mermaids are better swimmers than fishmen, but fishmen were noted to be the stronger ones at the same time. And you know, it was ironic because it'd be when Den in chapter 616, he's like, I don't know why humans all, like, you know, you guys fight each other over the smallest things, whereas we're all different, we just live harmoniously. I'm like, what if they didn't? What if they had a civil war? And something that was interesting to me was the royal family. If you remember the royal family, besides Otahime, which King Neptune... Oh,
you mean the Ryugu Kingdom royal family?
Yeah, okay, Ryugu Kingdom. Yeah. The royal family there, they're all mermaids. Besides Otahime. Yeah. So, and
they kind of have the fishmen living off in their... I mean, they can come into the city, but they have the fishman district, and it's like...
Otahime specifically was a goldfish man or fish woman. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But or was she a mermaid? No, she was.
She was a goldfish mermaid. Yeah.
She was a mermaid. So they were all. They were all.
Yeah. Otahime was a mermaid.
Yeah. Yeah. So they were all mermaids, right? And the thing about that is the way that the lineage is supposed to work. It's this RNG. You're not supposed to be able to choose. Like, how does that work? And that was really odd to me. It's like, wait, we're seeing that in the royal family, there is a bias towards mermaids. Why? And then that's when we get to the name of the kingdom, Ryugu Kingdom, Ryugu Palace. On top of it, they have a dragon, despite dragons not existing. And Ryugu means Imperial Dragon Kingdom, Imperial Dragon Palace. And then the story of how a dragon became a dragon in a lot of people's carp is that they ascended the waterfall, right? Yeah. Right above Fishman Island is Mer Joie, and right above them are celestial dragons, right? So when they became the heavenly dragon folk. And when has Oda ever thrown a tribe name at us and it didn't just mean directly what it meant? The heavenly dragon folk might just be relating to dragon fish. And the reason why I say dragon fishman is because Kaido's fruit is classified as a fish fruit mythical model dragon, which would imply that yes, the dragons existed because that's how lineage factors work.
Obviously, that's how it has to do. Yeah.
But because he classified it under as fish, that would imply that there were fish dragons, and dragons are fish, which all fishmen, when we look at fish, they're fish of all sorts. They're not, we haven't seen a whale fish, but they're fish. So where are the dragon fish?
What if they're the Sea Kings or the descendants of the Sea Kings?
Yes.
I mean, like the dragons, they started out as dragons, but over like evolution, they became Sea Kings.
And that is where, what if they were persecuted in some way? Like there was some kind of separation. We're seeing the mermaids there, the fishmen there, but dragon fishmen. And so that's where I was thinking, like, what if not all the celestial dragons need to be fishmen, but like the curtain that they pull in front of everybody and the irony that they put the fishmen down is that they themselves, the progenitors of this, were fishmen.
I do think it's going to come down to like how all the races of the One Piece world were all one at one point. You could say the moon, you could say from somewhere, because they can mingle. Like the giants and fishmen can get together and make a wonton. It's like that's
exactly.
A thing. So yeah. But yeah, that would be the perfect, like, oh yeah, celestial dragons have the lineage of a fishman or a merfolk, and so that's the reason why they oppress them so much. And so, God, can you imagine if that's like if the Tenryubito from now found out about that?
Yeah,
they'd lose their minds. They would like go insane from that, And it's just like, yeah, you're not better than anyone else. It's all connected,
Yeah, and so I'm not saying all the celestial dragons, but like
Icarus
that's where
was a squid, not a yeah, okay, fine, whatever. Yeah. Okay.
True, and that's where it's interesting because Oda put in, and this is why like a lot of my videos connect, that Chimney Point. Chimney looks like a normal human, only two generations apart,
Yeah,
normal person.
She's a quarter mermaid.
So
and
then
she looks like a normal human. Yeah,
the celestial dragons could easily be that after 800 years of procreating, easily.
Yes.
And that would explain why, you know, they have like the Freudian slip of wanting mermaid slaves. That's why they're priced so high, you know. And then also I thought it was odd that Mosgard, this was just a crazy, like, it's small thing, but when you nitpick it, he came to Fishman Island on a destroyed ship. Everybody else died except for him at the depths of the ocean. How does a celestial dragon do that?
Happen? Somebody that's been pampered their entire lives and just like, oh yes, bring me my caviar. Yeah, but he survives and all the experienced crewmates die.
Yeah, and what Oda clarified is like even a little bit of that fishman lineage could make you a great swimmer. That's all it takes. If it's there, that's all that matters. And there was a few other things with the celestial dragon, but like I think where I ended the video was like Eames' design. I have so many videos on Eames' design or what they might look like, and it's always changing. But it was always curious when Oda put out Road to Laugh-Tale. We got Kaido's dragon hybrid forms, and I think a lot of people like the long neck version.
Yeah, I saw that one. Yeah.
But if you think about why Oda might not have used that, hey, if a dragon fishman existed, it probably looks like that. And if Eames a dragon fish, you would want to hide that design. It wouldn't, you know, if Kaido in his hybrid looked like Eames, that would be really weird, but this would hide the surprise. So I wouldn't be surprised if Eames kind of looks like a dragon fishman. So now
that would, oh dude, you know what, because I've come up with a bunch of crazy ideas for Eames. I think we all have, like Eames a ghost, Eames like some sort of like otherworldly alien being. I think the more shocking thing was like Eames takes off the cloak and Eames just a fishman, or a merman. That would be the thing that's like, holy crap, that means so much. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Oh. All right, so how do you feel about the celestial dragon fishman theory?
I like it.
You like it? All right.
I like it.
Does that elevate the buggy is a fish one?
I'm okay. I'm on board with the buggy as a fish.
All right, cool.
I gotta tell you, like, whenever I come up with, like, I sit down and try to think of a theory, I kind of sort of have this block where I'm like, once I reach a certain point, like, I can't go that with it. You know, I gotta rein it in a little bit. I gotta get rid of that. I gotta get rid of that. Let's explore crazy, like, you know, buggy. Yeah, that makes sense from your logic. Yeah.
It's so much more fun. That's what I said. Like when I joined the community, I had no idea about anything, and so people said like it's a breath of fresh air and stuff like that. I didn't know what that meant, and I'm just like here just saying random things. And whenever someone says like the craziest idea, let me tell you some of these W's here. Let me hit you with my current favorite one.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard the whispers recently.
Go ahead.
Mihawk is a sword. That is a theory. You have not heard that.
I haven't heard of it. I haven't heard of it.
Would it? The thing is,
so
does it sound absurd to you? Mihawk is a sword.
No, like it was a sword at one point that ate some kind of human fruit and became the Mihawk we know. I mean, that's one. I mean, human fruits exist, so any object becoming a human is not weird at this point in One Piece.
What if it wasn't a fruit? What if it wasn't a fruit? Do you still see that possibility?
You'd have to explain it a little bit.
Okay.
Here's the thing, you got to understand. This is One Piece, all right? Oda's incorporated time travel, future technology, ancient weapons, space. You know, like, you could give me anything, and I'd be like, all right, that fits, sure. So go ahead.
So the thing is, I made this video a year ago. This is before the Jay's Reverie, and so in the first minute of my introduction, I said, "If you guys heard the craziness of," I'm gonna hit you with another one. Zoro is a plant, Mihawk is a sword, and Vanderdecken is a mushroom. You probably heard it from my channel.
I remember that. I think I remember you saying that. Yeah.
So the Mihawk is a sword one. I had a bunch of evidence, and the thing is, would it be crazy to tell you it's now canon, officially canon?
I mean, I would believe it.
Chapter 1076. What is Mihawk? The Mihawk that's in the chapter. What is he?
Oh, he's a literal sword.
He's a literal sword
of the dice fruit. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure.
So that to me, that's foreshadow for the real thing where I'm saying what I'm actually saying. And there are many ways Oda can execute on this. I'm saying that Mihawk is literally a supreme grade black blade sword. Whether he is the Yoru, like he is the spirit of Yoru, whether the Yoru.
So we're going Bleach angle with it. Like
yes.
Mato spirit kind of situation. All right. Okay.
And the way I saw it was the chapter, this was made after chapter 1033 essentially, where Kozuburo explains to us what Enma is, what Enma does. Enma put a test on Zoro, right? Testing out his haki. This test was so powerful. This sword, just by being held, could kill our main character. We just talked about how Zoro is like this undefeatable dude, right? And yet a sword almost deleted him from the show. Just straight up killed him. King, the fight was there, but it was mainly Enma.
It was the weirdest thing when we found out about Enma. Changed a lot of shit, because it was like, all right, this is a blade now that has a direct connection to haki, and it's like, all right, this thing has to have some level of sentience or awareness to itself. It doesn't make any sense otherwise. So, and there's been theories like, oh, it has a zone or something, but it's just like, no, this could work. Like, I think I even referenced like, oh, okay, we're just going Bleach with it. I'm like, all right, fine.
Yeah, I made the same.
Again, it fits in the story. I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Right. So then we have Enma, who's not a supreme grade. It's just an excellent sword, by the way, not a black blade.
Yeah, Owazumono. Yeah.
Not even considered a cursed sword, I don't think. Though it had the manifestations of a cursed sword.
And Kozuburo clarified also, like, cursed blades are not what everybody thinks they are. So it might be all the cursed blades might just have some kind of spirit with them. So like Kikoku, which is laws, maybe.
Yeah. And so if this isn't even a supreme blade, it's not even a black blade, what could we see from a supreme and black blade level? And then the thing is, we've seen Mihawk with that sword, and the thing is, what I recontextualized was the B.D.A arc. When you look at what Mihawk did, it was essentially a test, a very similar test than what Enma did. Is Mihawk was trying to see if Zoro was important enough, not important enough, what was the correct person, right? He's testing
worthy.
His will. Worthy, that's the right word. And then once he tested him with his Kogata, his mini blade, his kitchen knife.
Oh yeah, the little knife thing he has. Yeah. He eats takoyaki with. I don't know the name of it.
Yeah. I think it's Kogata. I forget.
Yeah, but probably. Yeah. It sounds,
and so he tested him, and then he's like, you know what? You are worthy. You have the willpower. You have the thing. I'm gonna test you with my main blade, essentially. Right, but the thing is, like Mihawk, what Kozuburo says in 1033 is that a sword can see into you. A sword will test you, and then also there was like one other thing, and if you take those lines, that's exactly what Mihawk did. Mihawk saw into Zoro, but then once he recognized that he was good enough, he didn't want to end Zoro. He said, "Listen, you need to grow one day so that you can best me." And that's like such an odd thing, because if he's the world's greatest swordman, why would he want to essentially groom someone into being his person who defeats him? And what I was saying is, it kind of would make sense if Mihawk himself was a sword. And the thing was that if you think about like the Enma, right? The Enma was like out there being restricted from people. No one could wield it. But the thing is, when you're talking about One Piece and objects, think about the Going Merry. The Going Merry wants to be used, right? And it was happy to be used. Kozuburo is explaining the same thing. Swords are meant to kill. If you're not killing, if you're not using it, it's not gonna be a sword. That's not a sword at that point.
It's meant to, yeah.
So a sword is meant to like essentially be used. And
draw blood. It's meant to do that. Yeah.
Right. And the amount of what's it called? The willpower that we saw in Enma. I would imagine that if Enma was not wielded for a very, very long time, had not found a proper owner, what would happen to a supreme grade sword that had not found its own owner? And then I was thinking, like, maybe it manifested its own will to wield itself.
You know
and
what?
Was seeking the best swordsman.
I like that, because it also helps explain, because I think a lot of people were upset when, not maybe upset, but like when Zoro was training with Mihawk for the time skip, he asked him to train him. A lot of people were like, well, that's weird, because that's Zoro's dream, is to defeat Mihawk, and now he's teaching him, like, at this point in the story. Like, are they going to still fight at some point? Like, what's going to happen? But now, if you're thinking about it from the perspective of Mihawk just being a sword, and also Mihawk doesn't really have a lot of friends. He lives alone on that island. He doesn't have a crew. He just kind of is on his own solitary sort of mission up until recently with the Cross Guild and everything. I don't know.
Yeah, and so the tagline is, Oda would never be lying. He said Mihawk was the world's strongest swordsman, right? Yeah. I'm saying Mihawk is the world's strongest sword man.
I get that sword, man. Yeah. Also, like, a big question I had for a long time was, where does the Yoru even come from? Did Mihawk? I don't think Mihawk made it, so that means he might have gotten it from his master. Don't know who that might have been. That sword could be like 500 years old or something, and then just like it manifested, like you said, and then wow, I don't know about that one. I might have to think about that one a little bit.
So I would implore you to go watch that video. My next video adds on to it, but in a different angle, because a few of my videos, it ties it with the eyes. So the eyes thing is really important to me. That was one of my first theories as well. What I link the eyes to, actually, real before that, in the Barate arc, there was 2 lines that would be completely missed. But when Oda said this, and you just like read the story, it's like, oh yeah, that's cool. One with the sword, whatever. But there was multiple times when Zoro just referred to Mihawk as a sword. Like, it wasn't that like, oh, this is the slash of the greatest swordsman. And he's like, no, this is the world's strongest sword. And then Mihawk also says about himself, he's like, best this blade. He not swordsman. And I'm like, that wouldn't perturb you while you're reading it. But then if it ends up being that Mihawk is a sword, you would go back and you look at the lines and be like, it was there the entire time. He called himself a blade. Zoro called himself a thing. When he was about to die, he said, I'm about to die from this sword. It was 3 times.
And also, like, just from like the aesthetic point of view too, I mean, you could just say it's Mihawk's fashion, but like if we're looking at it from a Bleach perspective, like if you look at the way that Yoru looks and the way that Mihawk is designed, I mean, he looks like the spirit of the damn sword. I mean, the design is pretty much like spot on. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And so where was the next jumping point that I was gonna say?
I don't know.
I forget where it was. After the Mihawk is a sword, there was something I was gonna say, and then right before it, oh, the eyes. So the double layered eyes one. This was actually kind of like loosely allowed me to predict that Gear 5 would have ringed eyes, like a different set of eyes.
Yeah.
So the double layer eyes, the way I saw it was that I think it indicates multiple wills. Like a will is inside something else, or it's possessing it. So I was using Mihawk as the jumping point, and this was like 2021 video. And so, that wasn't, I didn't have this Mihawk as a sword idea then. I kind of left it as like, maybe Mihawk is possessed by something, which is why he was able to become the world's greatest swordsman at such a young age. It would make sense that he would have some kind of mentor or some kind of spirit that's backing, kind of like an isekai kind of situation where it's like, like,
yeah, because we did see him as a kid, Oda did draw him as a,
right. And so and so with what's it called, the eyes thing, we have Cavendish and Hakuba. When Cavendish goes into his hybrid, like he's fighting both sides, he gets the the double ringed eyes as well. So there you go, 2 wills inside of one body. Then we have the Eam one, which I don't explain prior, but have you guys know, I think I have the answer in my next video, which is why Mihawk's sword connects to it. And after making this video, I sat back and I was like, I think this is my favorite video that I made. Like, it's so connected. I'm just like, okay, I don't think I've sat back from one of these videos and I'm like, I love this, and until this one. But the other thing was, there's an entire race with double ringed eyes. Do you know about them? Double layered eyes. Entire race
with the double layered eyes. Yeah. Are they the automata?
No, okay. This is the one that most people miss when they talk about it.
I'm trying to think of races in One Piece that don't show up that often.
I'll give you a hint. They're not
the
always
space foxes.
Like no, okay. But they're not always in this state.
Is it a race that shows up like? Is there a character that's like a prominent character in the story that's a representative of this race? Okay.
Multiple.
Okay. I don't know.
The Sulong. The minx. When the minx.
So that's when they go into a specific form.
Yes,
okay,
yes.
The Sulong, yeah.
So when they go into Sulong, they get the same double layered eyes as Mihawk and Eam. The red double ringed eyes. And the way that was explained to us was they get the memories of the moon. Their feral ancestors essentially possess them. And so that now we have multiple fronts where there's some kind of other will, whether in most cases external. We don't know Cavendish's situation, but some sort of external will is inhabiting this body, and then when that happens, you get double layered eyes. And the thing is, that's why when Luffy got it, the way the awakening, right? We learned that Zoan fruits have a will. And so then I was like, okay, well, if their wills align, it wouldn't be a double layered eye, it would be a ringed eye. And I said that on the call to Brago, Joyboy Theories, and Artur. And this is before the reveal. And they're like, that's abstract. That's really interesting. And then it happened. I was like, yo, that's crazy. And then you look at Robin. Robin also gets it when she in Demonio Floors.
In Demonio, yeah. There's a lot of... So I remember making a video, because when Eam showed up, and we saw Eam's eye, everyone was like, Eam and Mihawk have to be related, because Eam has the ringed eyes, Mihawk has the ringed eyes. So I made a whole video about this, and I was like, I at the time, I was completely under the impression, like, the eye thing probably, because Oda tends to do that with characters to denote shock.
Yes.
So I just looked up my folder from when I made that video. Some of the examples in here were Caribou. Caribou has it.
Yes, I have
Corona
a Caribou.
has it at one point when she's shocked. I think Nami at one point has it. Zunisha, though.
Yes.
When Zunisha, we actually see, because the eyes are usually silhouetted, but when the eye focuses, we see that there. That is interesting.
So I think the way I've one I would love it if you could share that folder, because I had my Discord collect a bunch too. The Caribou one, I made a separate video, because the thing about Caribou is in chapter 1020 as well. When Luffy is off of the island Onigashima, and he's getting the food from Caribou refers to his devil fruit as a person. He says that my ability is like it's like somebody with a bottomless stomach.
Yeah.
And so that's where I was like, okay, so this is a person who might have a possession. And the thing about it was, I have
the idea is like the fruit has an actual, like, because I just did a whole video about that, like the sentience of like, all fruits, not just zones, Paramecia Logias, they all have something going on.
Right. And so in Caribou's case, I have a whole video on Caribou, which a lot of people give me flack for just making a Caribou video, but I make videos whatever I want to.
Make video about everything. Make video about trees. Make a video about any character.
Yeah.
Any character.
And I thought Caribou, this was before we found out that Caribou was sitting in on the conversation about Pluton in Onigashima. Yeah. I was saying that he'd probably sit on that conversation, but the thing that I was saying was that in Fishman Island, Luffy with observation hockey said that Caribou was a wild animal. That's how his senses regarded him.
Saying like some wild animals here.
So that was very odd to me, because we know Luffy can sense people, like he can sense Caribou, but he constantly refers to him as a wild animal, and that's like, does that allude to the devil fruit? Is Luffy sensing like the Caribou? The devil fruit's willpower? Is his devil fruit what we think it is? And so there's a whole video explaining that line of logic. Zunisha, yes, very, very good point. And so I talk about the double layered eyes because I think I might have figured out where Eam connects to that finally with all these theories. I'm trying to think with the other examples. Yeah, there's a few other ones.
Yeah, and here's the thing, there are differences, because one of the examples I used was Big Mom when she was in her cake frenzy, but it's not the same. The cake frenzy Big Mom, it's like there's like 10 rings. It kind of looks like the Rinnegan from Naruto.
Yes.
But it's a different kind of design. It's not the same thing.
No, we gotta transition into this one. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna give you guys a teaser. There's a teaser into the video. I know some of you guys also noticed this.
Dun, dun, dun.
When Big Mom puts a strong will, strong soul into specific homies. I think the specific chapter would be chapter 1030 or 1031, where Big Mom has Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus, not Zeus, Hera, I believe.
Hera.
They're all on the panel against Kid and Law. Look at their eyes. They also have the ringed eyes. And like Tekking mentioned, Big Mom in her frenzy has the multiple ringed eyes. What I'm saying for those is that that's like a will that has overtaken the person. And now you're probably wondering, wait, Big Mom, how would that make sense? She's her own person, right? The thing is, we there's some nuance there. She ate people, first of all, so that
implied part.
Yeah, I mean, Oda doesn't write cannibalism into his story. That's crazy talk. The major thing being that all things in One Piece have souls. All things in One Piece have souls. The voice of all things. So in those examples, when you put a strong will into those objects, having the ringed eye implies that, yeah, there's multiple wills inside of this object now. So it would make sense why there is ringed eyes in some, but then the lesser ones, like even King Bomb, I don't think had ringed eyes. But the reason why he didn't is probably because the soul of that tree wasn't the same regard as Enma or the Yoru, right? Like these named objects. And so here's another theory. I think we were gonna go to 1076, but then we just went a different direction. I'm liking it.
Of course, yeah. That's how we, yeah.
So real
if anything
quick,
I say helps a jumping off point for you, that's great.
Yeah, real quick. All right, so Mihawk is a sword. Where are you now on that? It's seeping in.
I got to be honest with you. I got to go to the kitchen and cook on that for a little
bit.
Right. I got to think about it for a bit because that's a big jump.
Yeah, but let that video play out for you.
Do I think it's feasible in One Piece? Sure, absolutely. I'd have to really think about because the first things, the hangups that I would get with it is Oda specifies, Mihawk's age is 44 years old. He drew him as a kid. He needs to drink. He needs to eat. So I was like, okay, what's that? That would be my immediate questions.
Okay, so to answer those, I'm glad. And if you end up watching the video and if you have any questions, DM me immediately.
I will.
The child thing, the way I talked about it in the video was that it's not absurd to think about like the Going Merry when the Caboterman showed up. It was a child, right? What if that Caboterman grows up? Like, what if that also age up? These are manifested wills. Why couldn't it just age?
Another thing connected to that is they clearly had to use Mihawk's DNA to make S-Hawk.
Right.
So that's another. So he has to have blood.
Yeah. And so when we look at something like Papagu, right? Papagu willed himself to become a human-esque thing, right? The way I see it is if the will is strong enough, it'll happen. And the thing is, we accept the reverse. Why do we accept the reverse? Devil fruits. We just got the explanation from Vegapunk that the way Vegapunks work, or not Vegapunk, the way devil fruits work is they were the potential evolution for humanity. If someone thought they were this or it's something they thought were that, then that is a potential branch for humanity. And what do we get? Mr. One's fruit. That implies that a person believed that they were a blade and allowed that form of evolution to occur. So why couldn't that happen in reverse if that soul was strong enough to happen?
I'd be 100% with that. It would be in that context, I would look at it like Mihawk is not some kind of ethereal spectral ghost entity. Like the will of Yoru literally created a like a baby was born, and that was Mihawk, and he grew up.
Yeah.
Okay, that I would be okay with. That I think makes way more sense from looking at it from that perspective.
Yeah. So in the end, at the end of the video, like I said, with something like this, there's a few ways Oda can go with it. I personally have a feeling Mihawk might not. He might even be not Yoru. Like he could be a different sword, entirely, and just a supreme grade black blade. Because there's more supreme blades that we just don't know of that are in existence.
Oh my god! Now that I'm thinking about that, if Yoru's will creates just a baby to be born to grow up and wield Yoru,
Kogata.
We know there's a baby, Shanks in a treasure chest, and then Uto was in a treasure chest, and I'm just thinking, wait a second, what if that was just those they were born through wills, and then that's how they were created. And then
no, I gotta hit you with this.
Shanks.
This isn't even a video.
Okay.
This is just something that happened in the recent chapters. When Bonnie turned Vegapunk into a child, what happened? What came out of Vegapunk?
Gems, jewels. There was the diamonds, but also some I don't know. Turquoise.
What happens if? We were told that the power is temporary, but what happens to those jewels? How do you?
Yeah, I thought about that too. What happens? Do they just no matter where Vegapunk is, do they just float and just go back into him or whatever?
So those treasure chests that have kids coming out of it, could those just be jewels that were a long time ago, were just offset of Bonnie's powers?
It makes more sense than a bunch of people randomly throwing children in treasure chests all over the story.
I saw your video of yours. I was just
I love that.
I liked where you went, and you guys should go watch that video because what you said made a lot of sense about the heavenly tribute aspect of it.
Yeah. That's the first thing I went to. Yeah.
Yeah, and everything around that. But like you said, there's still other explanations, and I just sat there with the Julie Bonnie thing, and the fact that both of us were like, what happens to these jewels? Like,
Yeah,
they're the
what happens
experiences
to
of
jewels
people
here. You know, do they just go back into the person? Do they just float back into them? Like, what is it?
yeah, or like
Yeah.
what happens if Vegapunk died, right? In that situation, what happened? The jewels just dissipate, or do they stay? The experiences, the jewels, what happened?
Yeah, can somebody else pick them up and put in? How do you do it? I don't
So
know.
could it be possible, like, is it like the Horcruxes from Voldemort? Like, if you scattered the jewels and then brought them together, could like a person spawn out of it?
It is a weird, and I get it. Part of it is a play off of her name, Jewelry Bonnie.
Yeah.
I get it. But is that the only reason? Because it's the most random thing in the world. You
Yeah.
stab somebody with something, and then jewels pop out.
Yeah.
You know, and if somebody ate that fruit that didn't have the name Jewelry Bonnie, it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It'd be like, why does that happen? That's the most random thing ever.
Yeah, like
You
not
know?
even Guild Tesoro could eat it because his name isn't Gold Tesoro, right? Like
Yeah, it's a gold Tesoro. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it's interesting because like you said, I think I like making videos on the mysteries that Oda left, and like people are just like, yeah, that's just One Piece, right?
We're gonna be dissecting this story 10 years. I don't think I have to worry about One Piece ending. There's still a bunch of mysteries that need to be solved.
Oh,
And Oda's
100%.
Oda's gonna sit down after the story and be like, I left like 1,000 hidden messages. Go and have
Yeah. He's just gonna leave, like, he'll tweet out. He'll finally get a Twitter, which I think he kind of already has, by the way. But he'll just tweet out like, you guys missed something in chapter 504, and then we're like, what?
It's on. Okay, the mission is on.
That would be so much fun if that was the case. Like afterwards, he's like, I've never heard anyone talk about chapter 13.
Somebody said, what about Blackbeard's rings? That's a theory that I haven't seen in a while. The idea that Blackbeard's rings have devil fruit powers, and that's how he gave them to. Yeah, I like that theory actually, because it's just cool. Like, you could just, if you know how to turn a devil fruit into an object, you could just, in theory, wear rings, especially if you could turn paramecias. Then you just, bam, you know?
Right. Or and on the flip side, maybe those rings may be connected to rocks somehow. Like,
exactly. There
we,
you go.
We don't know if Bonnie's fruit existed in some capacity back then. Maybe there's some.
Yeah,
connection.
rocks, and rocks are sometimes like a term for like gems or diamonds. You know, yeah.
Yeah. There's so many ways.
Dude, Par, you have too much. Your vision is too much. Oh, your vision.
When you came and you said like, man, like sometimes I have these ideas and then I just like block them out.
Rein them in because they're too weird.
Don't do it. Yeah. Don't do it. We got
keep going.
Yeah,
keep
go.
Going.
Just listen to that voice in your head that's like that's telling you to stop, and then just remember, don't stop. Just keep
Frankie is a marshmallow.
Let's
go with it.
all right. The Vanderdecken.
Frankie said that his least favorite food is marshmallows. So, like.
There's so many of those. There's so many of those that are just like, oh my god. Like okay. I think this one is probably the easiest one to explain, but also the funniest one, and it's like a mystery to me. Vanderdecken is a mushroom. Does that make sense to you?
No, not at all.
Not at all? Okay.
Not at all.
All right, so this is how it goes.
If you said Django was a mushroom, then I'd buy it.
Yeah, man, he had mushrooms growing off of him. The thing is, okay, so Vanderdecken is a catfish, or not catfish, a cat shark, essentially, a Japanese cat shark.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember the exact one he was.
So that's why he has the whiskers, because it's a Japanese cat shark. It's interesting that Oda chose like a Japanese specific thing for Vanderdecken, who's arguably the most hated villain in especially in Fishman Island.
I mean, like who else is up there? Caesar's up there. You know, Caribou's up there.
Vanderdecken is a little.
Vanderdecken, he did some really,
a little. There's in terms of like, you know how like Oda brings back like Lucci, for example. Now we're allying with him, and it's like people can't fathom Luffy teaming up with someone as heinous as Lucci, right? He did it with Crocodile. He did it with like a bunch of other things, right?
Yeah, that's why when they teamed up, I really wasn't like, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Luffy. I don't see a problem with that.
So me and Sai, another character, we were saying that, and then people were like, no, Lucci's irredeemable. I was like, listen, like Luffy's a pirate. Like he doesn't care. Like Frankie beat up Usopp. Like what do we? Like, he's still on the crew, right? And so where was I with this? Oh, Vanderdecken
mushroom. Yeah,
Vanderdecken mushroom. So he is a fishman, right? Fishman.
Yep.
Upper body, lower body man, upper body fish, right? That's kind of how those things break down.
The general vibe. Yeah, still have like a walking on two legs, but just like fish features.
Walking on two legs. How many legs does Vanderdecken have?
Oh, like 8.
He has 4.
Yeah,
He has four legs.
Okay. Okay.
But
That's weird.
what man has two legs? And that's a fishman. It's not. See, the thing is, there are merman. Like I think Icarus and no. Hyozo, the octopus, the blue ringed
Yeah,
octopus.
Hyozo was octopus.
And
yeah,
he's
yeah.
a merman, so that's why
Yeah,
he had
merman.
tentacles, 8
That makes
tentacles,
sense,
right?
yeah.
And then we look at Icarus, someone brought him up. He is a squid fish man, so he has 2 legs, but he has 4 arms to make the 6
Yes,
legs.
yes.
So Vanderdecken is a Japanese catfish fish man. Men don't have 2 legs. Is
Maybe
there a
his-
race in One Piece that has 4 legs?
I don't think we've met a centaur race yet. I mean, hold on. I'm going through the list here. I know it exists. It's obvious. I'm just blanking on it right now.
No,
There's
it's
a
not
lot of them in One
obvious.
Piece.
It's not
Oh, it isn't?
obvious. It's not
Alright.
obvious. It came up in one panel, a very in-your-face panel, though. I'm gonna paint the picture because I think this is more fun. I'm gonna paint the
Okay.
picture. Big Mom. She had a book of races. The first page.
Long-lived humans. There
No,
we go.
no, not that one.
Wait.
The
Zebra.
no.
no.
I think it's the page after that. Right after
Oh
that,
God.
there was
I don't.
Kinokobito, the race of mushroom people. They were also on the slave auction thing, and those are the only race in the entire series that have 4 legs. Look it up, Kinokobito, One Piece Wiki.
Hold on. Wait, no. I don't remember that from the auction list. I gotta.
I'm pretty sure it was in the
I believe
auction.
you, but I gotta check that.
I'm pretty sure it was in the auction list at the very bottom.
Okay, at the bottom it says other rare species.
Okay.
So that implies, though, at least. I mean, like, Lunarians are not on there,
right,
but if
right.
a Lunarian ever showed up at the auction house, obviously they're gonna, yeah. So, interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what page it was. It's somewhere in Hokkaido, obviously. It's like probably
So,
around
yeah,
like
with
8:30.
with
Kinokobito.
that- Yeah, with that, I was always under the impression, like, the long-limbed human made sense, like a long arm and a long leg. Although, which, by the way, that in and of itself is probably really rare because the hatred that they have for each other. So that race probably doesn't really exist in a lot of capacities.
Right.
But then, oh my God, this is so. Yeah. There's a picture of him. Yep. King Kobito is a humanoid with a mushroom-shaped body and 4 legs. Nothing else about the race is known. I did a video on One Piece races. Like, it was one of the first ones I did, like, way back in 2017. I need to update that one definitely because we know obviously the Lunarians, and I don't think we even saw one of the snake necks back then. That was before, we got to see at them. Holy shit.
Yeah, and so basically what I'm saying is that we got the ancestry. We don't have the ancestry, but we know that he's the 9th generation of a Vanderdecken. And the premise of that video wasn't even to say that Vanderdecken is a mushroom. The point of that video was to say that the original Vanderdecken was a crazy pirate who probably read the poneglyphs. That was the point of that video, because he had learned the history of Poseidon. But the only place, like, we know Pluton has been discussed outside of the poneglyphs, but Poseidon was only talked about from the poneglyphs or Otahime's royal lineage. So then, but the thing is, in the history that our Vanderdecken told us, which I don't want to claim him, but our timeline Vanderdecken, he said that the original Vanderdecken came down to the Fishman Island to find the treasure. So that implies that he's not even from Fishman Island.
He's not Fishman Island, yeah. So his family was there for a while, so eventually that's where they would get the Fishman lineage from.
And I'm saying that original Vanderdecken was a mushroom.
And it ties back into what I was saying earlier with, like, they're all connected. So mushroom people and Fishman having children, yep, it's feasible. It's happening. It can happen. Yeah.
And so that's where, so now I painted the, and so there's a whole video, which, again, I said the Vanderdecken is a mushroom part, Kinokobito being the race. That's not even the point of the video. The whole rest of the video is very interesting because that led me to a Nolan video, which is the next thing that I want to ask you. But Vanderdecken is a mushroom. Where are you on that now?
I need to update my One Piece race video. Definitely need to do that because that needs to be worked on. But, like, hey, it has 4 legs. I don't think they're like centaurs exist in One Piece or anything else with 4 legs.
Not that we know.
It could be. Who knows?
Yeah,
but like,
and this far into the story, it's like, again, we talked about the buggy situation. How many more races?
Okay. The only thing about that with Vanderdecken, going back really quick, is it is feasible that Vanderdecken's dad could have been a fishman and his mother could have been an octopus mermaid that has multiple legs. and then
But
just the
because
way
he's
that
because he's a fish man, though, he'll always have. And I looked, and in the thing I mentioned, I looked at
it
all
is,
the fishmen.
wow, it is consistent. Okay,
Only two
wow.
legs.
All right,
Only
wow,
Vanderdecken
all right.
stands out.
That is the weirdest one. Okay, then. All right.
In the video, I was like, listen, like, I don't know how many fishmen you want me to look at, but I looked at a lot of them. Like, maybe
all the fishmen. Yeah.
like as many as humanly possible. I looked at them, and they all
None
had
of them
2
have
legs.
4 legs.
Yeah,
Wow.
not a single one. Vanderdecken's the only one. And it was like the most curious thing, because again, the point of the video wasn't even that. The way I got to it was I sat there and I was like, I feel like there's something missing. I feel like there's something right in my face about all of this that I should have realized. And then that's when it literally slapped me in the face. Like, wait a second. I've had this person plastered on my screen this entire time, but I never questioned his goddamn legs. And then that's when it clicked. It dawned on me.
Damn it, Oda, we never paid attention to the legs.
And that's what I do. That's what I do with these videos. So Vanderdecken is a mushroom. Let that one stay with you. The one that came afterwards was that I was realizing that the original Vanderdecken, we don't know if he was Void Sentry because he was our Vanderdecken's 9th generation.
I would always assume he was Void Sentry, because if you're going that many generations back, it's like it's going to be close to the Void Sentry,
yeah.
So probably involved in some way.
I basically said it could be anywhere but like 400 to 800 years, 900 years, depending on how long people live. And like some people live very long lives and some people don't. So if like some kids live to 50, then it's half. Some live to 100. It's full, whatever it is. But I was saying like maybe the original Vanderdecken was like a contemporary of Noland, and that led me to an interesting thing where I was basically, the point of that in this Noland video was I realized that Noland, his entire backstory, he was orchestrated by the Gorosei. The Gorosei are the ones who executed Noland. The moment he landed on Shandora, he was going to die, 100%. What do you think about that?
It makes. Oh, by the way, you know what? That I believe that. That makes sense. There was something else I just saw the other day that, because you brought up Nolan, that reminded me. A lot of these characters that are like connected to Joy Boy in some way have that X mark on them. So like Luffy has that, Nolan has that. And there was another character too that had that. So it's like if they're marked in that way, then it's like the government wants them dead. Then it's like, there you go. Because like a marking thing is also like, that goes back to Harry Potter having the, putting a significant mark on a character. Yeah. But I can't remember. There's one other character. It wasn't just Nolan and Luffy, but Nolan has a scar on his chest that is an X. And then Luffy has that. And there's another character that has that is very prominent.
Fujitora
all have connections.
Has an X on his head.
No, it has an X on his head. There's another character with an X scar or mark on their chest that has a connection to Joy Boy in some way. Somebody will probably let me know in the stream who it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just saw this on like Facebook. It was just like a post on like some group I follow.
Right.
But yeah, that made me think about it.
So. When we find out about that, definitely gonna think about that.
So
what I'm saying actually is that there might be a way that Emu is the reason for the knockup streams, because the thing about it is that
Kaido. It was Kaido.
The X. That makes so much sense.
Okay. Anyway.
So Emu might have caused the knockup streams. The reason why I say that is because when Nolan first went there, the knockup streams didn't exist. Nolan was on the island for an entire month. And the thing is, what we found out from Cricket was that the knockup streams happened 5 times a month. So you're telling me Noland was there for an entire month and didn't see a giant laser beam?
Eam kind of, he like reshaped like because it causes like the geometric pressure or whatever. He reshaped the Earth to make it do that.
One way or the other, because Cricket explained it in that way. But the problem with that logic was that the knockup streams also were explained that they move. They don't stay in one spot that's the way Cricket said that sometimes it was the South Sea, but then it was like, it's just lucky that it's right here, guys. Like you guys, everything's lining.
It was very convenient.
Yeah.
I just always expected, because like water pools into the gap. There's multiple gaps where sometimes they go up this way.
Right. So one way or another, controlling that, and the reason why that makes sense to me is because not just after Nolan, you would think like Kagara, after becoming great friends with Nolan, be like, hey buddy, watch out for the giant laser beam that comes off of our island every 5 times a month. Like, 5
times a month that happens.
So he didn't do that. And it's like, damn, Kagara's either a bad best friend or like it didn't exist. And to me, it didn't exist because Oda gave us the timeline that Nolan was there for a month, very lucratively. I was like, wait a second, he was there for a month. And the other thing about it was, The time between Nolan landing on Shandora and coming back, do you know how much time was in between?
It was it over a year?
5 years.
5 years.
And you know what happens every 4 years?
Reverie.
So what happened was, the reason why Nolan went back to Shandora for the City of Gold, it was because the king, when he reported to the king had to approve it through marriage joie at the reverie that happened just a year prior.
So they would know about it.
They would know about it. A year goes by. The knock-up stream occurs, blasted off. Nolan is going there. They approve the mission. That mission was doomed from the very beginning, from godly circumstances. No, it happened right after the reverie. And you know what's crazy? In that video, I said that I wouldn't be surprised that after this reverie, we see an island get deleted. And then Lucia happened.
Yeah,
and I was just like, it's not the same thing, but like, yo, that's kind of scary.
Yeah. And the government, even the Gorosei way back at the reverie, they even implied like we got to do a purge again. Like I'm thinking like, okay, they definitely have some kind of mechanism to delete islands or people or whatever they want to do. They can't do it all the time, but it does tend to happen every now and then.
Yeah, and so that Nolan thing, it's even because when you think about his execution, everything, right? He was like, when he was executed, you think the king set up like a guy to come up and lie about everything? That like all of that, that's, what would we say? The world government's all about propaganda, right? Nolan is the greatest example of of propaganda in One Piece. Why wouldn't it make sense that the world government would be behind it? So that's where, when I broke down the entire video, at the very end of it, there's a whole different nuance where I connect like the ancient kingdoms and why it would relate. But the first 30 minutes, 20 minutes of it, it's talking about how the Gorosei were probably specifically targeting Nolan. And what's crazier was, I just made a short about this, was that Cricket actually said, and I completely missed this, but he said that he wasn't the only Cricket or only Nolan to have become a pirate, go out to sea to correct his name.
There's others that have tried to clear the name and they never could find the island. They never could find Jaya, and Mount Blanc Nolan found it just by, Mount Blanc Cricket found it just by happen chance. He just ended up there.
And not just that, what he specifically says was, every Nolan who left vanished without a trace. And to me, vanished without a trace, we tie it to God value, tie it to the Gorosei, to use that word, that phrasing.
And then drag his name through the mud with the Nolan the Liar book and just be like, don't be, like, that's like the biggest part of propaganda. The kind that doesn't look like propaganda. You're not putting it through the government or a newspaper. It's a storybook for children that's like, don't be like this guy. He was a liar. It was bad.
Yeah,
you know? Like,
exactly.
So
that's, there's so many, like, as short as Nolan's backstory was, it was just so jam-packed. When I unpacked, I was like, wait a moment.
Somebody told me I made a video about this years ago, and I don't even remember. I've made a lot.
That's what I said.
I made a lot, guys.
In my videos, the Nolan backstory has been there for a very long time. I only came upon that because I was looking at the Vanderdecken situation. I looked at the Vanderdecken situation. I was like, wait a second. Like, we saw him go to the Poneglyph, and then I was like, wait, but like Nolan went to the Poneglyph, and then what happened to Nolan? And then you think about the story that the original Vanderdecken had, the gods cursed him essentially. And that story connects to like Zunisha in some ways. And that story also connects to...
you just got to think of it from the perspective of how much time has passed from the Void Century when the government won all the way to present day. There have been other people that tried to be Joy Boy. There have been other revolutionary armies. There have been other attempts at finding out what's up with the Gorosei and Eam, and then they've all failed. And now here's the story. Well, it will probably most likely succeed.
Yeah.
But there's other people like Nolan that have been great adventurers. It's not like Luffy's the first person to try to do this after 800, 900 years.
But the main thing that they would want to antagonize are adventurers, right? They don't want people to go. And in that backstory, I realized that in order to go into the Grand Line, you need approval from the world government to go to charter your ship. You can't just,
or you're a pirate, or you're just classified as a pirate. Yeah.
So they used Nolan to discourage anybody else from becoming an adventurer because he was so widespreadly known, even reaching the Tontada Kingdom.
I think I did a video on Pedro or something a while back where I mentioned this, and I said the government you know, you will eventually become a pirate event, you know, no matter what.
Right.
You know, because Pedro wanted to just be an archaeologist, you know, Nolan just wanted to be an adventurer. You know, there's lots of stories about people being novelists, like in Mass Deuce in his thing with Ace's light novel.
Yeah.
He just wanted to be a novelist. I don't want to be a pirate. It doesn't matter.
Brooke
If you go
and
out to the high
Yorkie
sea,
just want to be. They were just having concerts.
Yes, if you go out to sea and start sailing around for the purposes of trying to adventure or discover the world, you will be branded a pirate sooner or later by the world government. That will happen, no matter what.
It's you know, the thing
Clover
about
too.
it.
Clover too.
Exactly. Yep. Yes. At the end of that's actually what the Nolan video ends on, is that concept that you just talked about. So wow, that's so now I got, if you guys know what video. Oh, 3-Day just linked it. Tales of Mont Blanc Nolan. I'm definitely gonna check that out.
That was just in my Nolan video. Okay, then I don't remember that specific line, but okay, I made that a while ago. Dude, I remember, it's so weird. I remember I had that video like in 2018. I wanted to make it, and I put it in a folder for 2 years, and then I made it in 2020, and that's already been 3 years ago already.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Flies.
I've made so many videos where when I was preparing for this stream, I was like, oh god, like how did I do this much in a year? Like, this is kind of crazy. This is all like absurd, random stuff. Yeah. Half of these things aren't even related to the chapter, because
at the end of every year, I'll go into my big year folder and I'll look and see how many numbers of folders I have. Yeah. It's just like, wow, I made a lot of shit this year.
Yeah. So like, I mean, I'm with you. I can't imagine, because you've been on YouTube for way longer than I have, and
oh yeah,
it'll come a time when you look back and you're like, huh, that happened.
I did that. All
yeah,
right.
Exactly. So like, I have a bunch of other videos titles to just run by you.
Go for it.
How much time do you have left? Because there's a few super chats.
Oh yeah, it is over for 15 more minutes maybe.
15 minutes.
All right. Do something later. Yeah.
Got you. All right. So then what we'll do is, first, I want to, this recent super chat that I just saw, Wowfell, with, I don't know exactly what currency that is, but thank you. It's showing up as red. Appreciate you. Thank you. He said, the greatest crossover since Avengers, teching hit par with your favorite headcanon theory.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. Wow.
So do you have a headcanon theory you want to hit me over the head? Like an Avenger.
One of my headcanon theories was, it was not really headcanon, it was really popular and it was confirmed to be true, was the whole Void Century was actually technologically advanced, and it turns out the government actually, but now it's more of the question of not how it was, but why, what happened with it, you know, how the government actually destroyed all that technology or like wiped it. I love anything involving the red line. As I was just watching Little Garden again, they say, you know, that the only thing we cannot pierce is the great red serpent, or the great bloody serpent. And I'm like, that's the fucking red line. Like, that's right. So that makes me think that there's a bunch of giants, like maybe it's in their, like, the tribal kind of like rite of passage to like attack the red line and try to pierce it. That's a big thing. So the red line is artificial in and of itself because of the laboon, the whales. Yeah, so that's anything involving the red line.
I'm gonna send you my next video when it's out eventually, because it answers all the things that you just talked about. Talk about red line.
Easy, done.
Here's a little teaser towards the very end of the video that I don't really emphasize too much throughout the video, but it's kind of like an alternative to what I talk about, and it's just a teaser. At the red port, do you know what the red port looks like on the red line?
If you look at it from above.
No. Like, there's a picture of the red port, and there's a certain thing there that is just so odd.
So it's the red port, and then there's the bubble trees, there's the mangrove trees that are there, and
in
then
between,
and then there is it looks like a cave or a door.
Okay, that's
there's one way. Yeah, it could look like a cave that's been sealed up.
Do you remember what's in front of the door?
Like, well, there's the government symbol that's on the actual mountain, but
right. Okay, so right in front of the door, and this is just the oddest thing.
Look it up. Hold on.
The oddest thing is there's just a half of a ship that's just attached to the red line.
Yeah. I thought that was just like them using that as the basis for actually building the red port around. Yeah.
And I wonder why they would use a ship as the basis. I wonder if there's something in today's conversation for the chat to think about in preparation for this video that I'm about to release. I wonder if there's something there, because you know, ships are interesting.
It could be, because that's such of a significant. What are you gonna say? It's like Pluton or something.
It could be Pluton. Maybe Oxloid.
Yeah, you know what? Because this is a very significant part of the you know, the red line to them and everything like that. So what if it's like they took the Oxloid or they took some famous ship and then they made it into a monument on the red port, and then there's another one on the other side, like maybe the bow of the ship is here, the stern is on the other side. It's like, this is like a thing, you know?
Right. So
just kind of like the bell is at Marineford.
So there's a few. Hey, I'm just saying it's at the very end of the video. I'm pretty sure I recorded it all. Yeah, I recorded it in full. It's the rest of the day after the stream today. That's basically what I'm working on. Like 4 things to work on. But let me just, so there are a few super chats specifically about you. Let me read those, and then before we go, if you can I'm just gonna rapid fire some of his headlines.
Lightning round. Let's just do it. Yeah.
And then, hey, maybe if that just like, maybe I'll leave you in a state where you just can't sleep in it. Like, Par just said this. What? We need to have another stream.
I definitely gotta make a video about those mushroom people now. Like, that definitely, I gotta do that because I missed that. That really, like, wait, that okay.
Hey, you know what? That is. I'm just happy that's a thing.
I'll
right?
give you I'll give you guys a sneak peek on how that video is gonna start. Guys, there's mushroom people in One Piece. That's how that's gonna start tomorrow when I make that video. So.
Beautiful. I couldn't be more happy that, like, you know, this inspired one to just fight that writer's block. You have like a Bleach fight in your head about.
Yeah, it's just like, oh god, this is just getting off the rails now at this point. But isn't that what kind of One Piece is all about? You know?
Yeah.
All right.
So Dandaman, he said next prediction on the next OP movie, which was what started us to get on this topic.
Yeah, that started the entire conversation, honestly. So
movie Blue. Yeah. And then I told you guys all about why Buggy is really, really important. And I'm not done. There's more to that importance. One being the connections to God Valley / Fraud Valley, which I think that Rox and Buggy have more connections than we should accept without like thinking that Rox is just this absurdly strong person. Like, a lot of people think Buggy's this absurdly strong person, and that's not the case, right? So makes us question, right? Mr. PK says 5 euros, said, shout out to Tekking's medieval walkthroughs. Was playing medieval the other day. Tekking, can I get a Sir Daniel
Fortescue? Yes, that was the first thing I ever did the channel on. Like, if you go all the way back to the oldest videos on my channel, there are medieval game review for the PlayStation.
Ooh.
I was 16 when I did them. I was 16, but I looked like I was 8. And I just had my braces put on, and I was very, very low quality, but that's where it started.
Hey, start from the medieval times. Now we're here.
Now we're here. Medieval, and now we're here.
Yeah, and honestly, who knows? Oda's kind of bring us back to medieval times with the Viking and Elbaf stuff. Like
kinda, yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
We went from Wano, which was, you know, back in the past, and now Elbaf was in the future. And
so yeah, it's like Edo, Japan, and now we're Norse, like Iceland or Denmark or something. I don't know, man.
Yeah. So the rest of the super chats, I won't hold Tekking hostage with these. I'm sure he has also answered these questions many times.
I would assume probably. Is it? Did somebody ask what my favorite devil fruit is? It's the op fruit. There we go. Okay.
No, but here, Chin Ho became a member and said, can Law's OP powers remove devil fruits from devil fruit users? Hey.
I mean,
you can remove lineage.
Dude, after this 2-hour conversation, I'm just willing to accept anything in One Piece now at this point.
We did it.
It's like, you did it. He did it.
We did it.
Oh my god. Yeah.
The spirit of One Piece has spoken, guys. Anything is possible in the One Piece world. You heard it here.
If a guy can dream up to become a jacket and that can become a superpower, then
exactly. So I see Dill, my mod, he's been saying it throughout the thing. He wants me to throw this out. So now let's rapid fire some of these theories at you. So starting from the top, or my first video, elemental hockey.
Yes, I made a whole video about that. I love that idea. It basically started with the simple stuff, like Luffy can summon like fire, and it's like, oh, it's friction, but it's like, yeah, but he did it underwater. It's like, it's a little weird. Kinemon using fire cutting abilities. I think there was some other examples there. Did a whole video about that. I'm definitely a fan of that. I want that to be the case. I just love that. I love that as a trope in anime, like lightning kind, you know, wind style. You know, that kind of shit.
So I had that theory, and then people, obviously that's not like, when I made that theory, I had no idea about the community, right? I always felt like when I made that theory, like this is just an idea that I'm sharing and I agree with people, not necessarily that I was alone in the idea, but then when people are like, this is crazy, this is so new, and then but then in my Discord, God bless the Discord, people sent me Cole, he had like a video a long time ago, and you had a video, and I'm like, it was very exciting to see that. And so I added a few other things on top of that, which is elemental. I think that the mental aspect of the power is more important than the manifestation of it. And so I tie it to a philosophy. So this is where a lot of people say I'm like teching. I have an hour 30-minute video on what Sanji's power would be like at the end of the series. Hour 30 minutes.
An hour and 30. That's child's play right there.
And
I have a 3-hour video on bakeries.
All right. Mine was a scripted video. Was yours? Yours was
my God. Yeah, I don't script mine. Oh God, I could never script these.
Mine was an hour 30 scripted video.
Wow. Good job, man. Good job. You win. You win, YouTube. Oh.
It was, I broke it up into 3 parts, but it was all one thing. And I just, when I was recording, I was just defeated. I was like, I have to do this in 3 parts, guys. Sorry, but like you're getting 35-minute chunks right now. Like, and in that video, I tie it to, there's a René Descartes, a philosopher from France.
Yeah, Descartes. Yeah, I know him. Yeah,
and
he's
so
the I think therefore I am guy.
Yes, and I think therefore I am. You could easily see how that relates to the conversation. Mihawk is a sword. All the stuff that we're talking about. It connects back to that. Now with and the devil fruits, the explanation that we just got. I think therefore I am. You just reword that. That's the same thing. René Descartes has emotions, believe it or not, was not a thing of all of human history. We did not know of emotions. It was actually a word.
We didn't understand this thing rattling around up here. We didn't understand that until recently. This has been a mystery to us for a long time. And I could go on a different existential philosophical conversation about the human soul and what that all means, but not today. You know?
People have, real quick, people have been requesting like 24-hour streams between me and you because we just talked. I talked about mooses for 4 hours, like literally.
There you go.
And they're like, the only other person that could do that is teching, and I'm like, yo, one day there'll be a long stream, and you know, if teching wants to be there,
I don't know about 24 hours, but like, we'd hop in. If I ever doing my like charity streams for like 10 hours, you can hop in and we could chat for like 2-3 hours on that one. I always need time to fill on those.
Oh no, that's perfect. So that was actually something because for me, I don't know if you knew this about me, but my first TikToks was Roger's story, Gold Roger's story. His story really resonated to me because later in life, I was diagnosed with cancer, and so now I'm largely fine. So
good.
I'm fine. I just had an appointment. All great news. Basically, my doctor has said like basically ever since you became a dad, like everything became immensely better for your health. I was like, whoa, that's crazy.
All right, that's okay. That's the miracle cure, right?
Yeah, it was.
I should have a kid now.
She was just like, you would think you're under so much more stress. Like I'm good at dealing with stress, and like lymph nodes swelling here and there. They've always stayed stagnant, but this is the first time they've shrunk, and everyone was like, wait, what? How did they? And then like I'm like, well, the most significant thing is I had a kid, and then they're like, well, it must have been that. Like miracles to the kid.
There you go.
And so I wanted to do a charity stream for cancer initiatives, thyroid cancer, whatever it is. And then people are saying like, oh, teching does one every year, but I wasn't a part of the community, so I didn't know that. And so that's why.
Now you are.
That's why when you did it, I donated a little bit.
Yeah, I do it too. I did one for the Children's Tumor Foundation for the first one, and then the second one was leukemia because my cousin Kara passed away from that a few years ago. And then now it's just been St. Jude's for the last few years because they do a lot of really good help with childhood cancers and leukemia and stuff like that.
Hey, yeah, whenever you do another one of those,
usually around Christmas, so I'll let you know. Yeah, we just had one, so yeah.
Anytime I drop anything for that, and then that obviously want to help.
Wild man.
Regard. Yeah. So
I'm glad you're doing better though. I am glad. I hope it continues. And I
appreciate all that you do for that. Those streams, they help so many people.
They do.
Yeah.
Really do. We
and I've seen the impacts of that. I actually see the impacts because
you're right there. Yeah.
The kids, man, every cancer hospital I've been in, those kids are like just they're
just kids.
Power source. their energy, their life, and then the happiness that surrounds them. Like my floor was not as happy as their floor. Let me just tell you, like their floor,
Oh, well,
like
okay.
in the well, it was still happy. I was just with a bunch of 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds, right?
Yeah,
And those 7-year-olds and 8-year-olds, like they were smoking me in the recovery. I was like saying like, oh god. And then this 7-year-old guy that I shared a room with, he walked like 2 miles after his surgery, and I'm sitting there like,
Whoa.
I'm like, yo, slow it down, you're making me look bad. And then but the end of the track, they make you, not make you, they encourage you to go visit the kids floor, because it's like a part of like the cycle that they make. And the kids floor is so much fun, and like, oh, you just see a bunch of old people just interacting with kids and the toys, and it's just this awesome thing. And all of that, all of those toys, all of those things are because of, you know, people like you who are generous enough to regardless of what, you know, the where we are in the niche on YouTube, it's like, to have this
gotta give it back. There was a point where I think I hit 300K, and I was just like, all right, I got to start doing something for. I think it was less. It was like 200K. It was something. It was like, I got to start doing something to give back or something. Yeah. Because this is But okay.
Yeah. So.
Elemental hockey, though.
Yeah, elemental hockey. That's where he came off. So
one more thing I wanted to bring up with that, though, is now that I'm looking at my folder with it, I basically was looking at Pokemon types for the thumbnail. So like fire, electric, and one of the types I used was psychic. And then I was thinking of like Miss Goldenweek, who has this weird ability of hypnosis that's like a mental psychic ability rather than a devil fruit ability.
Yes.
And or an element like a fire or lightning. So maybe that explains where her powers come from, you know?
So I made a video about them, 2 videos, but the main one, I dubbed these characters that have devil fruit powers but no devil fruits. A long time ago, I called them devil seed users, because they're the
Django
seeds.
And probably, and Miss Goldenweek would be
Django,
the most notable ones. Yeah.
Miss Goldenweek, Polly from Galila, rope, but no
rope
fruit.
Action.
Wanze could just control ramen. And then, so this was made a long time ago, but then we got the Oniwa Banshu, who the Orochi's the bunch of different powers, no explanation for those.
Ninja powers. They're ninjas.
Yeah, there's so many devil seed users that you just and there's a few more that I won't spoil. If Daxake is still here, he knows about a few of them. So devil seed users, what I call them, and I think we're gonna get more of them. And that actually leads to the second theory, which is I was basically saying devil fruits are training wheels for peak hockey, meaning that devil fruits allow you to use a power that if you had trained or lived long enough or were passionate about a certain something, you would have gotten to that level of power through just hockey. The problem is humans don't live that long. And the original idea in that video was I was saying that this is a power that we might see from the Giants or from the Gorosei and Een.
Right, like in lieu of, let's say, the Maranomi, if somebody really trained hard enough in hockey and lived for like 200 years, they could literally control fire with their hockey.
Yes,
you know?
and it ties back to where the Logia powers come in, where it's like, how does that work? Well, Semai-Kikan was a power that was introduced to us, where it's if you know yourself well enough, you can change your body however you want. And the way I explained it was, let's say you had someone, an ice sage, someone who just stayed on the Antarctic, right? And we actually have someone in our world that actually did that. Like they just...
That sounds about right. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and so if you had Semai-Kikan and you knew ice really well, technically, if you combine those two concepts in the One Piece world, you could convert your body into ice, and that's how Logias, that's how Paramecias would be made.
I think that makes sense. That works. Also, by the way, that'd be so quiet. It'd be so peaceful to live in Antarctica.
Yeah.
There's nobody around.
Sometimes I think people like us, we might need that quietness sometimes. We're already so loud.
Yeah.
So that theory leads itself to the next craziest theory.
Go for it.
Zoro at the end of the series, and this is before Wano ended, I was saying that he would become the new king of beasts, and the reason why I said that is because I think at the end of the series, Zoro might be a natural Zoan, and he might be able to turn himself into a tiger or into an animal. I think a tiger specifically.
Yeah, tiger. Yeah, I actually, unrelated, but when I was doing a bit in one of my videos, I was, I know what it was. It was like a monkey, a leopard, and a giraffe walk into a bar because, you know, Luffy, Lucci, and Kaku.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, what animal would Zoro be? And I immediately went to dragon for some reason. And then I was like, well, he also has an ability called tiger trap amongst other, like, bull horns, you know, so there's a lot of animals you could refer to him as, but I'd say dragon or tiger would be the two most
Yeah.
obvious ones. Yeah.
And so basically what I'm saying is through hockey, he's going to be able to actually, like what we see of a Zoan, he will be able to do that. And the reason why I say that is because he already has demonstrated that every single one of his moves are named after animals. But then also you look at like the easiest simple one. He already morphs his body when he goes into Ichi Gorilla.
Yeah, each gorilla.
He has permanently enlarged biceps that just stay there. And a lot of the way his moveset works, the Monet one in that video is the one I alluded to, was Monet
also,
froze. Oh no, what were you saying?
Oh yeah. The most obvious one is Ashura, because he literally, 9 swords,
Yeah. So like one way or another, I think he does that. But the Monet one, the reason why I let the tiger one was because Monet froze, and you think that's Conquerors, but the way she froze, it was just like he was just running at her, right? That's exactly how tigers hunt. Tigers give off a low audible sound that freezes and shocks their opponent. That's how they do that.
They just charge and pounce.
Exactly. And that is exactly what happened to the Monet thing. And so the Zoro situation, I'm like, hey, if especially now that we know Vegapunk said that like it's the end stage of the humanity, I can easily see Zoro, essentially, if he ever needed to, he would give up his humanity to do that. And what was crazy was in chapter 1023, the most out-of-pocket line, Zoro says to King, he says, even if I can't beat you, even if I lose, I will rip out your throat with my teeth.
Jesus. And I mean, in and of itself, just by the surface level of that line, it's very gruesome and powerful given Zoro's character. But like I will fight you no matter what, even if you beat me, I'm still gonna win. Kind of situation.
And
but
when has he ever said something like that? I will rip out your throat with
visceral kind of primal thing he's channeling there.
Earlier in Wano, this was anime expanded it, but this is canon to the manga. Zoro fought a tiger, and that tiger in the anime was Zoro. It had the same scar. It had a sword in its mouth. That's the thumbnail, actually. And I'm like, yo, wait, dude, what if Oda's alluding to that?
What else happens in 1023 is there's lots of scenes with, Ino Arashi and Nekomamushi going into their sulongs, and they're like, fangs, animals. Momo turns into a dragon at the end of that chapter.
Oh, wow.
The adult dragon in that chapter.
Oh, wait, that's kind of crazy. I didn't tie those things to that. That's...
Just streaming through it really quick. Yeah.
So
good Lord. Okay.
The tiger one, I still think that's one of my crazier ones because it's very hard to convince someone.
I would prefer him be a dragon just because it looks cooler.
I think he can do any animal.
A tiger thing works too, yeah.
I think he can do any animal. It's just right now Dragon Blaze and Tiger Hunt are his end stages, so maybe he can turn into a dragon. A green dragon would be...
Tatsumaki.
He would be Shenron. Like, Shenron would be kind of dope as Zoro.
And of course, Oda said that, like, if he had a devil fruit, he wouldn't have one. His maybe because sword. He wouldn't have one because he already kind of has that. Yeah. So his sword would have the Uenomi model as your dragon.
Yeah, and I also tied in that video, I tied Zoro to the Chinese, Japanese. They have like the 4 guardians, and one of them is a tiger.
They have a pheasant and a tiger and a turtle and a dragon.
That tiger's element is basically the tiger that you see in Wano in the anime. That's basically what I forget the name of that tiger, but it's basically what it be. And that tiger's things about it. Its color,
there's so many things that work perfectly.
Yeah, its power is over like wind essentially, and Zoro like has done flying slashing attacks.
Yeah, slashing attacks. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So so now to flip on the flip side, I say that Zoro, and this one I still haven't made a video about. I just want to gauge your idea.
Okay.
I mean, at this point, you're just gonna accept it. But there's a running gag on my channel. Zoro is a plant.
Okay.
Like, he is a plant. He started off as a plant. He was born as a plant.
I would assume, because, okay, even if that's not the reason for it, I would assume the moss head thing's going to tie into that as, like, a joke.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it was a joke, but it like Usopp, his lies turn out to be true. He actually is a moss head.
Yeah. See the stream. Hold on. The stream says F. Hold on, let me know.
Yeah, Byakko. That was the name of it. It's the 4 Saint Beasts from Yu Yu Hakusho, basically. Yeah.
So YouTube's giving me a lag thing. Streamlabs says it's fine. It probably is on YouTube's fault.
Yeah, we're getting F's in the chat here.
Yeah. Twitch should be... I think Twitch is fine. Let me know in Twitch chat if we're good.
I mean, on my end, it's still streaming. It's still fine.
Okay. So some people are saying it's good now, but it's freezing.
Well, yeah. Okay, it just froze for me. And now it's back. Okay, I get it.
All right. People... I see W's now. refresh if you're still having. Well, they don't
Yeah.
be able to hear me. Refresh.
Maybe refresh, that might help.
Yeah, let me just double check YouTube, because sometimes when YouTube has this problem, there's nothing I can really do for
Well,
YouTube.
at least we're almost done now at the end. At least
Yeah.
it didn't happen 2 hours ago, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, my internet, I had my internet problems so long, and they finally fixed it, and I'm so happy. Now I can actually stream, like, Duelist of the Roses, and, like, that was impossible for me to do when it was, like, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, no, I saw
Fixed it.
those. I remember, like, everyone trying to give you tech support, and you were just like, "That guys, that's not the problem." Like,
That's
clearly,
not the
I
problem.
saw.
No, the problem, here was the problem. I found out the problem. When I moved, I got a new internet. I got fiber optics and stuff. And
I want
my
fiber.
internet guy contacted the new company, and he's like, is he going to be able to have the internet speeds he needs? He has upload speed needs and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, yeah, he'll be fine. And then, nope. And then my internet guy from my old town is just like, okay, I'm going to have a chat with them. And I told him, I said, dude, seriously, I could switch to another internet company. He's like, no, that's not how we do things. And he's like, okay, I'll let you handle it, bro. And he goes and handles it. And now he's like, how's your internet? I'm like, it's good. I don't know what you said to him, but it works
Oh,
great
no.
now. It's just like, I don't know if he picked up a pipe and he went to town. I'm not sure. But yeah, he's a good dude. So he helped me out. Big
Hey,
time. All
yeah.
right. I think we're back.
Yeah, I think the stream is back. I see a lot of W's. I see it's still freezing. YouTube gave me a random warning saying the stream's current bitrate is 44, basically 5K.
That was the one I always get. It always says, like, your bitrate is not the correct, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but like that's also a
Checking with the
higher
connection
bit
speed.
rate. Like that, you could go way lower than that. That's not a low bit rate.
What bitrate do you stream at?
Streamlabs just auto corrects it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
See,
so I don't.
I use XSplit. It doesn't do that. I have
Yeah.
to set it at my lowest. I would set it at like 1,000 because I was afraid otherwise. But now I can
Yeah.
go like 5K and it's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah.
So did it end? No, it did not end. We are still here. We are still here. So I don't want to keep you too long, but what I'll do, and this will work out anyways, because I'll cover the super chats at the end. That'll allow the stream to get the things. And if I look back at the VOD, for those guys who can hear it, and there are a bunch of cuts, I will upload this onto my VODs channel, and this will stay on both sides, and it'll be linked so that you guys can get covered on both ends.
Okay, perfect.
So we'll just, I see there's a lot of people saying it's good, so we'll just run with that. Zoro's a plant. It's currently still a meme, but then what happened was, at chapter 1060, I believe it was, Oda was just like, he gave me a bunch of fringe W's. For the beginning of time, I've said that Nami has Conqueror's Haki, and I said that Brago, I said to a bunch of people, they all laughed. It's on the call, Brago laughed, and then on that panel, Nami has Black Lightning coming from her.
Yeah, I remember that one, yeah.
And
I remember seeing that in the chapter. I'm like, well, there you go.
Yeah, and I have there's a an hour Conqueror's video that I have scripted. I think I have recorded. I just never had the time to make it from last year, and it explains why Nami would have Conquerors. But besides that, a little bit later, they call Zoro a green mom, which is a plant, and then they basically 2 times reference Zoro to be a plant in that thing. Different from Moss Head. They said Moss Head, but they also said a green mom, which is a plant that looks like the thing.
Yeah, I didn't know that was an actual plant.
And so ever since then, the people who know the theory are like, yo, you need to make the Zoro as a plant.
You know what?
Again.
I thought my craziest theory recently was that, you know what? Everything's a clone. Everybody's a clone. But you know what? Now it's like, you know what? How about some people are clones, but not everybody is a human.
Yes.
That's the real top level.
Yes.
No, people are swords, people are plants, but there's actually no normal human beings in the One Piece world. I'd be like, you know what? Clover is a clover. There it is.
No, and the thing is, there actually is a race of people that have plants on them. I'm not talking about Kinokobito.
From the 6th movie?
No. Crocus. Crocus has petals growing from his head, but not just Crocus. Koala. When Koala, the island that she was found on, if you look at the panel and they expanded on an anime,
they all have
Crocus's petals on them.
Yeah, except Koala herself.
Except for Koala, because she wasn't part of their clan. They weren't.
Yeah, well, that's just like a tribal thing then, maybe but
it's growing from their head, just because Crocus is when he was younger, it was very different. Then as he aged, the petal changes as well.
Okay, so wait, why wouldn't Koala have it then? Or was she born?
No, she wasn't with them. It was the island that went after they were freed from Fisher Tiger, Mary Joie.
Oh,
All
okay.
this.
No. Yeah, different island. I got you
Yes.
now. It wasn't
Yes.
Full Shot. It was something else. I understand now.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so there's a few other things with that, but the one that made me laugh, and there's a full explanation because the way
and the chestnut from Nolan.
Nolan,
That's another
yes.
obvious one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The way I tackled this video was I asked a bunch of people to ask me why Zoro isn't a plant, and then by the end of it I convinced them. But the funniest one is someone came in, Void, shouts to Void, I don't know if they're here. Void was saying like, well, maybe that explains why Zoro gets lost. And the thing is, like, now that we know Luffy's sun god, what do plants do? Plants gravitate towards the sun. So that's why Zoro always.
So yeah.
ends up with Luffy. And I was like, all right, I love this idea now.
They were hanging out on the couch a couple chapters ago. I was like, all right.
Yeah, like I think like in Wano, in Onigashima, Zoro was lost in the place, but then he just walked. It didn't matter if there were buildings in front of him. He walked straight to Luffy. And I'm like, yo.
And Luffy's the first person he found. Like that was the first straw hat they found upon entering Wano too.
Yeah,
did. Oh,
exactly.
All right, Zoro's a plant. Mihawk's a sword. I'm on board. Buggy's a fish man. I'm on board with all that. Let's roll with it.
Pluton is a cloud.
Okay. Sure.
I have a full video that explains Pluton and counter Pluton. Why
I can check those out, man. Like, wow.
Why it's a cloud. It makes so much sense. And the thing is, like, this was made before Vegapunk made us realize that you could make it. And Vegapunk has been recreating all of the ancient weapons.
Wow.
Pluton.
That is something I have thought, like whether or not that thing that nuked Leloucia was actually an ancient weapon or an artificial construct of an ancient weapon approximation. Kind of thing.
And let me just hit you with why Pluton is a cloud is my favorite thing. It's because Pluton, a lot of people forget that what Odin said was that he needed to open up Wano, and then from Sukiyaki, it was that when you open up Wano, then Pluton is released. But then Odin said he needs to open up Wano for Joy Boy. So that means that Joy Boy and Pluton are like very, very like connected. Like Luffy or Joy Boy needs Pluton, and if Joy Boy has relations to Hanuman, Sun Wukong, then a flying Nimbus being his ship would make so much sense.
That does make sense, yeah.
Yeah,
We have a whole thing, yeah. And there's other Sun Wukong references in One Piece, just like Nami's abilities. She rides around on a cloud, and she has an extendable staff.
And
so, yeah.
If she's gonna navigate his ship and be the navigator, then what better ship than the one that she's using right now,
exactly.
Right? The Straw Hat is a Viver card.
Okay. I mean, sure.
The Straw Hat.
You can tell me anything at this point. It makes sense to me.
All right, so now we've got an understanding that the Congress hockey is working. The convincing hockey, as some people would say. I think this is when I hit you with the Reverie. The Straw Hat, the Beaver card is one of my favorite ones because it's sort of a meme that the Straw Hat never gets destroyed, but Buggy's the only one to hurt it, and it was through a tearing it. And Beaver cards are supposed to be indestructible, only tearing.
Yeah, you can't get them wet. That is another thing. Like, that Straw Hat should have definitely been destroyed. I mean, you think about it, it was Shanks's hat and Roger's hat, and somehow it is still in one piece. After 40 something plus years, that, over that 50, 60 years.
And if you're wondering, wait, whose Viver card would it be? Well, go watch that video to find out. Maybe it explains how Shanks found certain things. Maybe it explains how Roger found certain things. I don't know.
Wow.
I think the moon is a brain.
That one I've heard. Is it
at the Reverie? I think I told you.
Giant records, like a version of Punk Records, but on the moon.
Yes, the ancient kingdom, their Punk Records was the moon, and that's how they tapped into the entire world. The moon circulates once a day, and everybody can basically tap into it. That would explain why the minks get memories from the moon.
So why you could power it up with Eneru's ability? It's like electrical, okay, yeah,
and there's more to it. I think we don't have to spoil too much about that video. Let me see. I think I covered most of the fun ones, so I don't want to keep you here too long. There's still a few more, and the only thing that I will say now is, hey, if you guys ever doubted the vision, know that it is now.
There you go. You got my approval. I mean, seriously, that's the thing about One Piece is all that stuff you just said. If this was any other context, it'd be like, that's like, oh, Zoro being a plant. That's ridiculous. That's so silly. I'm like, guys, this is One Piece. All right. Like, time travel exists now. Like, you know, it's always Oda's always had like this anachronistic thing with like, hey, there's cyborgs and robots, but there's also parts of the world that are still like samurais in Japan. It's just this mishmash of everything, but it works perfectly for his world. That's what Oda's like just brilliant at. So,
Yeah.
and you know, also, I want the conclusion of One Piece to be interesting. I don't want them to just like something that somebody, well, I guess you predicted all this stuff, but dude, at the end, if it's just like, oh, by the way, people are like created through desire, Mihawk's a sword, Zoro's a plant, that's not anything anyone was expecting. That would be okay. That was a payoff. That was something. That was something I hadn't seen before. Yeah, there you go.
And that
now you ruined it, ParVision. You ruined it. But that's another thing about One Piece discussions on the internet. It's like a million, like the million monkeys typing on a million typewriters. Like somebody has probably correctly guessed the One Piece by now. Like it's out there somewhere. I mean, it obviously would have happened.
Yeah. And that's like with the Mihawk as a sword thing. How funny is it in 1076? We get Mihawk is a sword, like it's there. And
you could look at it. That's, I think, the best thing that Oda does is the multiple layers, where it's like you could just say, well, yeah, it made perfect sense. He's a swordsman having the dice fruit. That makes perfect sense. But no, there's layers. There's layers to this. It's like onions.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The onion. The One Piece is an onion.
Well, anyway, thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate. This was a lot of fun.
I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad.
By the way, I forgot to ask, but what's with the shark?
Oh,
in the background. Yeah, is that relevant?
Well, no, sharks are my favorite animals, and I was just showing that I could draw a shark. My wife did this, but that's the one thing I
was
can't.
Like, okay, I can't, that, yeah.
Yeah, so
that's
I just was, I was using the whiteboard during streams now to like note things down sometimes, and then the shark was just like my spirit animal.
I had a whiteboard. It's bolted to my wall upstairs, though. I can't bring it downstairs. I like to use it every now and then.
Yeah, whiteboards are fun. Yeah,
they're great. They're great.
Obviously you guys know Tekking, you know where to find him. Tekking, if you have anything in the coming up that you want people to know about, let them know about it.
I'm doing a video about mushroom people apparently, so that'll be up. I don't know if that'll be up tomorrow because I do want to do the I did a big video on Shanks post last chapter, and now I'm going to do a big video on Dory and Bragi post last chapter. So that'll probably be up tomorrow, and then mushroom video will be up at some point.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
All right. Well, you have a good night, and everybody in the chat have a good evening. Congrats for the 30K and your good health, and hope it all continues. And your child that you now have.
Thank you.
And yeah, everyone just have a great time.
Appreciate you, Tekking, for being a voice in the community. Keep on being you and inspiring a lot of people, clearly. And so I guess hopefully our roads cross again, our path on the ocean crosses. Let me know if there's anything you need me for, and I'll, if
I remember sitting around just like, I have a crazy idea, it couldn't happen, wait, I know who to call. And just I sign the ParVision signal in the sky.
Wait, there's actually a Yu-Gi-Oh reference here. The community has made me a trap card. If there's a theory, this is a real thing.
ParVision counter trap.
Exactly. In any Discord that I'm in, if you at me and say, I can't explain this theory, but ParVision can, I will come in and make it make sense. And then
so you're the theory guy, just like Artur is he can actually read Japanese and understand that guy. Because every time I need to understand something and I don't understand Oda's context, I message Artur. So if I have anything crazy with theories, I'll message you.
Exactly.
So there you go.
You know where to come to.
Awesome.
All right, Tekking.
You have a good night, man.
Take it easy.
See ya. Signing out.
Yep. Peace out. All right, guys. I kept Tekking as long as I possibly could. And let me take this off. Let me take the thing. So I'm not even gonna lie. I'm a little jittery still. I don't know if you could tell. I was a little nervous for this stream because there's so much I wanted to talk about. There's so I wanted to impress Tekking. I'm a shy guy. Believe it or not, I am a shy guy sometimes. My nerves get the best of me. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that stream. We're not ending yet because there's a bunch of super chats, and I always go through all the super chats. And again, I apologize for not reading the chat as much as I normally try to when I'm streaming, especially with a guest. When I'm streaming alone, obviously I read all the chat. You guys know that. That's how you guys hold me hostage for hours, because I'm I'm only streaming for an hour today, and then you guys keep chatting, and then 4 hours go by. I'm like, wait a second, how did this happen? And then when a guest is here, it's harder to keep it track. But then with Tekking, I basically gave him the full vision, right? The way I think about it, if you guys know JJK, a Gojo, his domain expansion, that's what I was trying to do. You know what I mean? trying to just give him the whole vision all in one go. Because, and the other thing is, teching is a busy person, and I'm a busy person, and you know, it's very hard for schedules to line up, right? Like, I don't normally stream on Mondays, but I, like, obviously for teching, whenever his schedule line up, I'm gonna make time for it. So, and this week is super busy because I have like doctor's appointments tomorrow and Thursday, gone the whole day. I'm gonna try and get a video out tomorrow. The one that I told is important for teching, and I was teasing to you guys, one of my I think my favorite videos, because here's another tease. I think like, it's no secret that Oda has a lot of real world references, and obviously now that we're talking about space stuff, the space race like was an international phenomenon. Like, our generation, it was lost on because we're past that time, right? We already made to space. Well, we failed to go back to space in a large way, right? The space shuttle and those kinds of things. But the space race was such a worldwide phenomenon that, like, even like I could ask immigrants that to this day aren't like connected to the internet, but they knew about this stuff, right? And they knew about like the UN involvement and all that stuff, right? But Oda, that's his thing, and Japan was a huge part of that space race. And where is One Piece going right now? It's going to a fun time, right? Let me just take off this red filter real quick, just so we have so I could properly shout out teching. Why is it still red? Hello? Stream overlay. Why is the red over color block? There we go. All right. I can't thank teching enough to making the time. I kept him way longer than I asked for, and hopefully he had fun. You know, sometimes it's like, I don't know, because Joy Girl said something similar after the stream. She said, I had so much fun. I don't know if this is a thing on her stream, so I don't want to out her, but she usually takes breaks during her streams for a particular reason, and she had so much fun that she forgot to do that. And so we stayed on call for an extra like 30 minutes and talking, and like, so I'm like, oh, are people just being nice? Like, they just enjoy the time. But generally hope that you guys had fun, hope that teching had fun. My point, and you know, I see a lot of new names in the chat. This is why I'm talking about this, is my whole point in the stream, or not the stream, my channel, was never to be right. Like, being right is so, it makes you try too hard, right? Like, this is a fun, like, One Piece is fun, like, fiction is fun. This is like escape stuff. Like, I already explained why One Piece holds a special place in my heart, because like the concept of willpower and what Roger did to overcome his illness. I literally like, that was the first thought that came to my mind when I realized what was happening to me. And for me, it's like, I just want to infuse positivity, right? There's so much negativity. And so when teching said like, I have all these crazy ideas that I write up and I just don't share them, or I rein them in and I limit them. But he said, because of this thing, he's just gonna go crazy, right? That was like, that's the whole point, right? That's inspiring people to have fun, right? Like, I don't care if I make a video that's completely wrong. Like, did you have fun watching it? Did you have fun thinking about it? Did you have fun on this stream, right? So again, I appreciate you guys. Hopefully you guys had fun. I'm trying to think what else I want to say. Definitely can't stay on the stream forever, but obviously I will be here talking in the chat. It's my first live stream on your channel, and I had fun. Vikyat, thank you. That you don't know how much that means to me. And I'm gonna be trying to stream more on like Twitch. Again, I used to stream a lot more. But then once the baby came, I was like, obviously, I have to drop the streams a little bit. Though Oda, here's the thing. I meme about Oda being in my basement and like forcing him to write things in the chapter, like Mihawk is a sword. Ayo, he didn't need to do that for me. He didn't need to do that. But the thing is, it was crazy because when my son was born, we didn't expect all the hiccups to come with the health and all the stuff and the time. And had Oda done a block break where like we went on like a three week break, I would have missed chapter reactions, right? But he split it up. He did a week off and a week on, and because of that, I didn't miss a single week of streaming for chapter reactions. So I was like, whoa, like that is, I it was like a blessing in disguise for sure. Coincidences, Oda's in my basement, whatever explanation you want to use. What was I gonna say? There was like one other thing that is going to mention. Oh yeah. So the reason why is because I'm busy this week. The next stream is with Threevil at the end of the week. We're streaming Threevil 333ville on March 3rd, so 3/3 at 3 p.m. It's also episode 33, by the way. Very excited. We did not plan that. That was another just like, whoa, crazy thing. It's all around happy stuff. And the video that I'm working on today is the one that I'm just gonna DM to Tekking to see how he likes it. Anyways, let's get to the super chats real quick. Oda is connected to Par via the Punk Records. Yo, that's why One Piece is Oda's Punk Records. Like, the fact that like I could read headlines to Tekking, right? And then he just like tapped into the One Piece knowledge base and then came out with like, oh yeah, no, I could see the pathway. Even if it wasn't the same pathway, he saw the pathway. That is literally, you can't tell me that's not Oda's Punk Records. The Oda Records, right? No way. When I said that, there was 333 people. That's crazy, Juna. Let's see. Okay, so let me read some of these because they just came up here. Chinho, I gotta go. Sorry, 6 a.m. here. Thanks for being here, Chin. Enjoy the reading the super chats. Appreciate you guys on Twitch, YouTube, everyone who's sticking around. Alexander, $20 super chat says parsack it if you're not interested at the moment with it, but check out the theory from Discord about Kid. A bit headcanony, but I guess if it doesn't flow with your schedule, enjoy the tip and ignore. Love your work. I will definitely try to. I am making I told the mods already. I hate, that's a strong word. I very strongly dislike it when there's notifications on my Discord server. And you guys can tag me. Feel free to tag me on the thing. I try my best, and like sometimes when the phone spits it out and it's just an opportune time, I click on it, I respond, but I can't see everything all the time. And so I'm making a genuine effort to get the number down again, because obviously when the kid on the onset of the pregnancy and all that stuff, I had to accept that I wouldn't be able to see all the things. But if you guys comment on my videos, on my YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, shorts, you guys can see I try to respond to every single comment. Like, go through it and genuinely, like, even when people hate, I love the ones where people are countering or they're giving like hate toward the thing, but they're doing it in a respectful way. I love all of them, right? I try to respond as much as I can, try to be as connected as I can. And you know, it's I can't keep up track on everything, so sometimes things have to go, but I try my best. So thank you for that, Alexander. I will make sure a genuine effort, since especially you asked twice, more than twice. See, Friend Harper, also a new name. Actually, no. I saw that name last stream. $5 super chat says, have you ever studied philosophy, either generally or specific philosophy? You seem the type based on your theory methods. The thing is, yes and no. It's like the weirdest thing where it's like a lot of times when I was growing up, like whenever reading stories or mythology, I'd always gravitate towards the philosophers, like what they were saying, more so because like the ideologies frame the mythologies, right? So based off of the ideology at the time, you get an understanding of how people think and why they did things, and the things that don't make sense to us now you can understand if you just tap into that philosophy. So yes, I did take a class on it. It was this intro, but what was fun was my professor was Japanese and he loved me. We like, I remember the first class, he was just like, I completely derailed the class. And he said, we just had like a 20-minute discussion in the middle of the class off of a question. And he said like, are you like, is this your first philosophy class? I was like, yes. And then he's just like, after class we're talking. And then from then on we talked for a long time. I just love studying. I don't know how knowledge comes to me. But I just have a good memory with things. So even if I like come across it in an article or I read things, if you guys see my computer, I have like 400 tabs here, 200 tabs here. I read a lot, and it just soaks in, and then tap into it. And if you I see a lot of people who are new to the stream. If you look at my videos, I script my videos in a very interesting way. So Tekking said he could never do an hour 30-minute video scripted. He's done very long streams. I've done that as well, talking about One Piece. That Sanji video is entirely scripted. I sat down for maybe a few hours in a day, maybe across 2 or 3 days. I wrote all of that from memory. There's a few things that I researched prior, like the Naruto references and some of the Japanese. Most of it was from memory. And then what I do is after I script it, when I record it with my audio, I'm like, that I need to double check this one. And then that's when I edit it. So all of my scripts, even to this day, are just sat down, written really quickly from memory, and then I fact check it, and I usually don't have to correct much. The only times I have to is when I'm off by a chapter number, but sometimes, especially recently when I've been way too busy with like the kid, I've been off by like a chapter or like 2, and I'm like, when I read it, I'm like, no, but it's too late to fix the audio, so I'm just let it go. I'm like, it's whatever, people get it. And then you'll see when I do that mistake, a lot of times I'll put the chapter number in the video so you guys know the audio is messed up. But yeah, I mean, hey, that's probably why I end up talking a lot. Philosophers talk a lot, right? Let's see. Let me catch up. Let me keep the eidetic memory. What's eidetic? I've never heard eidetic memory. Let's see. Memory. The way I've always described it is not exact. I have a videographic memory. That's how it's not exactly perfect, like not photographic, but like there's been times when I've had to replay an instance and like for example, tangents. When I was like 3 or 4, my family got into a car accident, and I was very young, and I remember everything that happened, everything that before and after, everything that happened. My parents don't remember everything that happened. My brother doesn't remember everything that happened. I remember everything, where people were sitting. My mom's lipstick was on the back of the seat, what color lipstick she was wearing, what jewelry she was wearing, the things I pay attention to, right? Like we were going to like a religious holiday or something, and we were with somebody else, which headlight fell out, what turn, where exactly it happened, what mailbox we hit, everything. So I could just replay the video of what happened. But you know, like the thing is with video, and we see this with YouTube, there's the thing called lossless and loss format, where it's like they drop some things because it saves memory, right? That's kind of how I work. It's like some things aren't even worth remembering, right? Perfectly. And so that's kind of how I do it. So like the reason why I remember the chapters really well is because when I make a video, I go through, I'm like, oh, this is chapter 530, this is this. So I've gone through it. So then when I recall a video or a chapter, it's usually I'm replaying me writing the video for that. And then so that's why some of the chapters that I haven't covered, which at this point I think I've covered like nearly every section of the manga. I feel like if there was a group of chapters that I probably didn't dissect yet, it was Punk Hazard. Yes, Punk Hazard. I have talked about specific parts of Punk Hazard, but not like, I haven't like broken down Punk Hazard to make a theory yet, which if you guys have seen my shorts, I have been. Big Mom might have been from Punk Hazard. Like she might have been an experiment from Punk Hazard. I like that idea. I didn't get to share with Tekking my other Big Mom theory, which that Big Mom is an Oni. If that's crazy to you, go watch the video. So that's exciting. Mike Super, you don't have to defend yourself, Par. I'm just sharing, you know. At this point in the stream, we're just good vibes, right? I need to relax. This is generally at the part of the stream where I'm like on autopilot, essentially. Like you guys are the pilot, the AI, and I'm just reacting until I'm too tired. and that's kind of how these goes. And I wouldn't be upset if the teching stream just ran very long, because I just was so happy that, because that's generally how I feel right now. I'm still digesting my conversation with teching. After this call, I'm gonna take a break, I'm gonna sit with the baby, I'm gonna tell him like I just talked with the spirit of One Piece, and like I'm gonna be so excited and digesting it and talking with you guys. Like, it's a lot of fun, you know. Par managing the storage of his brain. I can't even manage my no, I'm awful with PC storage. Like, the thing is, I wish it was automatic. Like, I wish like it just auto organize it, because I'm really good at organizing things. I'm really bad at doing the organization, you know. Punk Hazard is really good foreshadowing for Wano. Laws, centaurs, animal human combinations are a good indication of smile users would be like in the future, just not nearly as ridiculous. Hey, that's true. That is true. Flow state. Yeah, exactly. Need more teching. I gotta have it. I want it now. Yeah, the thing is, like, also the other thing is, I figured as I don't want this to sound presumptuous, but I figured teching has done so much One Piece and talked to so many creators that the only real way to get a unique experience was to just share my channel. Like, you know what I mean? Like, talking about the chapter, you guys probably heard a lot of different takes about the chapter, so I was like, you know what, let's talk about like the theories, and hopefully that goes somewhere. And I'm glad where it went. Nice whiteboard part. Is it for your lectures when you teach at university? Hey, my outside of the thing is, like, believe it or not, ever since we were young, before like YouTube was a thing, my wife has always said two things. She said that she thinks that I should become a YouTuber, and I was like, it's something different, right? Like, but I always gravitated towards streaming and things like that anyways when I played like League, things like that. And the other one was being a professor, and a lot of my teachers have said that technically that's what we do here, right? That's what we do. If you guys watch my video, I do lean on more of the side of like, I do lean on the more of the side of like, I hope you guys come out of the videos at least learning something new, which this next video I think will do. I think my last few videos I think will do as well. So shout out to that. Do you think the Oni race is a part of Elbaf? Meko, there's my Big Mom video. It's like there's a really good thumbnail for it. Shaka? Wait. Shaka is a no, I was like, it's a member, but no, it's a moderator. Shaka is a moderator. Is this Zaki? No way you changed your name to Shaka. Yeah, I thought that was Zaki. That's crazy. We have a Vegapunk satellite in the stream, guys. Pay your respects, otherwise you don't know what will happen. We don't even know if Shaka's the traitor yet right now. Mega says, not gonna lie, you're a little different than most theorists, Par. That's what teching was kind of saying, right? He's just like, at this point, you don't even need to convince me. I just believe you, right? Like, that's what my wife, like, you know, with a lot of things. And my doctors said this too, right? Some of my doctors have written recommendation letters to me to go to med school, and this is my favorite part. I always felt so bad because they like, I just showed my doctor my baby, and she was like, you didn't tell me about your baby. Your baby's so cute, all this stuff, right? How did I miss your baby? And then like these doctors, at this point, you know, they really know me. I have like 9 different doctors, and because they got to know me, they really love me, and they are they're like, here, like, are you like a medical professional or something like that? And I'm like, nope, family does real estate, I just read a lot. And then they're like, that's weird, you're a weird guy, I like you. And so some of them had said like, you should consider med school. And I'm like, I'm too old. By the time I get out, what am I gonna do, right? And then so one of my doctors, I stopped seeing him because that problem was resolved. And so he's just like, so what are you doing like now? I know like a lot has changed in the last year. I said, I make YouTube videos about One Piece, and this is like a 7-year-old 60-year-old dude. Actually, that's rude. I don't know how old he is. I'm assuming he looks very young, but I'm pretty sure he's older. And he was so excited. He was like, I'm so happy for you. What is One Piece? Like, that sounds like something my grandkids would watch, and because you do it, I might pick it up. And I'm like, you just said you'd rather, and you just appreciate me so much that you're okay with me doing anything, right? And that just made me happy. So like that's kind of where I'm at in life right too. It's just like I'm doing this, I'm having fun. Hopefully that can inspire people to be more fun. The fun. Wait, where did I come from? Oh, the most different, the most serious. Yeah, that's because I apply the logic that I use in my videos. You know, it's not just here. I used, so fun fact, I talk about it in my my 1,000 subscriber video, which I think I recently unprivated. I talk about how I was the one who discovered I had cancer. I was the one who diagnosed myself. I walked into the doctor's office and I was like, hey, I have a theory. I have a theory based off of these symptoms. I'm pretty sure I have either one or two cancers. And then the doctor's like, you're crazy. You're too young. And he didn't say you're crazy. He's like, there's a lot of other reasons. And I was like, no, listen, I did this. These are all the protocols. And I followed the protocols for the last month and a half. And he was just like, all right, what do you want from me? And I was like, order an ultrasound, order this and a biopsy. And then he did that. And then the ultrasound within minutes he saw, and he's like, no, this guy's not crazy. He actually has it. He told my doctor what it was. And then when my doctor told it to me, this is my my wife, like, she thinks I'm crazy for this, sort of, but because she was emotional. She was at the appointment when my doctor came into the room. He didn't even tell me anything. I just I burst out in laughter. I just straight up started laughing. And it was the funniest thing, because the doctor was like somber. He was like, cause he had to tell me what I was diagnosed with. And I just burst out in laughter. I was like, I was right? And he's like, if you know you're right, then why are you laughing? I was like, because it's not an issue of at this point, it's like, what am I supposed to do? Be sad about it? No, I got to deal with it, right? And I was like, so tell me what I have. It's one or the two, right? And he's like, yeah, it was the second one that you said. I was like, great. That makes my life easier, right? So, and the thing is, like, I apply that logic everywhere. And obviously you can't, obviously the way I use the One Piece stuff, you know, it's different. It's different than the medical stuff. It's different than the science stuff. It's different than all the other stuff. But I just like learning about all things. Whenever something comes on my in front of my eyes, I just read it, learn it, think about it. And because I think the best way to operate in the world is realize that everything exists for a reason, and everything exists so that you could learn from it. And what's it called? There was like one other thing that I was gonna say on that topic. I forget, but yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's helped out a lot of people too, so that's all I care about. Joy Boy, I wasn't looking at chat. Joy Boy's Joy Division. So much stuff I want to share with Par, particularly a theory of laughter. Hey, that sounds like a fun one. Drop by in the Discord. I genuinely do try my best to see all of the things that you guys put in there. If there's a video, hey, I think I have a video about that stuff. I do read all the comments. Even if I don't respond, sometimes I leave it there because I will reference it later on. Caleb facts with Caleb. If I met Par in person, I think I would hear the Jones of Liberation. Oh man. Hey, that's people have said crazier things to me. Specifically the doctors. The things that the doctors, that whole story. Which, if you guys want to hear, like, me and Sai, another YouTube One Piece content creator, we started a non-One Piece podcast that uploading its second episode today, where we just talk about life and different things and our stories. And especially now that I'm like over the hurdle of cancer largely, I'm obviously I have to do yearly checkups. This year I have to do more than that, but I hit the 5-year mark, so we're good. And that story is something that, like, my wife said, like, yeah, you should share that's a really powerful story. So maybe one day, Doc should have said let him cook. No, see, Raps, after that appointment, right? After that appointment, that's exactly the idea that all the doctors, not just that one, the doctor I just talked to, all the doctors, you know, like, I have to always, whenever I see a new doctor, it's always I have to break the mold of like, this is just some crazy anxiety filled dude who just like read a bunch of wiki things, and versus no wait, this guy actually knows what he's talking about, and he knows what's happening. And so I have other doctors explain that to other doctors. Like, I've had doctors come into the meeting saying like, so your doctor told me a lot about you, and so because of that, I know I don't have to go through these things, so let's just cut to the chase. So I met like a surgeon, and he essentially said that. So saves me a lot of time. And that came, you know, a story that I'm not going to share right now, but my child has a few health issues, and he has just as many doctors as I do, unfortunately. But fortunately, the way I see it is that the world prepared me for that by giving me this situation. So, you know, I went through all that stuff to make my son's life a little bit easier. Did I ever react to Boichi's Ace manga? No, I didn't, but I read it. Gotta listen to that podcast. Yeah, it's great. Unfortunately, I forgot to record the video, so we just have audio, but I'm trying to make up this week. I felt so bad. Wishing the best for Baby Zen. Yeah, he's too strong. He slapped me the other day. Like, you know how like babies, as they learn how to use their hand, and he's like gauging distance, and so I know he like did it out of love, but he just went, and I was like, whoa, that was strong. And my wife just like looked at me and looked at him, and I was like, he's so powerful. It's so yeah, a lot of fun. I just realized, best of a bad situation, I guess. I think that's my thing. I just don't like seeing negativity where negativity doesn't need to be. If you can see positivity in a place, look at the positive sides, because there's already too much negativity, right? Like, you don't need more of it in this world. Like, come on, let's be honest. Right? Let me get to some of the super chats though. I got on a big tangent. That is something I'm known for. If I didn't have like the memo no me that Vegapunk has, or the whatever, the vision hockey, the no me, it would probably be the tangent no me. Yeah, the baby's reflex is so fast. He scared the doctor. Like, his pediatrician actually took a step back. Like, I'm no joke. Like, my wife could corroborate. The doctor is checking his ears, and so you have two ears. Baby learned. He's like, oh, I don't like it when you put on my right ear. So when the doctor went to the left ear, he slapped it so hard that the doctor almost let go of the instrument. And and the doctor's like, did the baby do that? And I was like, yeah, I was trying to warn you. Like, you got to be careful. Like, this baby's crazy. And he's just like, all right, I will heed your warnings from now on. And like, we had a photographer, a baby photographer that we're personally friends with. She was like, I worked with hundreds of babies. And I was like, no, listen. And she had the baby's legs right in front of her, like, rib cage. Baby knocked the wind out of her. And I was like, you can't sue us. I warned. I warned you. You accepted the consequences of your actions. It is a very, very funny moment though. I was ready to, like, just in case, because not like drop him, but like, you know, lose grip. I was there. She's like, why are you here? I was like, oh, because he's a handful. It's crazy. Par's son is baby Goku. Baby Big Mom. Honestly, he's big, bro. He's big. He's not a Samoan baby, fine, but like, he is a big baby. He's already, like, my sister-in-law, she hasn't seen him in a like a week or two, or held him in a week or two. She's seen him, and when she held him after like 2 weeks, she was like, wait, this is heavy. This isn't a 2-month. This is not a 2-month-old. And I was just like, I don't know. Yesterday he ate 8 ounces of liquid. Like, I don't know if you guys understand how crazy that is. 8 ounces is like, I don't have a bottle right here. This is 10 fluid ounces. A baby It's like their stomach is not this big. This is like basically up to here. And he was just chilling. He didn't spit up, he didn't throw up, nothing. He just ate it. And I was just like, nah, this isn't real. And like my wife looked it up. It's like usually babies at like 3 or 6 months are like at like 4 to 6. I can't even exactly. It's the craziest thing. It's the craziest thing. Let's get through some super chats though, while we filter through some conversation. Mr. Bushido with €2 says, "You ready for Carrot to join? Should be soon." I purposely did not bring that up with Tekken because I saw a few videos where he's just like, "I'm done with Carrot." Like, there's no point in talking about it. So if Carrot joins, hey, maybe my next video, Mr. Bushido, maybe it helps you out a little bit. Create a monster human, baby Luffy. See if he can swim. He might have eaten the chong fruit. Yo, this baby, my wife, we're gonna put him in swim lessons soon. Once the, my wife was kind of sad because like you can put babies in swim classes very soon, but because of the health thing, it was kind of like putting him in public swimming pool isn't exactly the best option right now. So glad he's healthy, man. That's really awesome. Yeah, it couldn't be more blessed for that. And he is a warrior. Crazy strong. Baby's master life return. Yeah, for sure. Lord Vegeta with the $2. He's already talking to me, by the way, which is like the most surreal thing. Like I'm just making sounds at him and he's mimicking the sounds. I don't want to make, it's kind of embarrassing the sound I make. Like I don't want to show my face, but it's like a whoo, like I do that sound. Like I used to do that all the time as a kid. I was just like playing with him and I started doing that. And then he at first was scared because he's like, what the hell? Where's this owl coming from? Right? Like he was just confused. And then the second time he was like, and then the third time he started doing, we have videos of him going, ha, ha, and he'll do it. And I'm like, no, that's crazy. How many months is the baby? He just turned 2 months. But like, yeah, he'll like, he's very receptive to conversations, but that one was scary because it only took 3 tries. I was trying to, my wife always says I bother him, but like I was doing like, so I did that. And then after this, like I just went, whoo, and then he did it. And then I started whistling and then he tries to do that. He can already make clicking sounds. So I'll do that, and then he did that from the very beginning. That's just a normal thing, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, so now I'm just throwing sounds at him that humans can make, and seeing if he can do it. Yeah, they're sponges, and I love that. That's trying to expose him to the world as much. We listen to a bunch of. He knows all about national parks across the world. Thank you, Barack Obama on Netflix for that. He knows all about national parks and in the blue ocean, blue world or whatever. Listen to a bunch of that. Yeah, it's 2 months. It's kind of scary at the same time. As a guest became a member. Did I read this one? I apologize if I didn't. I think there was a message attached to it. I think it might have been relating to teching. I'm not sure. So I appreciate you. Thank you for joining the Visionary Pirates. Those documentaries are amazing. Yeah, I love documentaries. The reason why the documentaries I gravitated toward those is because the narrators, the enunciation that they have. I wish I had that. A lot of people say I have a good speaking voice, but yo, you separate out the great narrators like Ragnar from the One Piece community, or like, the narrators. I always forget, like Morgan Freeman. That's the first one, but there's the guy that we always talk about for narration. Like, I just want him to just absorb good speech. And then, like, documentaries are the best. Do you work out? Show me your arms. Wait, what? Why am I showing you my arms? I don't work out per se. My ADHD makes working out concertedly not my favorite thing, but I always work out through other things. So growing up, the reason why I was really strong as a kid was because basically my dad had us as like construction workers. So like we had a property management thing, and so we did everything. And me and my brother, I was like 10 and my brother was like 15, whatever it was, and we would move appliances, we would bring in landscaping things, we'd lift all this heavy stuff. And so that's how I just work out through other stuff. Like the baby, if he's 20 pounds, it's like we're doing push-ups with the baby, right? That's how I do it. Physical labor, exactly. That's how I see it. I just that's like soccer, all sports are like super easy because yeah, I just did a bunch of work around construction. Home Depot was the second home sometimes. I remember, so this is a fun thing. I didn't even know this. My dad sent me, like, this is older, when I was like 60, when I can drive. It was like, yeah, it had to be the first year I could start driving. My dad sent me to go get a bunch of rocks for like a landscaping project, right? He asked me to get like 50 bags of rocks. 50 bags of rocks. I didn't know that you could ask for help. Like, I didn't know that you could just ask the Home Depot person to just like, hey, I'm getting 50 bags. Could you and someone else help me load it into the car? I didn't know you could do that. So I just spent like maybe like 30 minutes. I loaded up a giant thing with 50 bags, put it all onto the car, and then when I got home, I unloaded it, and my dad was furious at me. He's like, you should have just asked. We had people. You weren't supposed to unload the car. And I was like, what do you mean? You asked me to go get the rocks. Like, I thought you were just, and then he's just like, and then like I noticed the car suspension was down and stuff like that. And I was like, wait, how heavy are these bags? And I added it up. It was basically like a ton. Like, I moved 1 ton of rocks. And I was just like, huh? like I just sat there and just questioned everything. I was like, you mean to tell me I could have had someone help me? And you didn't want, like, the whole time, because when like, you know, trauma aside, when my dad asks something, you don't question it. You just got this is the reason why it happened. It's because I couldn't ask for elaboration. He told me to get rocks. I got rocks. If I asked him to elaborate, he said, no asking, no talking back, right? But if I had asked, like, wait, like, how do you mean? What do you mean, right? And then he would have been like, oh, ask for help, right? Like, you could ask them, and then we'll have someone over here unload it for you, so just get the rocks into the car. If I had just been able to ask, I could have avoided that whole thing. But yeah, I didn't quite recognize that until the car was like a little bit lower than normal. I felt that. Yeah. So, like, you know, we don't. It's that's fear strength. No, it was funny because it was like an after school thing. It was like some days I had soccer, and then I'm pretty sure that time I just instead of going to soccer practice, I just drove to Home Depot, got rocks, put the rocks in my car, went back home, unloaded the rocks, did some homework, and then my dad got mad at me because we called someone to unload the car, and then they were all like unloaded, and I was just like, what do you mean? Why are you mad at me? Like, I did the thing, right? And he's like, yeah, but you weren't supposed to do all of the things. So yeah, it's you know, the physical labor strength. My wife always says it. She's always like I carry myself very confidently physically because of soccer, sports. I've always been, I don't think of myself as a weak person, but I'm not like out there like, oh, I could beat every person on the street up, right? Like, and my wife is like, you're just kind of scary strong. You don't realize that. And I was like, whether I realize it or not, it's like I never would want to portray myself as strong because, like, I don't want to gain that attention. You know what I mean? Like I don't want people fighting me. I don't want to fight people. Like, I know martial arts, I know all that stuff, but it's like we're not trying to invite fighting, right? Exactly, friend Harper. Mr. Bushido with the €2 says Drake, I bet, is in the cell with Stella. Wait, what? In the cell? I think Drake might be with Kid. I talked about earlier with teching, Mosh's idea, and then I think BR, I forgot the full name, but BR, they were also saying that too. He's gonna turn around and, hey, it's Goku. I can see you as one of those powerlifters who look weak but can break world records. Yeah, I just don't find myself at the gym long enough. So I told this to my coach recently. I picked up boxing, and my boxing coach was also terrified of me. He's one of my childhood best friends' little brother, and they know, like, Muay Thai. They've trained. One of their people that they coach is like an undefeated champion in our region, and he knows me, and he doesn't know that like I know like various things, and he was just like, yo, you're scary. Like you should have warned me that like this is what I was getting into. I thought you were a novice who didn't pick up any boxing. I was like, yeah, these are my first boxing gloves. What do you mean? And he said what you're referring to is a sleeper build. Hey, I'm still young. I wanted to do some competitive thing. He wanted me to do some competitive thing. So like, hey, maybe one day. And I would like to do that because I want to bring, my son's name is Zenith. I want to bring him into all kinds of sports, and boxing is one of those ones you gain a certain amount of knowledge about rhythm and things like that help you outside of boxing. So like, hey, maybe I pick up boxing, take him to some classes, and then, you know, I see, the thing is with me, this is the actual thing. I never like all my real life friends will always say this about me. I'm not a casual consumer of anything. Anything that I become a part of, I go to the top level. So like with the One Piece, right? Like there's so many people who say like they think that I just spawned into the community, right? That is not false. Like I went from TikTok to YouTube in a month, and then my YouTube channel got like 1,000 subs in a week. And like I don't understand that. I was just literally just recording from my phone, just talking, and like people will say like, how you went from 0 to top and you know everything about One Piece. I'm like, that's just how I am. Whether it's medical knowledge, whether it's One Piece, whatever I'm a part of, I just like learning everything. Vic Yacht says, good night, everyone. It was awesome hanging out with you guys. Have a great day. Thank you for tuning in. This is our first stream. I think it's a great stream to tune into. So, and I know there's a lot of you guys who are new-ish onto the stream, and here I am just blabbering away about all these things, and I'm just glad, man. I'm just happy. You guys, I don't know if it reflects, but definitely here. The vision is strong. The Volume 1 podcast showing up to the stream. Wait. I'm trying to remember their schedule. Oh, wait. Don't you have a J stream today? Or is that... I forget if that's the start or the end. Do you guys have a J stream later on? Because I have my thing rating my own stream, but if you guys are streaming soon, then I can just rate that. Welcome to the stream. If you guys don't know Volume 1, they... How do I say this? I say this so many times, I feel like a broken record, but like, they are a favorite group. They caught up with One Piece within a year, and they're the reasons why my wife is, not just because of me, my wife always wanted to get in One Piece, but she got extra motivated because of Volume 1. So Jay's collab is up now. It's a video. Oh, dope. All right, cool. Oh, the Yasop one. Got it. Yeah, I tried to, I don't know why I just remembered theirs. I barely remember my own schedule. I remembered theirs. God help me. Why did I recall that? See, this is what I'm talking about, the memory thing. I just came across it on my feed and somehow I just remembered it. Oh, geez, that's kind of atrocious. No offense to you guys. Hopefully I bet it's a great video. Seen them on the Reverie? Yeah. Megan is the reason. I'm pretty sure that we went on a Yasop slander tangent, and we're not standing with people who defend Yasop. Like, maybe he gets redeemed later on, but hey, yo, there's no way you redeem. We're not gonna talk about it. I failed a class in high school catching up on One Piece on the computer I was supposed to be working with when there was 500 chapters anyways. Wait, so you failed a class in high school because you were catching up with One Piece? I've heard similar stories. Joy Girl, not exactly the same thing, but could relate. Jay got roasted for his Yasa. Oh, is that what the video's about? Oh God, wait, Jay? Oh yeah, he said he was defending him. All right, fair. Jay gets a slight pass. I'm sure he had a reason behind it. Joy Girl skipped her uni finals to watch One Piece. Wait, is that the actual? I forget if that's what she said. I just remember during the pandemic, she in the lieu of the not the time when work, everyone was just, the world stopped. That's when she did that, and then this is funny. Let's see. They better not be messing with Saturn. Wait, Mike Super, in what context? What do you mean? Jay acknowledged Yasop sucks. All right, cool. Well, don't spoil their video, guys. Sup, Saint ParVision. Kube, what's up, fam? How you doing? Brago tuned in. Dang, we're in the spirit of everything. When are we getting a Spirit of Katakuri video? I'm assuming you want... I mean, hey, I could... If Brago himself is entering the stream to request something, I mean, you don't say no to that. That's like Shanks walking up to you and be like, go to this island. I'm not saying no to Shanks, right? I'm not saying no to Whitebeard. I'm not saying no to a Yonko. There's, I mean, Big Mom and Kaido, that's different. You know, we could say no to them, but Whitebeard, Shanks, Spirit of Katakuri video. I got a few ideas. Don't say no, but charge on. His friend Harper, you know what's funny about that? I'm not outing Brago. I think we talked about it on stream. Brago was more lucrative than you think back in the day. I was all gonna say. Ask Jay. Ask Jay how he started. There might have been certain sponsored series. Oh god. Par, do a top 30 list with Brago. The thing is, the way the community does top 30 is not the way I do top 30, and it takes a long time for me to cook, right? Like, so when you did the draft, you could see that, like, in the scope of the conversation, everybody else had a better mindset, like the more understanding. But then the comment section in the chat was like, yo, Par is cooking. His team is cracked. My top 30 might be different. The thing is, I like Zach, I'm the King's idea for it. Actually, I'm not gonna spoil it. He told me off call, so I'll save that. But Par is using a pressure cooker. Everyone else is air frying. Hey, whoa. Air frying is kind of dope. I'm not gonna lie. Air frying. The thing is, I hate air fryers. Not because I hate air fryers. I just hate that air fryers were so novel. I hate that air fryers were like a 2020. Like, oh my god, air fryers are so cool. When all an air fryer is an oven or a toaster with a fan. Like, you're telling me, like, we invented toasters and ovens like 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago, and we just didn't think about adding a fan? Like, you know what I mean? That's so upsetting to me. When my wife told me about air fryers, I got upset. She said, we need an air fryer. And I said, no. And she said, but it's so useful. You can use it for everything that we need, and it's so much healthier, less oil, all that stuff. I said, I don't care. I don't care because I'm upset. I'm upset that all an air fryer is a hot fan. And she was so mad at me. And we have an air fryer, obviously, but like when she, because it was like weeks, like she was asking me for an air fryer, and I just got on saying no, and then she asked me why, and I told her, she's like, that's why, because you're mad about the hot fan. I'm like, tell me that's not upsetting. Tell me that's not upsetting. Like, that is so upsetting. I'm a cook, bro. I only use mine to reheat pizza. Yeah, I mean, like, the fact that you can reheat a pizza with an air fryer and it's better than a microwave, it's better than an oven, it tells you a lot, right? An air fryer is just a fully enclosed toaster oven. Yeah, with the fan. Like, all we did was a fan. We had fans before. Sorry, we had fans before we had ovens. I'm just, see, this is I have a science channel that I want to make, and a lot of the things that I want to talk about on that channel are that so many advances that could exist, that should exist, that maybe we can invent. Like, I told Hidden Island about a few ideas. Believe it or not, I used to study engineering, and I have a bunch of blueprints for a bunch of ideas. One of them I made blueprints for, and then I made the prototype for it and everything, and it was pretty dope. It's pretty dope. It was this is a whole tangent. Essentially, back in the day when phone battery lives were really bad, people need to carry power banks, but power banks are so obnoxious. Women had bags and they made it more convenient, but dudes didn't have that, and power banks would just bulge in your pants and they look like different things, which is fine, right? And the thing was, I was like, wait, but a lot of dudes wear belts, so what if we just put the battery pack in the belt buckle? And I designed a unique belt buckle, which still this day I still haven't seen. I showed it to Hayden and he's like, yo, that's crazy, I would wear that. But I put the battery pack in the belt buckle, designed a thing for it, and then you just run the wire into your phone. And it was a really cool idea, and I just never, not to bring back the dad thing, my dad said it was a stupid idea, which was fine, but then there was a very successful entrepreneur that I met, and he was just like, or one of my childhood friends, he said that this idea was super awesome. Life hit me and I never ended up completing it, but there was like a bunch of blueprints that I had. I used to have a website just for myself that I would have a bunch of ideas and the blueprints for them. I just never made some of them. But one of them came back in help with the kid, actually. Something that I thought might be helpful, and then it did, and then it works. So why did I talk about this? Huh? The Par Pack? It was a very different name back then. I forget what I call. Oh my god, what did I call it? I had a logo on it. I 3D printed the prototype and everything. This had to be 2015. Yeah, 2015. Par does look like Par but bigger. Does Par's dad not? Kind of, but not. I'm bigger. I'm definitely bigger. Exactly, Ghosty. At the time, we didn't have wireless charging, but my idea was essentially, yes, eventually, when wireless charging does exist. So when I made an investor proposal, essentially, and the thing is, like, my dad could have been the investor, but he thought it was a dumb idea. But the idea was, in the future, there would be wireless charging. And so then you could just add an add-on that make it wireless charging, and you just leave it in your thing, and then you charge your phone. And we still don't have that. We don't wirelessly charge from our pockets. Like, imagine that. That's crazy. I think we still don't have smart charging pants and thing, but we have smart clothes. Like, we have clothes that heat you, but they don't wirelessly charge your stuff. And I'm just sitting there like, it's just literally putting a pad in the thing. It's just the goofiest thing. Oh, it's because the air fryer. That's why. Air fryers. Thank you, 6 Pains. That's why. So I realize now that it's been an hour since Tekking left the stream, and this is a One Piece stream, and I think this is in the spirit of Tekking, going on tangents, talking about whatever, having fun. So you know what? If you guys are tuning in, you're like, why are we talking about One Piece stuff, right? Know that we did. It'll be posted on the channel. It'll be there. There was a lot of conversation. Tekking sees the vision, and all I'm doing right now is trying to get through the super chats, but I'm also sharing the vision at the same time. So exactly. My shirt wrote a book. Speak for yourself. File a patent for it. Yeah, you know, the thing is, I hate wireless stuff. Yeah, the thing is, wireless stuff is also scary. I do get that. We don't know the full context of it. They kind of tell us that it's not scary, but it can be, if you look at some of it. But a lot of people then conflate that to Bluetooth. Bluetooth is different. Bluetooth is so low energy, but people are like, yo, Bluetooth is how they incepted our brains in the 80s or something like that. I'm like, calm down. Bluetooth is not him. Bluetooth is so lame compared to everything else. The thing is, Rafts, like, for me, at the point I've come to my life, there's a lot of ideas. That belt buckle thing, for example. A year later, there was an Indiegogo project, but they did something different, which I don't particularly like. They were trying to make the belt, like the actual belt, be the battery. And so they had super thin, like, lithium type of things. But the thing is, like, that's so hard to manufacture, so hard to do, so hard to make safe. And it like I still like my idea. I mean, I made a prototype like literally in a cave, like, oh, not to make the meme, but like that's kind of what happened in like my in my basement, like, not but what was I saying? Tangents, patents. Oh, there's so many ideas out there, And like for me, like I have so many ideas. I'd rather see them in the world than for me to just hold on to them. Sometimes, yeah, I do some of my stuff, like the theory stuff. Like obviously I don't say all my theories out loud. But how many times have you come on the stream and I'm just like spoiling my theory videos, right? And it's like, I don't know. There's a different thing. Like with Jay, like the One Piece is real. I literally, like, I've always wanted to start this series, but I don't think I'm the person for it. And I'm like, Jay, I think you love this, and like, let's get this started. And then he did it, and I'm so happy that it existed, right? I feel like there's so many things. I'd rather see things exist in the world for the betterment of humanity than to hold on to things. But obviously patents are different, right? I should just patent a bunch of shit. I need a patent. If you were a patent lawyer, one of my best friends is becoming that, and she might help me. But if you are a lawyer that specifies in patents, hit me up. Hit me up. Let me know. Time Lord with the 25 bits says, what do you think the significance of Law's secret water name is? If Law's fight with Blackbeard parallels Ace's fight, maybe we're leading to a reveal about his name, like Ace. I'm super curious if you guys have any ideas. Sorry I didn't bring that up with teching. That would have taken us on a whole tangent because I do have an answer now. The thing is, in my Nolan video, I do talk about that. Mont Blanc, right? What we find out is like, Water Law is his hidden name. They chose to not say that name, but like, what if other people just combine their names, right? And you hide. There's many ways to hide a name, right? Like I think about Voldemort from Harry Potter. Not to spoil you on Harry Potter, but like when we first got introduced to him, it was like some other name, and then it ended up being an anagram for Voldemort, right? And so it could be that the reason we talked about the Nolan thing in the thing, the reason why Nolan was targeted, the reason why the rest of his lineage was vanished without a trace, and I tied it all back to the Gorosei. It might be because Mont Blanc might have involved a secret name, whether it be white or it might be mountain. Mont meaning mountain, and then Blanc meaning white. The thing is, both of those are French names, and the thing is, French and Spanish and like the Latin stuff, they all kind of connect in a weird way. Oh, wait, Trafalgar, what? That's a French reference too, because the Napoleon and water. Mont Blanc, that's French, right? Yeah, that's French. What was the? Oh, there was another. There's something else I was holding on to. Oh my god, there's something in one of my videos. Which script? There was another name. Okay, we need to. I need to think about that, because then the secret names could be related to France, and the reason why that's important in Kube, if you're still here, I know we wanted to talk about this. The France, Spain, how they like conquered the stuff, but then France had the revolution. Water Law, Mont Blanc, their secret names might all the secret names might be French names. What are other French names in One Piece? I had a whole different tangent, but now I'm gonna be stuck on that one. Waterloo. Even as a reference to Louis the 16th? The place France Blanc, yeah. Still here, Kube. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've been wanting to have that conversation, but then Oda separated us because of all the stuff. So probably have that. Louis Armot, the guy who wrote Bragman books. One of the weirdest, by the way, tangent, not related. Willie Caron, to this day, bro. So what is it, chapter 219? Willie Caron, like, of all the names Oda could have picked for a physicist, like a made-up physicist that he wanted to make, Willie Caron, such a, like, is that an anagram? Like, I bet, like, if you just flipped around the name, maybe you get something, right? Like, I've thought about it. I'm gonna think about it. Now I do content, so we can do collab talk if you want. Hey, sounds great to me, Kube. See you on the great oceans of the One Piece community. The ultimate energy the Vegapunk speaks of is found in the afterlife. here's a twist, Jamal. Here's a twist. When you look at the ancient kingdoms, which we talked, not ancient kingdoms, the kingdoms existed in the ancient past, which I talked about in the Nolan video. They had like Shandora, they had the forest of ancestors. They believed their ancestors went into trees and all that stuff. Whereas on Wano, they believed that the sword was like the keeper, right? You need to be buried with the sword. They all had different imaginations of what the afterlife entailed. What if it's more or less that the afterlife is created by imagination? If you believe in the afterlife, then it exists. It might be something like that, and it might connect the afterlife to the ultimate energy, right? Could be something like that, right? Because hey, if you don't believe in the afterlife, then it won't exist. That is an understanding that we have in our world too, right? There's a lot of people who don't believe in that, and maybe that's how it goes. Maybe if you don't believe in it, you don't go anywhere. I don't know. Maybe like, you know, reincarnation is also another belief system. Maybe if you believe in it, that's how it works. I have a few videos that connect my AIM videos, which I wasn't going to bring up with teching because they were way too crazy. No, way too crazy, not because he wouldn't absorb them, but like they would have taken away from the other stuff. But hey, that's kind of what we talk about there. The two AIM videos, the Ancient Kingdom name one, and then the AIM power system one. Looney with the 5-year super chat says, congrats on 30k. Any credence to Katarina being the one impersonating the Stella at Egghead? Also, Rockstar Monkey might solo Kid and Crew. That is disrespectful, Looney. Hopefully you see the VOD where I say that was disrespectful. Rockstar and Monkey soloing is crazy. Monkey taking Kid's arm, not that crazy. If you've seen the Monkey, you get it, right? You get it. Thank you on the 30k. We're just having good times, right? We're just having good times. We couldn't be happier than talking with you guys. There's still a lot of people in the chat. Wow. Wasn't expecting this many stragglers still here. Any credence to Katarina being the one impersonating the Stella at Egghead? No, not the Stella, but Katarina Von being there. I've always been on the boat of the third party thing. That has gone away from the recent chapters starting from 1075. I'm not dismissing it. Anything's possible. Obviously, the reason why I like Katarina Von being on the island is because cloning. If we're gonna have an arc with cloning, why wouldn't we have the clone fruit, right? If we're not gonna have not Ben Beckman, if we're not gonna have Bon Clay's fruit, the next best thing is Katarina Von's fruit that does essentially the same thing, right? And then the other side of it is, if you guys watch my short about Atlas being the traitor, the reason why I like Atlas as the traitor is because she demonstrated, and she might have self-reported, in 1075, she said, I can look however I want, which is basically like she could disguise herself. But then also when we were introduced to her, she says she can make anything out of holograms. Very interesting. With holograms, you go do a lot of things. She made a whole new person that Luffy is like, is that a real person? So 2 points, she demonstrated that she disguised herself. I talked about how that mistake that Oda said that Atlas was like the wrong number. I was saying like maybe Oda was memeing on us. Like how many times has he ever said things like that, like corrected mid things like that? X Laser, did the stream get cut? Are we lagging? We shouldn't be lagging. Hopefully YouTube doesn't mess with me and upload this twice. But again, know that if you guys missed the teching part and you guys are here now, know that if there's any issues with the upload, it'll be uploaded on my second channel at minimum. And then if there's a huge problem, then I will upload this on my main channel, regardless of how long it was, because this is a teching stream, right? I gotta have it there. But the reason why I like Atlas is because when we did the name schemes of the satellites, we tied them to the moon except for York. Shaka moon means like a full moon. Lilith moon means like a waning moon. Atlas, Pythagoras, and not York. What was the other one? What was the other one? I'm missing one. I always do this. I always miss one. Atlas, Pythagoras, and damn, what's the other one? Shaka, Lilith, Pythagoras, Edison, Pythagoras, and Atlas. Those are craters on the moon. The thing about it, though, is that's not all that Atlas is. Atlas stands out to me because of the Greek tie. Now that we know ancient weapons, Greek names. Gorosei, Saturn, Roman names. We have Greek and Roman are like basically next to each other, right? You guys haven't seen my Sun orbit video, which is what I talked about, what I had Tekking watch. We didn't have full time to talk in detail about it, but he really loved that video. Was that, you know, there's a connection there, obviously. Atlas's name, very interesting. The reason why Atlas's name is interesting, and it led me to this thing, is it might connect it to Saturn. So I was like thinking, because Atlas or Saturn is actually the Greek titan Kronos, which is a Greek titan like Atlas. And the thing is, one of Saturn's moons is Atlas. So one of Saturn's satellites is Atlas. So could it be that Atlas was the one telling Saint Saturn about this? Is the reason why Saint Saturn specifically is coming to Egghead because of Atlas? Because Atlas in our world is actually a moon for Saturn. So I thought about that. I saw Kube saying I like the Punk Records being the actual trader. I'm full aboard on that. I talked about that with every single person. The reason why I like that, though, or I elevated with IMD King, because it was like it could be all of the satellites are unintentionally sabotaging each other because of the Punk Records. And at the same time, I have this feeling, Kazamash, especially Kazamash, that it might not even be one perpetrator of all this. It could be that all of these actions could be different people that coincidentally lined up, right? And we get one contradiction, right? Apparently someone wanted to send somebody to the Cypher Pole to Egghead to get Vegapunk investigated. But at the same time, someone on Egghead kidnapped all of them, but nobody was aware of that kidnapping, right? So even there is a contradiction. Could that be a contradiction? I explained why it might not be. Oda's giving me a headache with it, and a good headache. I love, you know, not that I'm not gonna say I love headaches, but like this is like one of those one where you just like put down the chapter and you're just like, damn, like Oda stumped me. You stumped me. You did it. You did a good one. Doesn't a satellite have to be a traitor? If not, how did... There's a lot of nuance to that. I mean, we have organs being grown on it, right? Punk Records could grow its own person, make a hologram, put gloves on it, start beating up people. It could be a satellite. It could be the Punk Records. It could be multiple people all at the same time. So very interesting. So Saturn is the one going to relieve Atlas from her duties. One way or another, the way like the moons thing is, it's like they're all orbit, right? So it just means that while Atlas is a satellite for Vegapunk, it's also a satellite of Saturn. So what happens when two worlds share the same orbit, right? They come clashing together. Not in a good way. Whose orbit will Atlas choose if it turns out to be Atlas? On the island of future, there's no way Oda doesn't pull out 2001: A Space Odyssey. Exactly. Still keeping my Stussy down with the Gorosei quadruple agent. Very there. Now, the fact that Atlas is the moon of Saturn is just different. Exactly, right? Although I like Atlas, a good point, Par. Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking of options for everybody. That's what the detective stream was. I think that's what Oda intended for us to do, right? Like, because there's so much detail in all the characters. So, like, I at this point in the story, I admit that I can't figure out who it is based off what we got, and that's what we said on the stream. I said, hey, listen, this is probably it, but we might not have enough information, so let's wait. And I admit, not defeat, but I admit that, hey, can't do it right now. That's what I'm admitting. That's what I'm admitting right now. And I could see a lot of options, though. Right now, for me personally, I like the York idea of like her turning to stone on purpose, because why would she not know about Snake's powers? Weird, interesting. One side. I still like the Edison being the traitor. I still like the Atlas being the traitor, but I love Punk Records being the ultimate like problem, right? And that ultimate problem, well, if Punk Records is the ultimate problem, what is all the satellites connected to? They're connected to the problem, right? Like if and this is how I've talked about it since day one. It's like that system, right? In my moon brain video is when you have a centralized system, it's easy to taint. It's easy to get a virus, right? That's why you don't put all your eggs in one basket, right? That's why people romanticize with crypto of a decentralized system, though it's not actually a decentralized system in a lot of regards. And but the thing is, there is a lot of merit to a decentralized system, because if you have a virus in your computer and then I plug my phone into that virus, now my phone is tainted, right? Boom. Par, what does Stussy mean? Is she like James Bond? I mean, Stussy could be whatever she wants. At this point in the story, you know, Stussy could do whatever at this point. She's great. She's great. This stream is sponsored by... Hey, no, I can't say that out loud. This will break rights. Watch out for a future video. Oh, I gotta work on a sponsor video. It'll happen. Par said Stussy for Nakama. The thing is, nobody would be mad if Stussy was a Nakama, right? Nobody would be mad, right? Can I ask how old you are? I don't say my age, but I give everyone a chance to guess, and it's a common thing. So just take into consideration. Beyond this handsome face, I am married. I have a child. Lived a decently long life. Some people thought I was 40 based off of my voice, based off of my looks. Some people thought I was as young as 18. I was like, damn, that's crazy. So feel free to guess. I won't confirm or deny any of them. But yeah. Oh god, there's more super chats to get to. Let me pull through, because I will start ending the stream now. Not now, but like once we get to it, and then work on the video. 31. Par is Kureha's age. Some people would say that. That's the crazy part. Morge once guessed you were actually 60. Are you? Yo. There's the layers to that. How funny that is, Memoji, is so funny. It's so funny. Because then when he said that, I was like, I'm married and I have a kid, Morge. What do you think now? He's like, what? Hold on. I remember on the stream, we still have the stream up. He was just like, oh, I think you need to recalculate. Bro is as old as the first human. There's a dream I had when I was younger. To this day, still shakes me. One day I'll share that dream. That dream was very life-altering for me. Not at the time, but much later. Much later. It changed my perspective on things. Hammer with the Bit says, what are your thoughts on the ancient power source? I love the idea of being electricity because of the thematic parallel with Skypiea. In Skypiea, they have electricity, but I have never heard of rubber. So perhaps in the Blue Sea, they have rubber, but never heard of electricity. Feels very Oda to me. The electricity nuances... If it were electricity, I would think it's more... Like, we have electricity in many forms, right? But the source of that electricity is different. So, like... When those theories come up, I'm more focused on, like, you could have electricity from the sun. You could have electricity from a various random amount of things. Like, we're seeing people in the One Piece world get, like, electricity powers, right? Like, what is the power source of people, then? I think that's where I lean towards. It's like, whatever powers people might have powered the ancient source. That's how I see it. Dreams? Question mark? Passion? Right? Me and Tekken talking a little bit about elemental hockey. For me, you guys know it's about the emotions, about the passions. Look up Einstein's rival. What's Einstein's rival? Let me see. Einstein had a rival? Ain't no rival to Einstein. Bohr? Niels Bohr. The guy with the rings around the... Man, what are those called? The electronic cloud? No, he didn't do electronic cloud. His theory is debunked by the electronic cloud. What were they called? The Bohr's rings? Were they called the Bohr's rings? Is that what it was? I imagine there was like... The thing about Einstein, I have a conqueror's hockey theory where more people are conquerors than you realize. Smart people have conquerors. Einstein's one of those guys where people wanted to fight him. You know what I mean? Like, like I wouldn't be surprised if Einstein had many people who were just like, I'm Einstein's rival, you know? So, by Vegapunk to capture and use the sun guy's energy source? Maybe. Bohr's model of the hydrogen ion. Yeah, but didn't he have a name for... Oh, is this the Bohr's model? Man, it's interesting. The thing I find interesting the electromagnetic field Tesla's research is similar to my view on what the voice of all thing is to hockey. Oh yeah, 100%. So I have a so that also might be why I haven't tapped into it, because I don't know if you, Alexander, if you listened to me and Sai's conversations, we had a whole like 40-minute tangent about Tesla. Like whenever Vegapunk shared his dream, we talked about it on our call, on our live reaction, and then the call right after. And from then on, I was gonna make a Tesla video. I have the thumbnail commission already. The script's half done. I just shelved it to get now that Shanks is back in the story. Now Shanks takes priority. Elemental hockey. This next video is my favorite video. The thing is, I made that thumbnail like a month ago, and I'm the person I commissioned is like, probably like, you still haven't used that thumbnail, by the way. I'm like, yeah, it'd be like that. It's a fun thumbnail, so you're gonna be excited because I have a big idea about how Tesla falls into line with it. But I'm curious to know like the kid aspect, because I take it. I've heard a few people talk about it, but I haven't seen videos about it. And until I make my video, that might be where me and a future creator talk about on Voice of All Things. So go back and check it out. Go into theory reviews first. All good, Alexander. Thank you for being here. It was Philip Lenard. He was known as Einstein's stalker. He dealt a lot with light principles. I will brush up on Philip Lenard. I will. I feel like Lenard. Why? My physics professor really, not physics professor. He was the dean. He really liked figures in physics, and I feel like that was one of the names. I'm trying to remember why. I'll brush up on that. Catch me on next stream. Ask me again, or one of these like extra streams, because I'm gonna start doing more of those ones, because I might not bring it up on a live reaction. Maybe it's not related to the chapter, but hey, maybe it ends up in a future video. X-rays, before is known as X-rays. That's interesting. Let's see. Time Lord 25 bits. It says, I love the fishmen are connected to Celestial Dragon's theory. It also explains the fishmen were the original race, why the earth is mostly water. They didn't need land, and also is another Odo way to tie into the real world concept of life originating in Africa, where slaves are known to come from. Yeah, it ties a lot of concepts. And on the fish one, the thing that I thought about, right, and I talk about this in the video, why can't there be fish in the White Sea? Like, it's called the White Sea. There's no fish there. But like, fishermen can swim, and that White Sea was regarded in a lot of ways similar to the normal sea, just slightly different. So wouldn't it make sense if dragons were the fish of the clouds? If we're calling it the White Sea, then maybe that's where dragons are from. I talk about that in the video too. It makes so much sense. Maybe dragons weren't inhabitants of the normal water. It was not the Blue Sea inhabitants, it was the White Sea. I like that idea. Keyboard Cat has become a member. Thank you for joining the Visionary Pirates. Let's see. JP Legend Super Chat $2. Lucci X Robin. We'll bring that up again with Sai. That wasn't a Tekking-esque conversation, Mr. JP Legend. Thank you for the Super Chat. Silver Crown $5 says, Par, you remember me. Just got out of rehab after 108 days. I got so much One Piece to catch up on. Hey, congrats on getting out of rehab. Sorry you were in there. Hopefully you are doing better. I do remember you, Silver Crown. Wouldn't forget. Your name is also very memorable, by the way. So much One Piece to catch up on. You got a lot of videos to catch up on. And now you know. They have the Tekking stamp of, hey, you guys should watch these videos. They're not as crazy as you might think. Crespo with the Crespo 1138 with the 1 month tier 1 sub. Thank you. I appreciate you. Also a new viewer. I saw that earlier. Sorry I didn't shout you out earlier. Appreciate you. Oh wow, we just got to the WowFell thing. Thank you again, WowFell, for the generous donation super chat. The greatest crossover since Avengers. Tekking hit us with the favorite headcanon theory. Love to hear it. Ask him about the law OP powers. Mr. Bushido with the €2 says Kid and Shanks fight is interrupted by Big Mom and Kaido. I was gonna say Black Maria. Big Mom and Kaido. It's possible. I like Dak Sake theory. Dak Sake theory makes the most sense. That Kid gets paraded by the Giants because he's the one who took down Big Mom. And Oimo and Kashi and Dorian Brogdon be like, yes, you avenged our chiefs. We wanted to kill her, but we couldn't do it. And you did it. Thank you. Very interesting, right? I like that. Shout out to Dax for that one. Let's go. Congrats on getting it. Yeah. Love the support. Wouldn't Lunarians be the dragon that swam in the White Sea? The Lunarians seem to be on the red line. It's interesting. It is interesting because we don't get a grasp of how they interact with the world. The moon was the OG Earth, the clouds were the oceans, and the human, the original fisherman. Alexander, there's a section of tomorrow's video, if I can get it finished tonight, that you'll really love, for sure. Tomorrow's video ends with like maybe 4 different alternative theories based off of the main theory. Hey Par, I'm glad to hear that you also share the idea that Emu being a fisherman. Hey, Rexicity, if you need any help with that, I get the ammo stocked up from the video and go out and fight all the people who think otherwise. We cooking. I've convinced a few people. Time Lord 25 bits says, Par, look at the tulip pirates. They all have flowers too. Tulip pirates. Django's cover story. Oh no. What the heck? Wait, oh, that's cracked. This guy has Nolan's thing. Is this guy a Nolan? This guy has to be a descendant of Nolan, right? Look at this. Oh, that's a rose. Never mind. Open. Tulips. Oh, not a rose. Tulips. Obviously, name of the pirates. Interesting. They aren't the most normal looking people either. No offense to them. Doesn't this kind of remind you of Nolan's outfit though? Interesting. I was not aware of that. I will bring this up in a future video then. Thank you, Time Lord. Friend Harper, $5 says, do you two suspect that the D-Clan might be a specific type of human? Very possible. Very, very possible. It could be that the D-Clan is just like a hybrid of people. Because think about it like this. I just put this together actually. This like it not the full theory. I've said this theory before to a few people. I think I talked to a few creators about this. But like if seraphs are referencing the Bible, there were Nephilim, Seraphim, Nephilim. Nephilim were children of the seraphs that seraphs had with humans. So seraphs are essentially what Lunarians look like, right? Lunarians, or described as. These black winged angel type of characters, right? Fallen angels. They had children with humans. Those humans are Nephilim. Nephilim were described in 2 ways. Either giants or very, very strong people. Very, very strong people. And I've said that that might be what Kuma might be. It might be like a hybrid of Lunarians. But this is the part that I just realized. Lunarians are moon people, right? What do you get with a half moon person? Half moon. I know a lot of people from my Voice of All Things from like a year ago know the half moon thing. But it's a different context. Lunarian, half moon. If you mixed it with a person, you get a half moon. That's how you get a D, right? Isn't that how you get a D? The half moon people are the D clan. They're half Lunarian, half moon. feel like I haven't heard that make sense. Like, JD Legend, welcome. We're getting a lot of people here. Welcome to the stream. We had your Seraphim come into play. JP Legend made an appearance earlier. But yeah, the D clan being half Lunarian, and that being the special clan, and it being D because it's half a moon, makes a lot of sense. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. I mean, I have a bunch of theories on the D clan thing. It being fish could make sense. Oh, that's a crazy one. Oh, tomorrow's video actually connects to this too. I'm so excited. All right. JP never fails, and of course, fam. Yo, and Volume 1 came in talking about your episode. You were caping for Yasop. I told them that, hey, listen, Jay can say whatever he wants. He gets a pass. My book. Someone else defending Yasop? I don't know. Jay, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. We accept it. Let's see. Just Rob with the $5 super chat said, wait, Jay says no? We can't defend Yasop. We can't. Okay, all right. We're the chat was calling you out. The chat was saying you were a for Yasop. Not for Yasop, you were defending Yasop. You know there are beings that exist with abilities without the use of devil fruits. Do you think Shank's crew are all peoples who have evolved themselves kind of like... Yes, exactly, Rexicity. That's exactly what I talk about in the devil fruits are trainings for Pikaki. Those are the groups that are going to have that power. I put him number 5 because there are 4 worse, like homing. Alright. We don't have to get in the context of all that. Yasop didn't do anything wrong. Riz fruit. Did you hear my rampage during the reverie about why Yasop was really bad? Because if you didn't, I don't want to go about it right now, but you gotta listen to it. Everyone stop to listen to it, guys. Why am I fighting it? I'm not fighting it. I'm just saying, like, scaling bad dads. Homing had good intentions, right? He meant well. He was just stupid. And, like, there's a lot of stupid people in our world, right? Like, doesn't mean they're bad dads. They're stupid, you know? Like, homing didn't make the best decisions. But you could be a dumb person and still be a good dad. Or try to be. Do we blame the world for what happened to Homing's family? Or do you blame Homing, right? It's hard. It's difficult. But again, we want to talk about it. Because the you know, in Homing's circumstance, it's like the society failed him. The world failed him. It's a messed up world. He saw injustice and he tried to stand up against it. But the world was too messed up for him, his naive persona to survive. I'm always here for a rampage. This is why I love you, part. Sometimes it has to come out. Homing should have been hip to the world he lived in. Ignorance is like, that's fair, but think about it from the Celestial Dragon side, right? They don't know about the real world. They don't teach them about the real world. Their ignorance is indoctrinated, like, that's the same way the fishmen were indoctrinated to think that they were lesser beings, right? That's the world they grew up in. The way the Celestial Dragons grew up in, look at Doflamingo and Rosinante. They grew up thinking that they were higher beings, right? So Homing not knowing the rest of the world, the truth of it, it's like you know what it is? It's not an accepted perspective because it's influenza. Was that what it's called? You know, like when that like ran that thing where it's like rich kids would just do absurd things, and then in court they were just like, oh, they didn't know better because they were rich, right? Like they're just in a different world. That aside, right? Because that's an actual thing that just shivers, right? In Homing situation, I get it, right? In Homing situation, I can kind of understand. Homing didn't know the world would be like that. I'm on Homing hate train. Exactly. Yeah. I like Homing isn't the best, obviously, right? Basically, you season 4 ignore. Yo, Jay, I caught up with you. We gotta talk about you. We gotta talk about you. All my homies hate homing. All my homies hate homing. I get it. I get it. It's just a perspective thing. It's hard to see for sure. We gotta talk about you then, Jay. We gotta talk about it. There's a lot of crazy stuff. What is homing blamed for? For being a bad dad. For being one of the worst dads in One Piece. Which, like, I get. But, like, that's, like, kind of looking at the results rather than the intent. Sort of. But anyways, clearing through some of the super chats. Just Rob with a $5 super chat says, Par, have you checked out the One Piece D&D that Tekking does? If not, you should check it out. It's peak fiction. I have stopped by a few times. I don't know how D&D generally works. I did learn about it firsthand with like the dexterity stuff and all that. So now I could probably revisit it and understand more of it. I do tune into those streams every once in a while. They are on Wednesdays. It's generally like a lighter time for me. But yeah. JP Legend with the €2 super chat said you should do a charity stream and invite people. Yep. Hey, I'm so glad me and Tekken connected on that. The fact that he does cancer streams, charity streams, specifically for all this stuff, and I've been wanting to do that because of my own personal reasons. I'm gonna do a charity stream soon, but not for specifically for the charity thing. It's specifically for an organization that helped me, and I've witnessed them firsthand do so much good to a lot of people. Once I get the details from the manager, from the people there, then I'll confirm it, because I don't want to like say it up front and then talk about it. But they helped me immensely. They're still helping me. That organization is doing wonders for so many families, and they don't get talked about a lot. And it's because they're connected with the awful thing, but like, yeah, I just have to separate the good that they do. So, but I'll talk about them when I get the contracts and all that things signed up. I'm pretty sure I'll have to run it through, because I have a 501c. I'll probably run it through like a legitimate thing, and then have the thing run through there. That way more of the proceeds can go to that. And then we can also get a larger community putting into it, because the other community is not just One Piece, or it's not One Piece at all. So but yeah, so we could do that later time. Myriad with the 7 months membership. Damn, just missed Tekking and we going to the moon. We went to the moon and back like 100 times. Tekking, I had Tekking say like, he put his hands to his forehead and he said the vision is so strong, like the vision is too powerful. He said that, and I was like, oh my god, that's crazy. Compliments. Homie took his kids from Godhood without them getting to choose. I'd be pissed. Yeah. Probably needed an invite to the gala. Wait, what gala? What gala are we talking about? Ryro? See, why bad dad? He was just naive. Yeah. It's like, there's a balance to everything. Not an ignorance and naivety can only go so far in a lot of people's eyes. I get it. But again, we'll talk about that at a later time. Let's see. Friend Harper. Oh, I got to this one. It's philosophy. Yes. Got it. Thank you, Alexander, again with that $20 super chat. It says Caleb Brown, $2 super chat says, I just feel your passion for One Piece. It's infectious. I'm assuming that's when you're talking about like why I started the channel, what I like doing. Yeah, I just, I think that if I get a lot of questions of like people asking like, do you just do One Piece? Like, do you just do this channel? I don't, but I like to say that I just do. Like, what's wrong with that? And if obviously there's like the financial side that like, the feasibility. But like, there's nothing wrong with that. I remember there was this TikTok, this guy just like, he has a job, he's family, good dad, whatever, from what I know. And like he devoted his life to doing as many push-ups as he can in a year. And he's like doing like 1,000 push-ups a day or something like that. And he's doing that, and he's done it for multiple years. And like, people are like, do something better with your life. And I'm like, what? The dude is like, has a job, he's a family, he's doing great. He's not like an awful person from what we know. right? It's not like he's Yasop leaving his child on an island just do push-ups for the rest of his life. That's not what's happening here, right? And it's like, you know, for me, I'm kind of just like, that dude's passionate about something. I love to see it. I love to support that. You know, if you guys are passionate about something, you know, by the time your life comes to a close, however that looks, it's like you want to look back and think like, you know what? I'm happy with the, you know, what I did. And usually that's your passion. Whatever your passion is, if you chase that, I get like, you know, it doesn't have to be your job. It could be your hobby, right? Just do that. Don't let age or circumstance or people telling you it's weird or dumb. It's like, bro, think about this. Think about this. Think about this. Not saying you should aspire to this. There's a lady selling bathwater and making millions, right? Like, and that's accepted apparently, right? Like, there's no weirder world than the world we're in, right? Like, if you think Oda's world is weird, the One Piece world is weird, our world is infinitely weirder. And like, you know, why care about being weird? Be weird. Do it. Just do it. It's crazy. Demalo J is hilarious. JP Legend, that's funny. Yeah. Could be worse. Yeah, exactly. Kai's a good dad. Yamato's just a bad kid. Don Massimo with the hot take. Agreed, Par. One Piece is real. Exactly, Jay. Exactly. Raps, I'm not going to say that out loud, but if you guys see Raps Twitch chat, which is on the overlay, yes, I'm pretty sure that's a thing. The bathwater be bussin' no Riz fruit. Of course he would be saying that. Honestly, not going for Dragon Ball Super Black Clover all now. Don't come back with the anime or Boruto's going downhill. Yeah, and like I get, like, you know, if you're a content creator and you talk about one thing and then that content doesn't go well. With One Piece, it's like the One Piece, the ending, maybe it fumbles, but like this conversation was more than fun, right? Like I had Tekking say he enjoyed this. And when you think about this, right, like how many different conversations can Tekking possibly have with other people? And he does his channel, he talks to all these people, and then genuinely have fun, right? And to make an immediate video after all this. It's so great. Par with the elite PR training. What a lad. I need more elite PR training, but you know, I skate the line. Discipline and passion are necessity for life. At least for me, couldn't function otherwise. Exactly. You can have it separate, you can have it together, whatever it looks like. Don't sacrifice that passion, you know? Don't sacrifice that passion. OnlyFans. It doesn't. Yeah, that's wild. New in next door, the $2 super chat says, thanks for your hard work, Par. Loving the stream. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate all you guys being here. We're 26 minutes out on the super chats, which means we're probably closing in toward the end. So just before that, I mean, I've been having Tekking's channel up this entire time, because if you're not one of the 710,000 people who are subbed to him, definitely go and join that. You know, my goal is like, you know, not my goal, but like I want the One Piece community to be more connected than it was when I started. And maybe by, like, you know, I get a bunch of different creators who you may have never watched, but maybe you appreciate them more because of these streams, or you got to know them a little bit more, and then you subscribe to them, and then you start hearing their side of thinking, and then maybe you hear their thinking and you're like, you know what, I'm gonna make a video. And then we get another person making videos, and the videos don't have to like get all these views, but it's like, even if it hits 100 people, those 100 people, that's a class, that's more than a classroom of people who heard your thoughts and liked it, disliked it, gave you criticism, and now it's there, it exists. It's beautiful. That's what I like to see, right? To be honest, I'm sure One Piece will have plenty more things of discussion and videos in the story, even after it's finished. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Alexander with the $5 super chat says, I'll be disappointed if one of the Gorosei are not called Freddie Mercury. Yo, honestly, when I heard, I felt where, I think it was on, Geo, the Twitter Geo, he does Twitch streams. Someone in his stream, I think his name is Big Mom Fanboy. Funniest name. They have some crack theories. And that one was one of them. That the name would be. It was like right after I got off my live reaction. I just hopped in that stream and they said Freddie Mercury. I was like, yes. Like, instantly yes. Automatically yes. Please yes. Like, I don't even know like Freddie Mercury music like that, but that just the what he said. Or Jay Garcia Saturn, it mixes, like, all you have to do is add like a Spanish name to it, right? If Freddie isn't already Spanish, then maybe you just gotta add a Spanish name to it. It's like beautiful. Let's see, and then we got Kube of the Red Sea, €5 super chat. Which, before I read it, shout out Den Kushi, who is here for a large portion of the stream, and then Kube of the Red Sea. They came out with a video together on Den Kushi's channel. They made a video, I don't want to say adjacent because it's not made in the adjacent to my video, but we talked about Marineford, right, earlier with Tekking, and I explained to him how it might be related to Wano and Amatsuki because the crescent moon shape. They provide an alternative theory, and hey, let me know what you guys think. Share your ideas in my Discord, in the comment section. Go check it out, because the first second of the video is something I've never realized, and you guys probably heard it in the Tekken stream. I love it, of like looking at these panels and seeing like this minute detail that Oda included, like the Nolan backstory. So many of those things, they found one of those in Big Mom's backstory. Go check out their thing, and I was like, wait, you're right. That panel is the first second. While I don't necessarily agree with their synthesis of that panel, the fact that they found that, I was like, damn, that's wild. So shout out to them. Go check it out. And like, it's so great that there's like just always new things to talk about with One Piece. And so now let me read his super chat. He said, maybe Vegapunk created a failsafe prior to satellites being made, and PR using it to take them out. PR. My brain is blanking. PR. I don't know why, I'm just thinking me. PR, like a lot of par, like me? What did I do? Using them to take it out. PR. PR? PR? Pythagoras? No, wait, who's PR? Punk Record. Thank you. See, this is how I know. This is the latest super chat, so we're gonna start closing it off here. Clearly, my brain need to get some lunch or dinner. I'm gonna go chill out the baby, all that stuff. But I agree, Kube. I agree with that. I think if you guys tune into my call with I'm the King, I talk about that possibility. Not failsafe. I like that word. Failsafe would error in programming and grave miscalculation, those two words that were included in the story. Failsafe could be referencing that, right? I think about it as like an order that was given that could be taken control of. Another way to look at it is we don't know how the Vegapunks, the satellites, control the Seraphims, right? Like, York imitated Edison's voice, apparently. Like, I was thinking, like, how do the Seraphims register the satellites? Like, do they just hear Edison's voice and like, yep, that's Edison, beep, boop, bop, beep? Or do they, like, have something else? Because if it's just voice, you could copy voice so easily, right? Like, you could easily do that. Like, why? Like, Katarina Vaughn, if she was here, she could do that. Bon Clay could do that. And that seems like a grave miscalculation for sure. But the thing is, for me, and you know, this is the last thing I'll talk about related to this. I'll read the chat for a little bit, then we'll close out the stream. For me, I think the main issue with a lot of ideas is that a lot of ideas take away from the intelligence of Vegapunk himself. And Vegapunk is stated to be like the smartest man. And, you know, he's not without fallacy. He could have his own problems. But those problems better be very complex. Like, it has to be something uncalculatable. When I think about like smart characters, I do put myself in a hole and I think of like Lelouch from Code Geass, Light from Death Note, right? And like that's not all smartness is. I get that some people are book smart, some people are situationally smart, some people are athletically smart, some people are geniuses in ways that you could never imagine, right? So it might not be that like Vegapunk can plan ahead 50 steps like Lelouch or Light. But like I'd almost want him to, right? Like isn't it feels like Vegapunk should be smart enough to like not be outdone by even himself. Like when Vegapunk says like, "Oh, this was all going under my nose," right? The way it went under nose, it better be a good explanation. I don't know if I can accept like a simple like, oh yeah, we just built this facility to imprison people, yet like Egghead isn't really like a prison place. We don't really imprison people, but sure, we built this imprisonment place, and then for the last 2 months we've been hiding people here, and like there's so much more to that, like that would have to go over the smartest, not just one but like 7 of them in total. Kind of odd, right? Like, so it's crazy. I missed the wild watch parties where you connect every anime to One Piece. You know, I missed that. Wait, this is crazy. Okay, I'm gonna tease it. My editor for thumbnails, the artist, the thumbnail is a reference to Lilo and Stitch. And then I was talking to him and I was like, wait, you could make a really good theory about that. Because Lilo is essentially like Year 5 Luffy, right? Like by the end of it, like not to spoil Lilo and Stitch, but Lilo and Stitch, they got cloning, they got mad scientists, they got other planets. I don't know. So you know, we're gonna bring back those watch parties soon, I hope. I'm aiming for like mid-March or end of March. I should be able to start doing that. Right now it's hard. I've been tempted to recently to just pull up a Twitch stream, watch party some stuff, but it's not practical at the moment, especially like all the times that I devote to one or the channel and like the other stuff. Like I need to do that, and then off breaks I need to be able to take care of the baby. So but very soon, like 3-month mark about for the baby, probably feasible. Hey Par, I just joined the stream, and when I try to watch the beginning, it only starts mid-conversation. Did something happen with the footage? All right, so it is confirmed then that there's an issue with the stream. Our stream went down midway, and YouTube is so annoying about this because in my studio, it'll say it's a 4-hour stream, but they'll only show you the last whatever bit. So if you tuned in and late and you can't see the beginning, and you want to see it right now, I stream it on Twitch, so Twitch has everything. It'll be uploaded on my VODs channel, 100%. But I'm gonna see if I can restore it on YouTube, so it should show up on YouTube. It might be a separate video. We'll see about that. So I apologize for that. We're about to end the stream, so right after the stream, I'll make sure to take care of that. What's up, Bao? I'm still on the clock, still able to listen in. Glad you're still alive. Yeah, we're about to tune to fizzle out. Time Lord already pieced out with the grabbing dinner. Historical battles. Yeah, I have seen them. It's just in the stream something dawned on me regarding Nolan. The Nolan connection to Law is now crazy to me. I'm gonna have to sit on that. But yeah, so I think this is a good. What's up, homie Seal? I'm sorry, but I gotta close out the stream now. So you make a Jerry Par emoji? Go for it. So just a few announcements. There should be a theory tomorrow, the one that I was teasing teching with. 50/50 podcast. Sai and I, another One Piece YouTube creator, we have a podcast now. We're on the 2nd episode, going on to the 3rd. I'm sharing the Spotify link on my Discord. The VODs are also on my VODs channel. If you guys just enjoyed hearing me talk about random things, we do a lot more of that. On Friday of this week, we will be talking with Threevil on another Voice of All Things. It is break week as well, so it's gonna be a fun stream. And then let's see. Save. All right. So then I have a Shanks video coming out as well. So if you guys haven't watched Godfather Shanks, know that multiple things came back true, right? Kid not losing his arm to Shank, true. Shanks having another version of Luffy, true. The way Shanks travels is probably still true. Go watch that video to preface part 2. It's a video that's been in the works, but now that Shanks is back in the story as like he is, it should be up. And then the Elemental Hockey video should be up at the early end of next week. So Shanks at the end of this week, Elemental Hockey at the beginning of next week. And then we're back to regular schedule. Chapter 1077 next week, Thursday. That's generally when I stream, 12 p.m. unless TCB drops earlier at a time when I can stream. Trying to think if there's other thing to announce. Other than that, 3-Day, my mod, has been sharing all my links, as many as they can, in my stream. Join the Discord. That's how you get notified by a bunch of things. I think the way we close out the stream in a proper way, this is a teching stream. Teching the Spirit of One Piece has given me the approval as a theorist here. Oh my god, I didn't ask teching about the rocks. Rocks is I'm upset. Hey, well, part 2. We're going to have part 2 to this very soon as I put out more crazy theories. And then me and Tech can talk about crazy theories. Hopefully we get a part 2 about that. You know, why look at, we had a great conversation. And though I'm upset at me, because I bolded that. Oh, man, I bolded that on the list. And so if there are videos that you were like, no, I'm not going to waste my time watching this video. I love Par. I'm not going to watch Mihawk's story. I'm not going to watch Zoro's Plan. I'm not going to... Know that Tekking is on the boat. The visionary boat. He's there. And I'll link all those videos in the thing, in the description, so you can refresh yourself on it or check it out for the first time. So with that, guys, I will close out the stream. Thank you guys for being here for as long as you are. The stream will end at 4 hours, 40 minutes, and 40 seconds. Thank you guys for tuning in.